We're almost there. Ahead is where our shark race lives, the Pearl Sea. Si Wanling said as she swam in front, leading the way. Her body kept swaying with the flow of the water, looking very elegant and calm. In comparison, Su Zhe and the others were in a much more embarrassing situation. Only Lu Qing's swimming performance was acceptable. After all, he lived in the poisonous swamp and developed swimming skills in the swamp. In fact, Su Zhe has always been a landlubber and cannot swim at all. Tu Shanrong is also a fox who is afraid of water. On the other hand, although Lu Hong is young, her swimming skills are quite good. But even so, Su Zhe and the others did not drown, because they all have a small bead in their mouths. With this bead, they can breathe and communicate underwater like mermaids. Si Wanling slowed down and waited for Su Zhe and others to come over. Su Zhe also came to her side. Because he was not used to talking in the water, he usually stayed very close and could even feel the other person's hair brushing his face. You said this is called the Sea of Pearls, but I didn't see any pearls here. Su Zhe said doubtfully. He didn't see any pearls in this sea area, not even the larger clamshells that might produce pearls. To be honest, it seems that the bubbles they spit out in the sea look like pearls. Si Wanling heard this and replied, "This Pearl Sea is actually the name given by everyone in memory of their former home. The real Pearl Sea is not here. We, the Shark Clan, actually originally lived in the South China Sea, where there is a sea area rich in all kinds of pearls. These beads have many functions, and the waterproof beads you are using now are also one of them. The existence of these beads not only facilitates our lives, but is also our main means of defending against enemies." Speaking of this, Si Wanling's expression became very yearning. As a little princess who is less than 100 years old, she has never seen the magnificent beauty of the real Pearl Sea in her ancestral land. We can only know this from the oral accounts of our elders. Then she sighed and said, "But after the two worlds began to collide thousands of years ago, the monsters began to divide into two factions. A large number of the Sea tribe who have been suppressed by the Dragon Clan have taken the opportunity to turn to the opposite side. And because we, the Sharks, have always been vassals of the Dragon Clan, we have been suppressed by them. In order to avoid being annihilated, the king of the Sharks at that time led the remaining Sharks to move to the East China Sea and guarded the gate of Longyuan. In this way, those Sea tribes who are afraid of the Dragon tribe's strength will not dare to pursue them, and we can help guard the gate of the Dragon tribe. It becomes a win-win situation. And in memory of our ancestral land, we named the new sea area Pearl Sea. It's just that the new Pearl Sea no longer produces those various beads. The waterproof beads you use now are all brought from the ancestral belt, so use one less." At this point, he seemed to have thought of something. He pointed at Tu Shanrong and said, "By the way, the one in your mouth is the one my great-aunt used. He is the human who implemented all kinds of strange inventions among the sharks. He is married to the shark princess who saved her, who is my aunt. My great-aunt relied on this bead to stay with my great-aunt for decades. The waterproof bead was not taken out until he was buried." "What? This bead of mine has been held in someone's mouth for decades? Until death? Still a man?" Tu Shanrong's face turned green when he heard this, and he immediately wanted to open his mouth to spit out the waterproof beads in his mouth, but was forced to swallow them back due to the strong feeling of suffocation. "In the end, I could only endure the discomfort in my heart and kept the beads in my mouth with tears in my eyes." Su Zhe on the side showed a gloating smile when he saw Tu Shanrong, who had been cheating him almost all the way, shivered. At this time, Si Wanling didn't seem to realize what had happened. Seeing that Su Zhe seemed very happy, she smiled at him and continued, "By the way, the water-repellent bead in your mouth is also." Su Zhe's face suddenly changed and he shouted, "Wait, just know it yourself, don't tell me." He knew in his heart that since the shark only had these few water-repellent beads left, the more they were used, the less they were. Even the princess great-uncle couldn't be buried with a bead, so it's conceivable that the one in Su Zhe's mouth probably wouldn't be used for the first time. But it's one thing to know it in your heart, and it's another thing to be told outright by others. Seeing this, Si Wanling had no choice but to give up. Soon, Si Wanling took Su Zhe and the others to the new Pearl Sea, where the sharks lived. They built an underwater city using coral and shells based on a coral reef. The coral is dotted with several large, round pearls, emitting a light blue soft light, completely illuminating the water droplets that should have been dark. With this light, Suze could clearly see all kinds of sharks with human bodies and fish tails walking through the coral, looking very dreamy. The light also attracted many fish, and the light hit their scales and was refracted into more bright colors. Schools of fish dance around the coral reefs with the sharks, and the picture is as beautiful as a moving picture. But Suze did not fall into the beautiful deep-sea scenery in front of him, because he felt that when he was still some distance away from the coral reef, he felt that many eyes stayed on him for a long time without moving away. As he got closer to the coral reef, his vision became more intense and took on a hint of hostility. Why is the clan protection formation activated? Uncle Quan, I'm back. Please open the formation and let us in, Si Wanling said, stroking a light blue light curtain in front of her eyes. Those pearls inlaid on the coral reefs are not just for lighting. These huge pearls are the strongest type of beads brought by the mermaids from their ancestral land. The power of the beads resonates with each other to form an array to protect the coral reef. Only the sharks who have mastered the mother of pearl can control this formation. After Si Wanling called out, a male mermaid with white hair and white beard who looked very old but was very strong walked out with a trident in one hand and a fist-sized bead that exuded a faint red light in the other. When Si Wanling saw him, she immediately smiled happily and said, Uncle Quan, it's me and Brother Quan San Quan Chi who are back, and they have brought guests. Please open the formation quickly. When Quan San Quan Chi saw the old man, he glared at them and lowered his head and shouted, Father! The mermaid known as Uncle Quan snorted at his two sons with an angry look on his face. Humph! I asked you to protect the princess, but you actually ran away with her? Quan San and Quan Chi immediately lowered their heads. Si Wanling defended them and said, Uncle Quan, I forced them to take me out. It's none of my business. Please let us in first. Uncle Quan then said with a smile, Princess, don't blame me. It's not that I don't want to open the formation, it's just. His eyes fell on Lu Qing and Tu Shanrong behind them. The Snake Clan and the Fox Clan are all allies of those guys from the Sea Clan. Could it be that the princess was deceived by them? Suze understood that in the eyes of these people, the Fox Clan and the Snake Clan were both radicals who looked at the same level as the Sea Clan, so they would naturally be hostile to them. It's just that his identity as a human being won't be a problem. So he stepped forward and said, Senior Mermaid, not all snakes and foxes are hostile to you. They are all my beasts, and I am a human. Can you believe this identity? But Uncle Quan still shook his head and said, Humans can't be trusted either. As far as I know, there is a human being who has a very high status in the radical faction recently, and has even gained the attention of the Four Evils. Who knows if it could be you? Is that so? Si Wanling became wary of Suze again after hearing this. But Suze could only stand there, cursing Xiao Su in his heart again for ruining the credibility of all mankind. But, at this point, Uncle Quan glanced at Suze a few more times, feeling that he had seen it somewhere before and felt a little familiar. Wait a minute. After he turned around and left, he reappeared a short while later with another bead in his hand. But this time, inside the bead was a portrait of Suze. It turned out that after Jin Long Ao Yun came back, the eager Jin Ling asked Ao Yun to describe Suze's current appearance one by one, and she relied on her superb painting skills to draw Suze's current appearance based on Ao Yun's description and her own impression of what Suze looked like when he was a child. After the painting was finished, even Ao Yun nodded repeatedly when he saw it. It was exactly the same as Suze's appearance in his memory. Jin Ling then hung the painting in the most conspicuous place in his room. As for the crystal ball in Uncle Quan's hand, Jin Ling asked the Dragon Tribe's subordinates to rub this painting in their own way before Long Yuan entered the state of combat readiness. In this case, when Suze is found near Long Yuan, he will be recognized by them and then find an opportunity to send him to Long Yuan. At this time, after repeated comparisons several times, Uncle Quan finally confirmed that Suze was the person in the painting that the big shot of the Dragon Clan was looking for. My heart suddenly became excited, and I tremblingly took out the crystal ball that controlled the formation and quickly opened the entrance to the formation. After seeing this, Si Wanling smiled and said, I knew that Uncle Quan you love me the most, and you are willing to believe me. As she said this, she was about to go up and give Uncle Quan a hug, but the uncle swung his tail and hid. Si Wanling ignored her with a surprised expression and came to Suze's side. After hearing the names of his parents, Suze nodded excitedly and said, Yes, do you know my parents? After all, Suze's parents are the chiefs of the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon King should also treat them as the most distinguished guests. They, the vassals of the Dragon Clan, really don't get to see each other normally. The only time they met happened to be when they went to Longyuan with the King of Mermen and were asked to make a rubbing of Suze's portrait. He thought of what Jean Ling had told him at that time, nodded and said, The two adults said that when you come, we will be responsible for your safety first, and then we will look for an opportunity to take you to Longyuan. Please rest assured, we will definitely leave as soon as possible. As he spoke, he took the initiative to lead the way, leading Suze towards the interior of the Charmin clan. Originally, there should still be 4 or 5 days before the next trip to Longyuan to collect supplies, but now he is ready to leave tomorrow. Su Lin and his wife are famous people in the Dragon Clan and have a very important position. Being able to successfully bring their son to Longyuan is a great achievement for the Shark Clan. You can get more protection from the Dragon Clan in the future. In this environment surrounded by sea people, this is exactly what they urgently need now. So not only was he very enthusiastic towards Suze, but his beast master also had to greet him with a smile. Seeing Uncle Quan bending down to lead the way, and thinking about the expression on his face when he frowned and snorted at him just now, Si Wanling and Quan San Quan Chi were confused. They used the word please euphemistically, and the other party's behavior just now could be said to be flattering. How could a general of his own clan be so enthusiastic towards outsiders? Even Si Wanling, who has a special affection for human beings, felt that something was wrong. After all, she is still the little princess of the Charmin tribe, but just now it seems that Uncle Quan, who has loved her very much since she was a child, no longer sees her at all, and it is inevitable that he will be a little jealous. Soon, Uncle Quan led Suze to a very thick and gorgeous coral in the center and said, Sir, you have been here for a while. I will try my best to arrange as many people as possible to set off with you. Your arrival is an honor for our entire Charmin clan. I will go and report to the king now to hold a grand reception banquet for you tonight. Just when Suze was about to say no, he found that Uncle Quan had already run out in a hurry, heading towards a more central location. He knew that he was going to inform the Charmin king. He didn't say anything more. After all, the other party was willing to send him to Longyuan as soon as possible. This was naturally the best thing. Moreover, he was now on the territory of the Shark clan, so it was completely normal for him to meet the Shark King. Not long after, Uncle Quan, who looked very old, swam back as energetic as a young man. Just when Suze was about to go with him to meet the Shark King, he saw behind him a middle-aged shark with a crown inlaid with several pearls on his head and a scepter in his hand. It seemed a little unreasonable that he, an outsider, had come to the shark's territory, but in the end he had to ask the Shark King to take the initiative to see him. Just when he had doubts, Si Wanling on the side confirmed his idea. Dad, as the mermaid princess, she shouted excitedly towards the middle-aged man, confirming his identity as the Merman King. Seeing her father running over in a hurry, Si Wanling thought she was leaving the palace privately, which made him worried. She lowered her head and admitted her mistake and said, Why are you here? I didn't want to cause you any trouble. As a result, the mistake has not yet been acknowledged. Then she saw the Shark King raised a hand to stop her from continuing. Put your affairs aside for now. I have more important things now. Then, just like Uncle Quan, he evaded her with a flick of his tail and swam towards Suze with a flattering smile on his face. Si Wanling was left standing there blankly. Even Quan San and Quan Chi were forced to stay and apologize to Suze after Uncle Izumi briefly explained how they met Suze. In the end, Si Wanling could only pouting alone and wandered towards the place where her aunt lived. Auntie, I brought a man back today. Si Wanling slowly swam into a room dug out of the coral, gently opened the sparkling gauze curtain, and said to the graceful figure lying on the crystal bed, Oh, really? How does he compare with your great-aunt? Si Roashua sat up slowly on the crystal bed and asked, Unlike other mermaids, she still does not retain the half-human, half-fish appearance of a mermaid even under the water, but has completely transformed into a human. She was wearing a set of plain white clothes, but her skin looked fairer than the clothes on her body. Not only that, her hair and eyelashes are as white as snow, and she looks very beautiful and cool. It was precisely because she had a snow-white appearance when she was born. Even the scales on her tail were white. That's why she was named Ruashua. But apart from these, the furnishings in her room and the way she lived made her look more like an ordinary human being compared to the sharks. It's just that she is very beautiful. The shark race is very peculiar. Their males will normally enter middle age and old age after reaching adulthood, just like the current Shark King and Uncle Quan. But female mermaids can always retain their youthful appearance as long as they wish. So even if Si Wanling wants to call her aunt, she is older than the current Mermaid King, but she still looks like a young girl. But her eyes revealed a maturity that was completely different from Si Wanling's. Si Ruashua said with a smile, "Silly boy, the human lifespan is only 100 years at most, and your great-uncle is just an ordinary person. Even though I have tried my best to help him prolong his life, he will already be old by the time you are born. But when I first met him, he was very young at that time." Si Ruashua was slightly absent-minded, as if she was recalling the scene when they first met. However, it didn't take long for him to realize that Si Wanling was still around. He gathered his mind back and asked with a smile, "By the way, my little princess, aren't you very interested in humans? You have been pestering me and your great-aunt since we were children, asking him to tell you stories about the human world." Si Ruashua then said with a smile in her eyes, "Okay, it doesn't count, but you are right that you are curious about human beings, right? How come you have finally found a human being, and instead of getting along well with him, why are you hiding here with me?" Hearing this mentioned, Si Wan said energetically, "Auntie, don't mention it. I really like that human being, but after I brought him back, Uncle Quan and Father Wang ignored me." Everyone gathered around him and nodded and bowed. They completely ignored me and had no choice but to come to my aunt. "Ever since I was little, my aunt, you have always been the best to me," Si Wanling said aggrievedly, completely unaware that Si Ruashua's expression had become a little excited. "Wait, you said that Aquan and Xiaojing both valued that human being and even ignored you? He was not rescued by you from the outside, just like me and your great-aunt." Si Ruashua asked a series of questions. The A Quan in her mouth is naturally Uncle Quan, and the Ajing is Xijing, which is the name of the Shaman King. Si Wanling shook her head, and then recounted how she met Su Zhe. "He said he was going to Long Yuan, and then I brought him back. Originally, Uncle Quan was very worried. He closed the formation and didn't intend to let us in. It turned out that after I saw the portrait in a video bead, I immediately changed my face and ignored me. Father, he was the same way." Just when she was about to continue to complain and vent her resentment, she heard Si Ruashua say hastily, "Wanling, I have some important things to do, so I won't talk to you now." Then she saw that her aunt, who always liked to walk slowly on the seabed with her transformed legs, uncharacteristically restored the shark's fish tail, bypassed Si Wanling with a familiar flick and swam in the direction she came from. Only Si Wanling, who had scored 3 times, was left standing, with a look of tears on her face. On the other side, the mermaid Wang Si said to Su Zhe with a flattering look on her face, "Sir Su Zhe, you came in a hurry, and we didn't have much preparation. Otherwise, we would have welcomed you with the most solemn etiquette of entertaining distinguished guests." Since Su Zhe came to the world of monsters and beasts, people have always cared about his body. This was the first time he met someone so enthusiastic, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He waved his hand and said, "No, you just need to arrange for me to go to Long Yuan as soon as possible." Xijing nodded repeatedly and said, "Don't worry, sir. We will try our best to arrange for you to leave tomorrow." Su Zhe nodded and said, "That's good. If there's nothing else, I'll go and rest first. I'm really tired after traveling for several days." Su Zhe couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the Shaman tribe, so he simply refused the guests politely. In addition, he did feel a little tired, and he did not lie to them. Okay, Mr. Su Zhe, please rest first. If you need anything, please feel free to tell me." Xijing nodded repeatedly, And just when they watched Suze walk into the room and were about to turn around and leave, a white shadow rushed over from afar. Sejong nodded and said, "We have to go over there. It would be bad if he collides with Mr. Suze. This aunt is withdrawn and rarely interacts with people since her human husband passed away. Only Si Wanling, who has been close to her since childhood, will visit her from time to time." So he was not sure why Si Ruashua appeared here now. Suze, who was about to close the door and thank the guests, saw a figure hurried over. Although he looked very eye-catching, he still planned to close the door, until the white female mermaid shouted, "Wait a minute, sir. I don't have any purpose. I just hope you can take your compatriots home." "Compatriot? Go home. Are you Si Wanling's aunt, a mermaid who merged with a human?" Suze opened the door again and asked after hearing this. Seeing this, Si Ruashua hurriedly rushed forward. She retracted her fishtail, transformed into a human appearance, and made a very simple salute towards him. Suze recognized it at a glance. It was an ancient gift from Daxia, and it was very standard and skillful. However, he didn't know how to return the gift. For a moment, I didn't know whether Suze was a human or whether the female shark in front of me was a real human. Fortunately, Si Ruashua didn't care too much about this. She just wanted to use the human etiquette her husband had taught her to get closer to Suze. Not far away, the Shark King and Uncle Quan saw that Suze, who had already expressed his intention to thank the guests, opened the door again and communicated with Si Ruashua, so he was no longer in a hurry to interrupt them. It seems that Ant's methods are more useful than ours. Of course, she has lived with humans for decades, and she must know how to get along with humans correctly. It's a pity that we didn't think of this earlier. I don't know who informed Aunt Ruashua. At this time, they saw Si Wanling, who had an unhappy look on her face, swimming over from the direction Si Ruashua had just come from, and they immediately guessed who it was. Sejong happily swam over and praised, "My dear daughter, you were smart enough to call Aunt Ruashua, who is most familiar with human beings." Si Wanling rolled her eyes at them. This was not her purpose. She was just being ignored again. Si Ruashua shook her head and said, "No, Tianrun is just an ordinary person, not even a beast master, so it is impossible for him to have an heir with me, who is a monster." Suze is also very clear about this. Only after both parties have surpassed the god level, whether it is a monster or a human being, the level of life will be elevated to a new level. At this time, the gap can be crossed to give birth to offspring. Si Ruashua nodded and said, "Yes, it refers to Chin Tianrun, my husband." She continued with some sadness. As a human being, he always feels that he is out of tune with this world here, so he wants to implement a series of gadgets from the human world to make himself more adaptable here. For this reason, I have been accompanying him to live as humanly as possible, but with little success. We have tried many methods to send him back to the human world, but all ended in failure until he left me forever. Si Ruashua's voice was choked with sobs. After a while, she continued, "But since you, sir, have a way to take the initiative to come to the world of monsters, you can definitely go back, right? He does not belong here. He should go back to where he belongs, instead of lying alone on this cold and dark seabed." Suze was silent for a moment and then said, "Are you sure you want to do this? You won't be reluctant to let it go?" On the way here, he kept listening to Si Wanling talking about the love story of his aunt and uncle. We also know that even though human life is short and has passed away for a long time, the other party still uses the few pearls to build a crystal coffin to preserve his body, lest 2 long years blur the appearance and memory of your partner. But Si Ruashua shook her head firmly and said, "I am the first group of sharks to migrate from my ancestral homeland, Pearl Sea, together with my father. So I can fully understand the feeling of being uprooted from home, forced to leave the place where I have lived for a long time, and living in a place without anything familiar to me. And Tianrun is even worse than me. After all, no matter which sea area I can change to, I will always live under the sea. There are many sharks I'm familiar with around me, including my father. The only difference is the environment. But he doesn't have anything he is familiar with." Suze looked at Si Ruashua, who could no longer hold back her tears, and nodded and said, "Okay, I promise you. When I finish my work here and leave, I will take him with me." "Thank you," Si Ruashua said as she saluted Suze again. The embarrassing thing is that Suze still doesn't know how to return the favor, so he can only keep saying, "You're welcome." The reception banquet that night was not held despite Suze's efforts to avoid it. He didn't want to experience the embarrassment of not returning the favor again. I went directly back to the room and fell asleep on a soft bed carefully paved with various seaweeds in a huge shell. After 3 days of traveling day and night, but it was useless. Suze was already very tired, so he just slept until the next day. By the time he woke up leisurely, the Sharks team was already ready to go. Because supplies had to be transported from Long Yuan, there were a lot of sharks in the team, and they were all good players and carried many offensive specialty pearls. The most powerful among them. Even the Corona-level monster can make it drink a pot. What surprised Suze was that he also saw Si Ruashue, the albino shark he had seen yesterday, and he was even the team leader. After all, she is considered the oldest shark, and now the king of sharks has to call her aunt. In terms of strength, the Shark King and Uncle Quan may not necessarily be her opponent, but she rarely took action. This time it was obviously to repay Suze's kindness. As for Si Wanling and her 2 guards, they were not among them. They were too weak. "Master Suze, you are here. We can set off when you are ready." Si Ruashue came to Suze and said. Yesterday, she had handed over the crystal coffin to Suze. It was a treasure that she spent a lot of resources to create. Not only can it ensure that the corpse does not rot, but it can also change its size. Now it was shrunk to the smallest size by Suze and put into the storage belt. Although it was very weird to put it with a pile of cumin and chili powder, he had no other place to store it. "Now that everything is ready, let's set off." Suze waved his hand. With the Shaman King personally seeing them off, the team left the area covered by the formation and began to rush towards Long Yuan. According to the sharks, it takes at most 1 or 2 hours to reach Long Yuan. Being able to see his parents right away made Suze feel slightly excited. About an hour later, the sharks began to surface collectively, and Suze also followed them to the surface of the sea in confusion. Si Ruashue explained, "Although Long Yuan is an abyss under the sea, you have to enter from the sea. You will understand it when you see it later." After swimming some distance further, Suze finally understood the meaning of Si Ruashue's words. "I saw that the sea in front was like a piece of jelly split in half by a sharp weapon, forming a chasm, and beneath the chasm was a bottomless abyss. There was actually sea water on both sides of the chasm, and he even saw fish jumping up and jumping to the other side of the chasm. But the sea water did not pour back. Why haven't I seen such a wonderful scene before?" Suze asked doubtfully. Hearing this, Si Ruashue revealed a golden object, which was a token made of golden dragon scales. Because there is a formation outside. Only with this thing, Long Yuan can be seen when it floats to the surface from the bottom of the sea near Long Yuan. And the only ones who can ignore the Dragon Clan's formation are the powerful monsters at the level of the 4 fierce. Si Ruashue said with a smile. "Okay, let's move on. We'll be there soon." Just when Si Ruashue was about to continue leading the team forward, Suze was about to follow. But he suddenly seemed to realize something and stood still. "What's wrong?" Si Ruashue turned around and asked in confusion. But she didn't notice anything wrong. If Cleavage looked at the sea from above, they would find a huge shadow rushing up from the bottom of the sea, getting closer and closer to them. Compared with this shadow under the sea, Suze and the others are like tiny sesame seeds scattered on the dining table. "Run! Fly up!" Suze shouted, holding the nearest Si Ruashue with one hand, and the beast-controlling armor appeared behind him. He flew up as fast as he could and rushed high into the sky. And at almost the same moment as he took off, a terrifying abyssal mouth suddenly rushed out from the bottom of the sea, ruthlessly devouring everything above the sea. Suze, who was lucky enough to escape, looked at and felt the familiar atmosphere below, and said through gritted teeth, "It's you, Taodai." The huge shadow rising up from the bottom of the sea opened its huge mouth like a bottomless abyss and swallowed everything on the sea. Apart from dragging Si Ruashue, who was closest to him, into the air, Suze had no time to take care of other people. The other sharks were mixed with tens of thousands of tons of seawater, pouring uncontrollably into the huge mouth of the abyss. Some quick-reacting sharks wanted to fly away from this danger, but what greeted them was 2 rows of sharp teeth that slowly closed. In the end, Except for Su Zhe and Si Ruoxue, all the other sharks became the prey of Tao Dai. Fortunately, all Su Zhe's beasts were taken into the beast space in time, but Tu Shanrong was despised by him for being too weak, so he left him in the Pearl Sea to stay with the sharks, thus saving his life. Even though she was high in the sky, Tao Ye's huge head was still beyond her sight. In comparison, Tao Ye's body does not seem to be as huge as his head, but it can actually accommodate everything he just swallowed. Even the sea water was not spared. Everything happened so fast that she didn't even fully realize what was happening, and she had no time to feel sad for her fellow humans who had become gluttonous food. Si Ruoxue's strength is already at the peak of Yuehui, and she believes that she is only one step away from the corona level, but the upper limit of the shark family's bloodline restricts her. But now, seeing the power displayed by the top king among the corona-level beasts, she realized her own insignificance. Si Ruoxue gritted her teeth, and then said with firm eyes, "Master Su Zhe, I will do my best to stop it later. You take this token and go to Longyuan quickly. Go and inform them that Tao Tai is coming. You have to move quickly. I don't know how long I can hold on." Si Ruoxue put the token into Su Zhe's hand and said, she finally met Su Zhe, who could bring her husband's body back to the human world, and she must protect him. Moreover, so many of her descendants have been eaten by Tao Tai, and she will do her best to avenge them. But Su Zhe stood there and did not leave. Instead, he stuffed the token back. He said, "Senior, I think you may be mistaken. Tao Tai did not come here to attack the Dragon Clan, but for me. I can't leave. It's better that you take the token and go to the Dragon Clan to find someone to save me." Su Zhe was right. Tao Tai came after him. It set off after Xiao Su left Gowu Mountain, but it was too lazy to find Su Zhe's location, just waiting for him in front of Longyuan, where Su Zhe must pass by. As for it being too close to Longyuan, it is not worried at all whether it will be besieged by the Dragon Clan. For the four evils, the Dragon Clan is just a little troublesome. After all, Qinglong is no longer around. But Si Ruoxue shook her head in disbelief and said, "Just to deal with you, a human being. How could Tao Tai go out in person?" Si Ruoxue's understanding of Su Zhe's strength only rested on what Si Wanling told her about easily subduing herself and the two guards. And their strength is not even at the god level. So the Shark Clan only knows that Su Zhe has an important position and is the son of the Dragon Clan's guest minister, but they don't know his exact strength. Si Ruoxue was about to say something more when she felt two hot and powerful breaths appear behind Su Zhe. They are the two sacred beasts, Drought Demon and Golden Crow. Hamba smiled and said to Si Ruoxue, "Little Baiyu, how long can you stop Tao Tai with just your strength? I'm afraid it won't last even a second, and it won't be enough to fill the gap between its teeth. Let's leave it to us." "Yes, and me." Qing Xiuxi also jumped up and said. In addition, Lu Qing's strength has also continued to become stronger after finding his own path of evolution. Now, most of his body has squeezed into the threshold of the Corona level. It is on par with Hanbao and Golden Crow, who have Sun Corona level but have not yet recovered their strength. In comparison, Qing Xiushui and Feng Qingyi seem a bit ordinary, but they can still strengthen Su Zhe's power after being transformed into weapons. She could feel that there were four monsters that were far stronger than her. The key is that she knows three of them. The Drought Demon, the Golden Crow, and the Nine-Tailed Fox are all well-known Corona-level beasts in the world of monsters. That's right, so only I can stop Tao Tai. You go notify the Dragon Clan and find reinforcements. No problem. Take care, Mr. Su Zhe. I will definitely come back as soon as possible. This time, Si Ruoxue did not hesitate. Because I know that Su Zhe is indeed more suitable than her. Si Ruoxue quickly flew towards Longyuan, and Su Zhe also stared at the Tao Tai below to prevent it from attacking Si Ruoxue. But obviously, they were overthinking it. Tao Tai has kept his eyes closed since he just launched the attack, his huge head floating on the sea, as if he was quietly savoring the taste of what he just ate. Waiting until Si Ruoxue's figure fell into the abyss, Su Zhe said to the bottom, "Aren't you going to move? Then I will go together." And in his back, Xianyuan Xia Yujian, who had already been impatient to take action, immediately refused to agree and wanted to jump out when he heard this. But Su Zhe has been suppressing it. wanting to test how much his combat power after integrating all the beasts is inferior to the 4 fierce beasts. Taotai also acted at this time. It opened its eyes and shrank rapidly, and he broke away from the sea, flew in front of Su Zhe, and faced him in the air. But even so, Taotai still has a huge size like a small mountain. And looking at the Taotai in front of him, he looked like a weird goat with a big head and a small body. Su Zhe didn't know why, but from its eyes, he seemed to see a trace of fear, or even fear. What is he afraid of? Is it Xianyuan Xia Yujin? Su Zhe said in confusion. In addition to Xianyuan Xia Yujin, although his beast-controlling lineup seems luxurious, the Hanbao and the Golden Crow have not yet recovered their strength, and the nine-tailed fox is still in its infancy. Therefore, it should be far from the point where Taotai is also scared. At this moment, Taotai finally spoke, and when it opened its big mouth, a stream of smelly wind blew towards it. The blow hit Su Zhe's face, causing him to frown continuously. Taotai said angrily, I finally know why the humans said that if you don't get rid of it, you will be in big trouble. With that sword in your hand, it will indeed be our biggest threat. And as soon as it finished speaking, it sucked hard. The powerful suction force enveloped Su Zhe and even caused a brief vacuum to appear around him. Hanbao, Jinwu, I didn't expect that even the Fox clan had betrayed them, and coupled with this disgusting aura on their bodies. That human was indeed right. You are too dangerous to us. We must get rid of you first no matter what. While Su Zhe was still thinking about the meaning of Tao Ye's words, he attacked him with a move he had experienced from the Cyclops who had absorbed Tao Ye's essence and blood. But the power is very different. If the swallowing used by the Cyclops is like a vortex on a small river, then the power displayed by Taotai is the huge vortex that swallows ships in the ocean. Su Zhe's thinking was interrupted in an instant. He was seen twisting his body and trying his best to resist the strong suction, but in the end it was difficult to escape. The whole body was torn into pieces and finally fell into the giant mouth of Taotai. Did Su Zhe die so easily? This was of course impossible. The sword hadn't even appeared yet. At this moment, Taotai felt a slight pain in his front left leg. Looking down, it turned out that Su Zhe had arrived in front of it at some point and cut off the heavy blow with the Golden Crow Zhanri sword in his hand. Although for most monsters, attacking the head often causes the most fatal damage. But compared to its huge head, Tao Ye's tiny limbs are obviously easier to deal with. Su Zhe didn't think he could kill Taotai on his own, but he had to inflict some injuries on the opponent as much as possible. But unfortunately, the sneak attack he arranged did not achieve much results. Even the smallest limbs on Tao Ye's body were still not something Su Zhe could cut off with a single blow. It even broke the skin slightly, and it healed very quickly. If Su Zhe hadn't drawn the sword quickly, I'm afraid the Golden Crow Zhanri sword would have been stuck inside. Damn it, I finally deceived it, but the attack didn't achieve the effect I wanted. It won't be that easy to be fooled again. The Su Zhe who was attacked by Taotai just now was not an illusion, let alone Taotai who fell asleep. As one of the strongest Corona-level beasts, the nine-tailed fox can only slightly affect its judgment and cannot hypnotize the opponent at all. In fact, it was Su Zhe who forged flesh and blood and aura with the help of the power of the Han demon, and then used the power of the nine-tailed demon fox to forge his mental power to create a fake body. It obviously had the effect of confusing the fake with the real one, and even Hambo was deceived. He himself took advantage of Tao Ye's attention to be drawn away and avoided the opponent's devouring range to sneak attack on it. The plan was successful, but it didn't achieve the effect he wanted, and it didn't even break through the defense. Instead, it was the weak pain that angered Taotai. Human, eat you. I must eat you. In Su Zhe's horrified eyes, Tao Ye's huge mouth suddenly turned over. It wrapped its own body inside and started eating itself. But what was waiting for him next was Hanbao's solemn voice saying, "This is self-eating, which means Taotai has to use his strongest move." Su Zhe immediately replied, "Then what are you waiting for? Go and stop it quickly, or avoid the devouring range like before." Hanbao shook his head and said, "It's too late. No matter how we hide, we can't escape. Because this entire world is within the scope of its devouring." After the drought demon completely devoured its body, it disappeared from the world. At the same time, Su Zhe, who noticed something was wrong, looked up and saw that the entire sky had turned into a gluttonous palate. I lowered my head to see that the originally light blue sea had turned into a gluttonous mandible. Of course, Suze would feel that Taotai suddenly disappeared, because he was now in his mouth. Talent skill, swallow the world. The Taotai can swallow an entire piece of heaven and earth, tearing off the entire monster world and swallowing it into its belly. This is a powerful move that can truly destroy this world. And Suze is in this world that is about to be swallowed up. He ran towards the lips that were about to close, but returned to the same place again and again. The moment Taotai activated his skills, this world had been stripped away from the original world. So this is not a simple matter of distance. Just like Hanbao said, they can't escape no matter how hard they run. Suze tried to use all his strength to break this space, but still couldn't do it. Seeing Taoye's lips slowly closing, and when he was about to be completely swallowed, Suze finally gave up his struggle. He said behind him, "Forget it. I am indeed no match for the four evils. The gap is really too big. I'll leave it to you." Accompanied by a heartbreaking pain in his back, Xianyuan Xiayujin came out and said, "I had made a move earlier, and it would have been over by now." Perhaps it was to repay Suze for suppressing himself and not letting him out before. It was clear that he had no feeling when he left Suze's body before. But this time, Suze truly felt as if his spine had been taken away. Taotai, who used his innate skills to devour the world, also felt the familiar power in his mouth at this time, and he once again intensified his devouring of the world. The 1,000-year-old sword power and the 4 evil-level innate skills were constantly colliding. Even the residual power that escaped caused Suze to use all his strength to protect himself. Xianyuan Xiayujin gave up its reservations. It originally wanted to retain some power to nourish Suze's body after this sword attack, so as to save the next opportunity to use the sword. But now it's obviously not possible. Its sword body was constantly trembling, and it had already reached the load, making a really crisp sword sound, like a dragon's roar. Subsequently, the mountains and rivers, birds and beasts, the sun, the moon and the stars, and even the techniques of farming and animal husbandry, etc. engraved on the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, all emerged from the sword body. The mighty power of the sage and sage is blessed on the sword body. At this moment, the power of Xianyuan Xiaoyu's sword completely exploded. A sword pierced this divided space. One sword cut through Taoye's upper jaw. One sword ended everything in this world. Everything is silent except for the sound of the sword. From the outside, Taotai, who was standing there blankly, suddenly expanded. Then it exploded with a loud sword sound. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, dyeing the sea water red for thousands of miles. One of the 4 greatest threats to humankind was terminated early here, which is really the best thing. His heart was full of excitement and joy, and he was about to get back the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword that flew into the air to show off his power. As soon as he lowered his head, he saw a horrifying scene. Even though the body has been torn apart, Taoye's remaining big mouth is still floating alone in the air, with a dark vortex connected behind it. The vortex is like a rule, like a part of Tao. I don't know why, but looking at the vortex, the word Tao flashed in Suze's mind. And I also vaguely noticed a familiar feeling, as if I had experienced a similar atmosphere somewhere before. At this time, Xianyuan Xiayujin also noticed something was wrong here, and came to Suze's side, looking at the giant mouth and vortex suspended in the air. Before Xianyuan Xiayujin could answer, he heard that lonely mouth in the air start to speak. "Since you destroyed my body, then go to hell, human being." Seeing this, Suze couldn't help but complain. "Damn, you only have one mouth left, and you can still beep. Are you the damn master of Xingya? Damn it, Thanos can snap his fingers and still have a mouth left." But before he finished speaking, he felt his body moving uncontrollably towards the black vortex. Without the restraints of the body, it began to devour everything around it without any blind spots, just like a black hole. Suze felt as if everything around him had become dark, because as long as it was within this range, nothing could escape, not even light. He held the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword tightly in his hand, relying on the sharp sword energy to cut through the attractive force to prevent him from being sucked in together. But after the extremely unleashing sword just now, Xianyuan Xiaoyu's sword was at its weakest moment in 1,000 years. Relying on its remaining strength, I'm afraid it won't be able to hold on for long. Didn't you say that your sword power, which has been cultivated for thousands of years, is enough to kill the 4 murderers? What is happening now? Suze felt that he was gradually unable to resist and moved towards the vortex uncontrollably. He couldn't help but ask. The Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword in his hand trembled slightly and made a sword cry. Suze instantly understood the meaning. It also didn't understand that in Xianyuan Xiaoyujin's knowledge, he could indeed kill the 4 evils, and it should even be easy. This seems to have happened before. However, Xianyuan Xiaoyu's sword had been broken and reforged, and many memories had been lost. After being recast, it has never met an opponent like the 4 Fierce again. It believes that it can kill the opponent based entirely on its remaining memories. I'll go and do it for a long time, but it turns out that you are too confident. You're going to kill me now with your Pu Xian sword. Suze complained helplessly. He is now getting closer to the dark vortex, and the suction force he is experiencing is getting stronger and stronger. The bright red blood flowed from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears, and was pulled into a light red blood mist by the strong attraction in front of him, turning into a faint red line connecting Suze and the whirlpool. Suze's face was pale, and he didn't know how much blood had been sucked away. I have to save myself. He reviewed all his methods, and Xianyuan Xiaoyujin was already the last trump card. But now its full sword could not completely kill Tao Dai. Instead, it showed such a weird posture and exploded with powerful power. Damn it, I must have overlooked something. Calm down and think about it carefully. Suze took a deep breath and felt the smell of blood flowing back into his nose, forcing himself to calm down. The Tao Dai really showed fear at the beginning, which means it really thought that the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword could kill it. Suze asked about the sword in his hand. Stop pretending to be dead. What is the correct way to use it? That guy said it's because I don't know how to use you. That's right. After all, you are just a sword and a weapon. You can only show your true power when you are used by others. Suze waved twice after hearing this, but nothing special happened. On the contrary, it made him fall into the whirlpool faster. Apart from the blood, the flesh and blood on his body had also been pulled apart, and cracks appeared, which was very tragic. Damn, if this continues, we will really die? Can you think about it carefully? Otherwise, are you staying in my body just to trick me? Xianyuan Xiaoyujin replied. That's because you are special. In your body, I feel that not only will my power not be lost, but it will have a better warming effect. So, instead of asking me to think about it, why don't you think about what is different about you? Myself. Perhaps due to the excessive blood loss, Suze's mind was a little confused. He actually ignored Taoya's statement that the sword in his hand was the biggest threat. And now the pain of his body being torn apart made him wake up again. What is special about Suze? What makes him different from others? Of course it is the system. Speaking of which, Taoya's vaguely familiar aura seemed to be something he could only feel in the system space. But it's not exactly the same. One is more energetic, like a new bud. The other is full of resentment, like a dead tree that is lifeless. But his system is just 2 gas-upon machines. How should it cooperate with the sword in his hand? Seeing that he was about to fall into the whirlpool, Suze shouted like a dead horse. System, recover the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. The system that has always been able to recover the blood of monsters actually works this time. I saw Xianyuan Xiaoyu's sword scattered into golden light spots in surprise, and then slowly disappeared. In Suze's system space, it suddenly appeared, enlarged several times, and inserted into the gas-upon machine. But it did not destroy the gas-upon machine, but instead merged into one. As for the outside world, Tao Tai, sensing something bad, accelerated the rotation of the vortex and pulled Suze completely into it. Just when it thought the dust had finally settled, a hand held a shining golden sword and cut through the black vortex. There are 2 more gems on the sword, which are formed by the 2 gas-upon machines in the system. This is the first time that the system has appeared in the outside world in a physical way. Tao Dai, is this the correct way to use it as you said? Suze said, holding the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword that he took out again from the system space. The cut black vortex wanted to merge again, but it couldn't do it. A golden power covered the cut area, preventing its fusion. Have you also mastered the Tao? Tao Tai said in horror with his remaining mouth. Suze replied, I don't know what Tao is, I just want to try to see if I can kill you in my own way. Obviously, my approach worked. Tao Ye's mouth slowly said, I am different from other divine beasts. The source of my power is not the so-called bloodline, but the Tao seal that is born along the way. Only by being in harmony with the Tao can you truly kill me. My feeling is indeed correct. The germ of the new Tao is within your body. Suze thought about his system. He had never known the origin of this mysterious thing. Could it be that this was the germ of what Tao Tai was talking about? Suze didn't know, but he obviously wouldn't show the system to the other party. All he wants now is to kill Tao Tai completely. The Xianyuan Xia Yu sword in his hand emits 3 feet of golden sword light, slashing towards Tao Ye's remaining mouth and the black vortex connected to it. In terms of power alone, this sword is far less powerful than the previous explosion of the Xianyuan Xia Yu sword. After all, that sword is the power it has accumulated for thousands of years, and it cannot be restored so quickly. But this seemingly ordinary sword exploded with astonishing power. It seemed to make everything around him slow down. Tao Tai wanted to dodge the sword, but he couldn't. He could only watch helplessly as the sword passed in front of him. Or it can't be said that it was just watching. After all, it only had a mouth and no eyes. This sword completely split what was left of it in half. The vortex lost its balance and collapsed into a point after a wave of fluctuation. And Tao Ye's big mouth, a mouth that is still stiff even after death, also lost its last strength and fell away. Suze stood in the air for another moment. After making sure that no more Tao Tai eyes and ears would jump out, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The whole person fell limply from the air. Finally, it hit a piece of softness. It was Qingqiu who recovered his body and caught Suze with his 9 tails. The sword just struck seemed calm and gentle, but after the system was integrated with the Xianyuan Xia Yu sword, it became quite difficult to mobilize. Even just a gentle wave made Suze feel exhausted. After mobilizing all his beast-controlling power, he finally wielded such a sword, but it also made it difficult for him to continue. Just to prevent other situations from happening, I held on and stood in the air for a while. Although he finally killed Tao Tai, one of the 4 murderers, Suze was not as happy as he imagined. Because for a glutton, he has already doubled his means. Before Xianyuan Xia Yujin took action, he could not even injure Tao Tai with his own strength alone. And after he destroyed the opponent's body, he revealed the source of the opponent's power, the so-called Tao seal. Only then could Suze completely kill Tao Tai. He could feel that his attack was aimed at Dao Yin. If Tao Ye's body is intact, it's not certain whether it will work. But now that the power of Xianyuan Xia Yu's sword has been completely exhausted, if he encounters an enemy at the level of the 4 evils again, he may never be able to do what he is today. Suze's biggest gain was that he finally had a preliminary understanding of his system and the correct way to use the Xianyuan Xia Yu sword. It's different from Suze, who thinks about so many things. Xianyuan Xia Yujin, who was deeply shocked just now and felt that he was a useless sword, became alive and kicking again. Did you see it? I am indeed the best weapon in the world. I killed Tao Tai with 1 sword. The 4 evils are nothing more than that, haha. Suze was too lazy to talk to him. After losing Suze's power to maintain him, the 2 temporarily inlaid gems have separated from the Xianyuan Xia Yu sword body and become Suze's system again. But Xianyuan Xia Yujin is still so confident. Suze tried to use the system returned to his own body to recover Tao Ye's bloodline. This is a mythical beast at the level of the 4 evils, and may even be an existence that transcends the corona level. If I could collect their bloodlines and turn them into beast-controlling eggs, then this battle would be easier. But Suze did not succeed. He tried again without believing in evil, but still failed. The system function that was always good before failed to achieve the desired effect this time. Wait a minute. He seems to have said that the source of his power is not his blood, but the so-called Tao seal. In other words, they may not have blood for the system to extract, so the system function cannot take effect. The more Suze thought about it, the more possible it became. But if this is the case, then it seems that the upper limit of the system has been found. Its level is at most half a level higher than the 4 ferocious beasts. At this time, it was accompanied by bursts of loud dragon roars. A group of golden dragons rushed out of the dragon abyss and quickly came to Suze. There are at least 20 or 30 dragons in this team, all of which are at the peak level of Yuhui. The two leading old dragons with pale dragon beards have already reached the level of solar corona level cultivation. And this is not all the power of the dragon clan. At least the Dragon King does not appear here. It is no wonder that the Dragon Clan is one of the strongest races. After all, the average monster beast group will only have one corona-level beast at most, and some may not even have one. The Dragon Clan obviously does not have this restriction. Such strength can indeed stop Taotai for a moment, thus saving Suze. But you have to be prepared to pay a painfully low price. At least the vast majority of the Dragon Clan came to rescue Suze with the determination to die. But when they arrived, everyone was stunned when they saw the thousands of miles of sea dyed red. Suze nodded to confirm his identity, then pointed around and said, "Taotai, look at it. It's everywhere." "But that's a glutton. Taotai, one of the four evils, died like this." They don't believe it, and they don't dare to believe it, but they have to believe it. Because from the scattered pieces of flesh and blood, they felt a strong aura that made their hearts palpitate. That was the power of Taodai. The two old dragons looked at each other, understanding each other's meaning from each other's eyes. In fact, there are many people within the Dragon Clan who are dissatisfied with the status that the Dragon King has given to the two highest guest ministers in mankind. Especially now that he had to risk death to save the sons of these two people, it aroused even more dissatisfaction from the part of the Dragon Clan that was originally opposed to it. But the Dragon King has a very tough attitude towards this, and these two humans only have empty status in the Dragon Clan, but have no corresponding power, so they don't have to worry about anything. But now, not only did their son not need anyone to save him, but he even killed Taotai, one of the four murderers, on his own. This made them consider the possibility that the Dragon Clan would be ignored by this family of humans in the future. They simultaneously glared at Ao Yun, who joined the rescue team behind them. As the only person who had had contact with Suze before this, the Dragon Clan basically relied on his oral description of Suze's strength. But according to what Ao Yun said, Suze contracted two divine beasts with the Sun Crown bloodline, Hanbao and Golden Crow, for some unknown reason. When he fully grows up, he really cannot be underestimated. But now, because Hanbao and Golden Crow have not yet recovered their strength, Ao Yun and the others are needed to help even deal with those Yue-class beasts whose strength has been damaged as pillars. But now he can kill Taodai by himself. Obviously, there wasn't much time between them, but the difference in combat power between them was really huge. When Ao Yun saw the two elders staring at him, he shook his head in surprise, saying that he didn't know what was going on. And if Ao Yun hadn't deliberately concealed it, it could only be said that Suze's growth rate exceeded everyone's expectations. Also coming with the Dragon Clan was Si Ruoxue, who had asked for help before. She is now even more confused than those guys from the Dragon Clan. Si Ruoxue said with sudden realization, "I understand, you don't like me being around and getting in the way, right?" Her tone was full of admiration. After all, Si Ruoxue had just experienced Taoye's power, so she could more clearly understand how powerful Suze would be after killing Taodai. But unfortunately, everything swallowed by Taotai was not found in its belly. Perhaps they were all completely decomposed and absorbed by the black vortex the moment they were swallowed. In other words, those sharks are gone after all. After Suze briefly recovered some physical strength, he said to the two old dragons, "I wonder who these two seniors are?" The two old dragons originally planned to put on airs to scare Suze, so that they could use Suze to control his parents in the future to avoid any accidents. But now, they unanimously changed their previous thoughts and said with charming smiles, "Ao Huichuan, the second elder of the Dragon Clan, is the third elder Ao Jing." Suze smiled and replied, "Hello, elders. I believe you already know who I am. Introduce yourself again, human, Suze." The two old dragons nodded repeatedly and said, "I know, of course I know." Suze waited for a while and saw that they were still smiling in front of him and showed no signs of movement. He arranged for some dragons to collect the scattered pieces of gluttonous meat. These were all good things, and he took the remaining dragons ahead to show Suze the way. Although they realized that Suze's power might be a threat, they also knew more clearly that they were definitely no match for Taodai. And since Suze could even kill Taotai, it was better to be obedient at this time. He even arranged for Ao Yun to go and say hello to him, hoping to see what Su Zhe thought of the dragon clan. After transforming, he came to Su Zhe and said, "Brother Su Zhe, can't you see that you are so strong? You even captured Tao Dai." Then he lowered his voice and said, "You know, the two elders in front are usually very arrogant, and even the clan leaders rarely give them a good look. In all these years, I have hardly seen them smile. But now in front of you, each smile is brighter than the other. It's so interesting." The smile on Ao Yun's face froze instantly. He could only keep his mouth shut, and when he came to Long Yuan, he took the initiative to restore his body and acted as a mount for Su Zhe to ride on him. He knew that as long as he stayed by Su Zhe's side, the two elders would not be able to cause trouble for him because of Su Zhe's face. Su Zhe rode on Ao Yun's body, letting it lead him down towards the abyss at great speed. The water on both sides of the abyss was separated by some unknown force, and there were even fish swimming to the boundary and looking at them curiously. Su Zhe put his hand in without any obstruction. The fish were frightened away, and he even got a piece of fish scale on his hand. After reaching the bottom of the sea, there was still a crack on the ground. Ao Yun continued to drill in at an undiminished speed. This time, the surroundings were replaced by mud instead of sea water. I don't know how long it took, but in this dark underground, a light suddenly came from the front. After diving towards the light, my eyes suddenly opened up. Under the sea, there is another world hanging upside down. They have emerged from the ground. Above the head, there is another piece of sky and a blazing sun. What is even more surprising is that the underwater world is filled with air instead of sea water. Su Zhe squinted his eyes after adapting to the discomfort of suddenly seeing light from a dark environment. Only then did they see many people surrounding them. Most of these people wore gorgeous golden clothes, and even had dragon horns and scales on their bodies. But there are only two exceptions. That's a couple. They were wearing plain white research clothes. The man with glasses put his arm around the woman's shoulders. They looked at Su Zhe with tears in their eyes indescribably complicated. He was a little afraid to recognize each other, because the two people in front of him looked very young. Even compared to Su Zhe, they seemed not much older. But their appearance is the same as their parents in this world's memory. After hearing Su Zhe's voice, they finally couldn't hold back their tears and rushed towards Su Zhe. The three of them hugged each other tightly. At this time, a middle-aged man who was not angry or assertive winked at the other dragons next to him, screened them away, and gave Su Zhe and the others space to be alone. He is the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. By the way, the two elders were also called aside and asked. As the Dragon Clan's last line of defense, he could not leave Longyuan at will. He could only let the two Corona-level elders lead the team. He did not know what was happening on the sea, and it seemed that except for Su Zhe, the dragons who went to save him didn't seem to have fought. So he wanted to ask clearly about the situation and why he could come back so quickly and smoothly. After hugging for who knows how long, Su Zhe's mother Jean Ling wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, squeezed out a smile, and said, "Okay, kid, don't cry. You should be happy." His father, Su Lin, wears a pair of thin-rimmed glasses and rarely talks. But at this time, there was also uncontrollable joy on his face, and he kept saying, "Yes, your mother has made a bunch of your favorite food when you were a child, waiting for you. I don't know if the taste has changed after so long." Each of them grabbed one of Su Zhe's hands, like a child. Or maybe after not seeing each other for so many years, Su Zhe is indeed still a child in their eyes. Along the way, the two of them talked to Su Zhe about the interesting things that happened to them over the years. Their luck was pretty good. Unlike Su Zhe, who used the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword to cut through space and be randomly teleported to a certain location in the world of monsters. Su Lin and his wife came to the world of monsters and beasts while studying the golden dragon pillar transformed by Ao Yun. Because there were pillars solidifying the space, they happened to arrive at the other end of the pillar, where the dragon's tail was. This place is not far from Longyuan. The dragon clan who felt the abnormal fluctuations in the space came to investigate, and then brought the unconscious Su Lin and his wife, and Su Yao's mother, Zhao Qian, back to Longyuan. It didn't take long for the Su Lin couple to wake up and quickly accepted the reality that they had arrived in the world of monsters. Only Zhao Qian has not woken up yet. Suze had been listening to them silently, and the expression on his face gradually solidified from joy. Until they finally sat down at the dining table, the family of three looked happy, but Suze became silent. He didn't know how he should feel now. On the one hand, he does have all the feelings and memories of his parents. But on the other hand, there are memories that are not of this world. This made him know that he was not pure and not exactly the Suze of this world. I don't know how to face it either. Do you want to tell the truth to your parents? Suze hesitated. At this time, Jean Ling, who was adding vegetables to Suze's bowl, seemed to see something, touched his head and said, "Don't think too much. You will always be your mother's child, and this will never change." Suze was stunned when he heard this. No mother would say such a thing to her child for no reason. Unless. Jean Ling continued to add a chopstick dish to Suze's bowl, and then said with a smile, "You eat first, and Mom will tell you after you finish the meal." At the same time, the dragons on the other side who were responsible for collecting Taoye's body parts finally left after collecting the entire battlefield between Suze and Tao Dai. They even continuously refined the seawater soaked in Taoye's blood, striving to squeeze out every drop of Taoye's utilization value. It wasn't until he couldn't squeeze out a drop that he left in frustration. And after all the dragons left, some time passed. The seawater has stopped and the weather is calm. Wisps of black energy rose from the place where Suze finally smashed the Taotai vortex. They came together to form a black cyclone only the size of a coin. A trace of thought came from the cyclone, expressing its thoughts at this time. They actually plundered my body so cleanly. Are these guys dragons or locusts? Also, because the sword had the same origin as us, it could only injure us severely, but it could not kill us. But now, it has merged with the new Tao, completely severed the relationship with us, and has completely gained the power to kill us. I must go back and tell the other brothers about this, and let them solve this hidden danger in advance. But just when the black cyclone was about to leave, he suddenly seemed to notice something. His thoughts fluctuated and he shouted, "Who is it?" The sea was calm and silent, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But after a moment, a voice slowly came from under the sea. "Oh, the four evils are indeed the four evils. Even though there is only such a little bit of scum left, they can still detect that I am nearby." Then I saw huge snake heads rising from the sea. There were 9 snake heads in total, but they grew on one body. It was Xianglu. Each snake head has dull eyes, and there is a figure sitting on the middle one. It is Xiao Su. But Xiao Su shook his head. "No, I don't know how powerful this kid's final trump card is. It's just because no matter who of you two loses in the end, I won't suffer a loss." I saw him controlling one of the snake heads to slowly open his mouth and swallow the black cyclone. This is the most common attack, and it has lost all power and can no longer dodge. After a moment, the empty eyes of the snake head suddenly became bright again. It said, "Is this why you went to great lengths to contract with Hydra? Your ambitions are so great. How are you? Are you full? Here, have another bowl of soup." Jean Ling handed Suze another bowl of milky white fish soup with a loving smile on his face. "Mom knows that you have preferred chicken soup since you were a child, but there is really no chicken at the bottom of the sea, so you can only use fish soup instead." Suze finished the soup in the bowl in 2 gulps under the gentle gazes of the two, then wiped his mouth and looked at them to wait for the next words. Jean Ling sighed when he saw this, and then said, "That's right. You are an adult now, and it's time to tell you what happened." She put away the bowls and chopsticks in front of Suze, then looked into his eyes and said seriously, "Mom knows that you now have the memories of 2 people in your mind, and maybe the memory on the other side is even deeper. This makes you very distressed, and you don't know how to deal with the relationship with us. But what Mom wants to tell you is that you will always be my child. All this is because of the experiment 6 years ago." Jean Ling did not start talking immediately, but instead asked Suze questions. "Son, do you think there is any difference between the world of monsters and humans, the world in your memory, and the world you live in now?" Suze thought about it for a while. In fact, at the beginning, he regarded the monster world, the blue star world, and the earth world as 3 different parallel worlds. But later he realized the difference. The relationship between blue star and earth is the real parallel world. There are many similar people and things between the 2 worlds, but there is an additional species like monsters. The world of monsters and beasts has no comparison with the other two worlds, but it has a close relationship with the Blue Star world. Suze expressed his opinion, and Jinling nodded appreciatively, and then said, "It's very good. You have inherited the research talents of me and your father, but there is another thing you haven't discovered. Just to remind you, that's the relationship between time and space." Time and space. Suze suddenly understood. The time difference between him and Zhang Yi was less than a year, but there was a difference of nearly 100 years after they came to this world. This means that the time and space of the Earth world and the Blue Star world are independent of each other. As for the Blue Star world and the world of demonic beasts, after such a long period of knowledge and understanding, they clearly realized that the time between the two is unified, but they are independent in space. Jinling nodded, and then introduced Suze on this basis. When we still thought that the keel was the anchor point, we were able to successfully cut it off, but we stopped when it was cut in half. Because at that time, through research, we had realized that the keel and other anchor points that they originally thought were used to fix the two worlds to facilitate invasion were actually pillars used to separate the two worlds. They quickly stopped and continued to study along this line of thought. Then we realized something disappointing. That is, the two worlds are actually one. I don't know why they were forcibly separated, but this separation is not complete. As a result, the two worlds are only independent in space, but they are still in the same time. From the tone of the two people, Suze could feel how desperate they were at that time. Such an unscientific word was uttered from the mouths of two researchers. But in this world with monsters and supernatural powers, science seems not to be fully applicable. And not long ago, Suze also had the same feeling, the feeling of Tao. You can't tell what it is specifically, and you can't tell what's special about it. But as soon as the Tao appears in front of you, you can immediately realize its existence. The two continued. After a preliminary understanding of Tao, we discovered that it is the foundation for the independent existence of a world. Jinling came closer and stroked Suze's head and said, "We don't want you to live in a world ruled by monsters and become their slave. So we used Blue Star's way to reach the portal of another parallel world and wanted to send you there to live a stable life." Suze finally understood that this was why he appeared at the experiment site when Lin Shi and the others arrived. In order to prevent Suze from affecting the experiment, as Lin Shi's favorite disciples, Su Lin and his wife hypnotized Suze so that he would have no memory. From this point of view, all my time travels were caused by my parents in this world. After all, he did not go to the Earth world, but was vomited back. But the time didn't match up, because he actually traveled 6 years later while lying on the table during class. And the strong repulsive force also caused an explosion. The turbulence in the space swept us into the world of monsters. Zhao Qian, who was the first to arrive, was not spared. But now it seems that it should have been perfectly integrated. And this sentence completely shocked Suze. Under the stimulation of this information, some incomplete memory fragments flashed through. Some intermittent images appeared in his mind, which seemed to be a harsh sudden stop, followed by red blood flowing out and heartbreaking pain. Suze seemed to see a familiar face, also stained with blood, lying next to him. It was Zhang Yi. He seemed to be holding something in his hand. It was an admission ticket, his own admission ticket. He always thought that he and Zhang Yi traveled through time at a different time, with a difference of more than half a year. Zhang Yi was in a car accident, and he just slept in class. But now it seems that he was wrong. They traveled together because of the same car accident. It just so happened that Zhang Yi came to his city to take the college entrance examination at that time. They both happened to time travel. He should have realized such a coincidence a long time ago. But the problem is that Suze has no memory of this. As far as his memory is concerned, he still has more than half a year before the college entrance examination. So Suze didn't think about this at all. Because of the same car accident and the experiments that happened to be conducted, their souls came to the Blue Star world together and entered different timelines. It's just that because he came into contact with himself in the parallel world beforehand, he directly integrated into it. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was reincarnated directly. From this point of view, everything seems more reasonable. But the question is, why do I have no memory of that half a year? Why did he only start to wake up the memory of the Earth world now when he should have traveled through 6 years ago? Suze covered his head that suddenly felt a severe headache and squatted down, throwing all these questions to Jean Ling and Su Lin. And they didn't hide it. Jean Ling felt distressed and massaged Suze's head that was feeling severe pain. This time it was Su Lin's turn to explain. There is a problem with your memory because your soul is incomplete. This is also the reason why Zhao Qian has been unconscious since she came to the world of monsters. It was precisely because there was something wrong with her soul that she had this extra thing that didn't belong to her, which caused a rejection reaction at the soul level. Sleeping is a way to protect herself. Suze, who felt that the severe pain in his head had eased slightly, asked, "Then how can I get that part of the memory back? Then Aunt Zhao Qian can wake up, right?" But he still has one question that remains unanswered, and that is why it took 6 years for him to awaken this part of his soul and memory. Plus, what's going on with his system? Faced with his question, Su Lin actually gave his own answer. He once again started his sermon from Tao. The reason why the Blue Star world and the Monster world are in the current situation is because someone cut off the Tao and wanted to separate the two worlds, but they were not completely successful. This caused the world that was supposed to be one to fall apart, and the severed path fell apart, causing the two separated worlds to lose control. This has led to the current situation where they are neither completely separated, but cannot be integrated, and may collide at any time. To solve this problem, a new Tao must be born in the Blue Star world, and it must become completely independent and become two worlds that do not interfere with each other in terms of time and space. The Blue Star world has been least affected by the Tao of the old world, and as a result, a new Tao was born, which is the Tao that your mother and I came into contact with. With its help, our plans were implemented. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid it's because Tao needs a soul from another world that it chose the world where you just died. Only by building a new Tao based on the soul of another world can we be completely independent. Suze recalled that when he thought he had just traveled through time, the system's notification sound was, "The alien soul energy in the host has been absorbed, and the system is activated." This alien species may not only refer to a different soul, but also a soul from another world. The new Tao took 6 years to completely merge with my soul, and then there was such a thing as a system. At this moment, Suze finally understood the origin of the system. Because it has not yet become completely independent, the God-level Gasapon system also has some powers as the Tao of the world of monsters and beasts. Monster eggs from the monster world can also be extracted from the human world. And because there are some fragments of Suze's soul in Zhao Qian's body, they can also perform a series of operations on this side to affect Suze's system. For example, Han Bao, who was controlled by the Dragon Clan, and Jin Wu, who was an ally, were actually given to Suze by them. Otherwise, even the system that controls part of the power of the monster world will not be able to take the egg away from the Dragon Clan so easily. However, this matter is considered a secret within the Dragon Clan, and only the Dragon King and a few people know about it. So as the Taotai of the four evils, it has the Dao seal in its body. And what is the relationship between the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, which can be integrated with the system to increase its power and then break the Tao seal and the Tao? Suze asked his parents, but they were not particularly clear about this aspect. Perhaps only the Dragon King can give the exact answer. However, when the family of three finally reunited, Suze did not want other outsiders to disturb them. After explaining all the problems clearly, Suze finally opened his heart. He is the child of the Sulins, both in body and soul. He is already dead in the Blue Star world. But thinking about what his parents in another world would look like after learning of his death, Suze still felt a little depressed and breathless. Suze is greedy. He doesn't want to stay in just one world, and he doesn't want to make the people who love him sad in one of the worlds. But before that, he had to solve the imminent crisis. With the new way of heaven, he may really be the only savior. As long as the Tao can be allowed to grow and become completely independent before the collision occurs. The question is, what should he do now? Maybe it's really time to ask that old guy, Dragon King. In the Dragon King's palace, Suze arrived here unimpeded. It seemed that because they had said hello in advance, the dragons responsible for guarding all let go the moment they saw Suze. allowing Su Zhe to pass directly to the Dragon King's throne. But his parents were blocked outside. It seemed that there were some things that could only be discussed with Su Zhe. Soon, Su Zhe came to the Dragon King's throne. Looking at him sitting on the throne, he said, "Your family is finally reunited. Why don't you stay together for a little longer?" Su Zhe glanced at him and said, "I don't want to talk nonsense. Tell me everything you know." Su Zhe has learned many things from his parents. The reason why the Dragon Clan values himself and his parents so much is because he has integrated the new Tao, or it can be directly called the Tao of Heaven. This is why the Dragon King gave up the Pillar Plan and brought the Sulin couple to power. Su Zhe is the core of the new plan. Because the Pillar Plan ultimately treats the symptoms rather than the root cause, it can only delay the collision of the two worlds, but cannot completely solve the problem. And Su Zhe now offers the possibility of a complete solution. But what Su Zhe didn't understand was why the Dragon Clan, as a branch of monster beasts, would try every means to solve this problem. Obviously, according to the ideas of the radical monsters, directly destroying the human world is the simplest and crudest way. There must be something he doesn't know about this, and this is what he wanted to ask today. The Dragon King came down from the throne. His human form looked like that of a middle-aged man, and he was dressed in a very luxurious golden robe. The most important thing is that the aura on his body is very strong, which is the level that Su Zhe has seen, second only to the Tao Dai of the four fierce levels. It's no wonder that after joining forces with other races, they were even able to drag down the four evils. In Su Zhe's current state, he is actually no match for the opponent. After all, the power of Xianyuan Xiayu's sword has been completely exhausted. Although after Su Zhe opened up the system space for it, it can now regenerate power much faster than before, but it still takes a certain amount of time. But now everyone in the Dragon Clan knows that he killed Tao Tai on his own, so he can use this momentum to pressure others and force the Dragon King to reveal everything he knows. But what surprised him was that the Dragon King didn't seem nervous at all. "Boy, I heard about you killing Tao Dai. To be honest, I'm really surprised that you grew up so fast." Su Zhe was stunned for a moment, and then asked Xianyuan Xiaoyu in his mind, "You know this guy? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Then wouldn't my bluff just now be seen through?" Thinking about it this way, Su Zhe still felt a little embarrassed. Perhaps we knew each other before, but after my recasting, these memories were forgotten. Su Zhe asked curiously, "My beast seems familiar to me. Who is it?" "The girl who likes to wear blue clothes. Hanba." Hanba is the daughter of the Yellow Emperor in mythology, and the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword is his weapon, so it is normal for them to know each other. But before this, Su Zhe always believed that humans and monsters were in two independent worlds. Even the worlds they live in are different, so how can there be intersection? Then the myths you know from another world may not necessarily apply. But now, after knowing that the two worlds are actually one, he has a new perspective on many things. Since the two parallel worlds have many similarities that can be compared with each other, then there shouldn't be such a big gap in the foundations of the worlds. Could it be that the Earth world is a timeline where the division was successful, and the Blue Star world is a timeline where the division failed? When Su Zhe was about to continue questioning, the Dragon King said slowly, "But these things were originally meant to be told to you, so you don't have to think about using your power to pressure me or force me to tell you." The connection between heaven and earth? Could this be the bifurcation point where the two worlds go to different timelines? Seeing that Su Zhe seemed to have thought of something, the Dragon King continued, "Yes, it is a master of heaven and earth, but it started long before Emperor Zhuanqiu. I don't know how many years ago humans and monsters lived in the same world. Although humans have gained a living space from the rule of monster beasts by relying on beast control and a sacred weapon of heaven. But from the beginning of my lord the Yellow Emperor, I have realized that people are good at wisdom but not good at strength, and demons are good at strength but not good at wisdom. But under absolute power, human wisdom seems worthless. So a plan began, a plan to conquer the sky. He wants to split this heaven into two and completely separate humans and monsters into two worlds. But it's not that easy to separate the way of heaven." Huang Di used the Xianyuan sword, the sacred weapon of heaven, and swung the first sword, cutting half of heaven into pieces. Among them, the evil thoughts caused by human beings' betrayal turned into the four evil spirits and the four beasts, while the good thoughts that understood and sympathized with mankind became the four holy beasts and the four angels. Because of human beings' betrayal, the evil thoughts of heaven are far stronger than the good thoughts. Therefore, the four evil spirits and the four beasts have stronger fighting power. The four angels took the lead in fighting timidly, retreated to the side, and used their fragments of heaven to build a small world of self-deception. The four holy beasts fought bloody battles with humans until the end, and died one after another and fell asleep. As Lord Huangdi's mount, I also participated in this battle, and luckily I didn't die. He also wanted to recognize the original mount and sword of the Yellow Emperor. But obviously, the Dragon King was also very happy about this. But obviously, Xianyuan Xiayujin no longer had this memory. In the end, he could only shake his head with regret and continued. After that, nearly 100 years passed, and it was not until Emperor Huangdi's grandson Zhuanshu that he successfully killed the four evil spirits and the four beasts with the Xianyuan sword. It's just that because the power of the four ferocious beasts comes from the fragments of heaven, and the power of the Xianyuan sword, which is the holy weapon of heaven, has the same source, they cannot be completely killed. But resurrection also takes time. Taking this opportunity, Emperor Zhuanshu swung his second sword again, and this time the world was finally divided into two halves. As a price, the Xianyuan sword, the holy weapon of heaven's Tao that is one with heaven's Tao, was also broken. The two worlds that were initially separated will intersect from time to time, causing evil beasts to cause chaos again. As far as I know, the later Emperor Xiaoyu recovered the broken sword body of the Xianyuan sword and reforged it into the current Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. And in an encounter, he used the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword to swing the third sword to kill Xiang Lu, who wanted to swallow the 9 mountains of the human world. Since then, the two worlds have not intersected for thousands of years. Until now, because I didn't completely break it off at the beginning, I got closer again under the guidance of the Tao. If no accident occurs, the outcome waiting for them will be both destruction and the collision. Then he looked at Su Zhe, obviously thinking that Su Zhe was the accident. At this time, in Su Zhe's mind, Xianyuan Xiayujian also provided verification. After all, its memory has been intact since the recasting. Even under the Dragon King's description, its memory before it was recast was slightly revived. But this information really shocked Su Zhe. It was as if all the myths in his memory jumped out before his eyes. But the Dragon King shook his head and said, "There are reasons for this, but not all of them. The main reason is that I know that their plan will not succeed at all. They are just to satisfy their desire to kill and eat humans." He went on to explain, after a long time, many monsters no longer understand the relationship between the human world and the monster world. They think that if humans are so weak, then the human world must also be fragile and can be easily destroyed. But what they don't know is that the human world and the monster world are from the same source. No matter how strong a strong man is, he can't lift the stone slab under his feet. So that's one thing that's inherently impossible to do. And the four evil spirits who woke up after a long time must be aware of this matter, but they did not choose to tell those monsters. Obviously, these ferocious beasts are still bitter about their death at the hands of humans. Even if the world is facing the crisis of imminent destruction, they still have to take revenge first. Su Zhe had slowly accepted the explanation for all this, but there was one thing he still hadn't figured out, and that was why she didn't remember all of this as a sacred beast that also came from that time. Hanbao shared Su Zhe's senses through the contract and heard clearly what happened just now, but he had no memory of it. Otherwise, Su Zhe would have asked these things from her long ago, and there would be no need to wait until today. The Dragon King sighed and continued, "Because Hamba is Lord Huangdi's adopted daughter and an adopted monster. I'm just a mount, and I don't get that much attention. But she is different." After Lord Huangdi left, not only did her position become very embarrassing, but she also suffered a lot of malice. Because I have my own race and belong to this piece of the East China Sea, my life is relatively clean. But after she came to the world of monsters, she was still not welcomed by the monsters. In the end, she chose to close her past memories and emotions, and became the corpse king who made all monsters fearful. After the two worlds came closer again, He relied on the remaining hatred for mankind in his heart to become the leader of the radical faction. After all, the radical faction was weak at that time. I had many ways to get rid of her, but in the end I couldn't do it. After all, to a certain extent, I watched Hamba grow up. I hope I can make her a human monster and have no choice but to stand on the side of humans again, so that we can unite the front again. I don't have to really kill the adopted daughter of my old master. The Dragon King simply destroyed Hanbao's body, preserved all the soul, memory, and blood, and turned it into a monster egg, which was finally sent to Su Zhe through the hands of Su Lin and his wife. And hearing this, Su Zhe could feel that Han Bao on the other side of the contract was silent for a long time. I don't know if it's because she doesn't want to accept this statement, or because the memory sealed by her has been unsealed. Now Su Zhe already knows that he was able to extract Hanba's monster egg from the Gasapon machine, because Su Lin and his wife performed some secret operations with the help of the soul fragments in Zhao Qian's body. This also means that Su Zhe has never been a European emperor. Everything was arranged. Su Zhe no longer thought about these things and asked what he cared about most. So, how can I make the heavenly Tao in my body grow? Thinking about it now, the only time the system changed was when he came to the world of monsters. But that's not considered growth. It's just that because the distance is closer, the system can better exert its power. After hearing this, the Dragon King finally got to the point. It's very simple. Collect the fragments. Fragments? Yes, I think you should have seen one of the fragments of the original heavenly Tao. Su Zhe thought of the black vortex he saw when he killed Tao Tai, which Tao Tai also called the Tao Seal. Combined with what the Dragon King said before, Tao Tai is also a ferocious beast transformed from fragments of heavenly Tao. Then it seems that the so-called Tao Seal is a fragment of heavenly Tao. The Dragon King nodded in agreement to Su Zhe's guess. Then his face changed and he said, "No, I didn't even collect Tao Ye's Tao Seal. Is it a waste?" The Dragon King heard this and shook his head. "Don't worry. You won't be able to use the fragments in the bodies of the 4 evils and 4 beasts, and there is no need to collect them. The fragments in their bodies are mixed with malice and hatred for humans, and they belong to the destroyed old heaven. And what you need is the new fragments of heaven that are full of hope and understanding for mankind. They are in the 4 holy beasts and the 4 angels." Su Zhe felt relieved, nodded and said, "Then where should I find them?" Su Zhe has never seen any of the 4 holy beasts before. As for the 4 angels, he had already met Michael of Miletia, and he was considered one of the 4 angels. But I don't know why, but he was supposed to have the same level of combat power as the 4 evils, but now he only has Yuehui level strength. Even if it has served as a pillar for nearly 1,000 years, it should not be like this. Presumably it has to do with what I said before about using the fragments of heavenly Tao in their bodies to build a small world in 4 days. There is a high probability that the fragments are no longer in their bodies. And from Michael's point of view, the 4 angels in the West seem to have their own plans, and there is a high probability that they will not cooperate obediently. It would be better to find the 4 sacred beasts first. Su Zhe would be more kind to them. The Dragon King replied, "The 4 holy beasts have fallen into a deep sleep after the original war. The resentment of the old heaven being cut off filled the world. That's why the 4 evil beasts and the 4 beasts can be resurrected so quickly, but the 4 holy beasts cannot do it. So if we want to wake them up, we still have to rely on you." "Rely on me? How can you rely on the law?" Su Zhe said in confusion. But the Dragon King did not give a specific answer. He just walked towards the west of Longyuan. Su Zhe saw this and followed him closely. "Senior Dragon King, where are we going?" Su Zhe asked. The Dragon King walking in front replied, "No need to call me Dragon King. My name is Ao Xing. If you don't mind, you can call me Uncle Ao Xing. Is there anything inappropriate? You and your parents have gotten along very well over the years, and we call them brothers and sisters. It makes sense for you to call me Uncle." Then he continued, "The place we are going to now is the place where Lord Qinglong slept for the last time. The reason why the Dragon Clan chose to settle in this piece of East China Sea is because they want to protect this power." Dragon King Ao Xing explained. "To put it simply, our Dragon Clan is a race, with males and females. They can reproduce and die. As for Master Qinglong, Qinglong himself is a separate biological species and the only member of the Qinglong race." The green dragon is transformed by the way of heaven. It is a genderless single body and cannot reproduce. There is only one unique one in the world, but it just happens to be in the shape of a dragon. In fact, the four holy beasts are actually a single species, and there is no distinction between types. It's just that many people mistakenly think that Qinglong is a divine dragon and Suzaku is a phoenix. Actually, Qinglong is Qinglong, and Suzaku is Suzaku. They are neither dragons nor phoenixes. Qinglong is the god of the East who protects the East, so his body after he died in battle also rested in this piece of the East China Sea. In fact, the formation of Lonyuan was caused by the fall of Master Qinglong's body, and the world we are in now is a small world formed by the heavenly law in his body. Look up at the sky. Suze raised his head as he was told. The sun in the sky was much dimmer than when he first arrived. Because the sun in this world has the same characteristics as the outside world, rising in the east and setting in the west. Suze and the others are now walking towards the west, following the footsteps of the setting sun. After the light in the sky was no longer so dazzling, he could see the dark shadows appearing in the sky, arranged like the ribs of a giant beast, surrounding the sky and the earth of this world. This also verifies what Ao Xing just said. The sky of the world where the dragons live is held up by the torso of the blue dragon. As the sun slowly set in the west, another bright, full moon slowly rose. The sun and the moon are also transformed by the eyes of the blue dragon. So here, the moon will always be round. One person and one dragon were talking and walking on the road. Although Ao Xing didn't say what the destination was, Suze had already guessed it. Because in the deep pit in front of him, there was a large mountain in the shape of a dragon's head, with two deep caves on the mountain. The cave on the right is empty, while the cave on the left is shining with dazzling light. Because he had just faced the setting sun in the west, and was staying in the cave at this moment. That is not a mountain in the shape of a dragon's head at all. It is the skull of the green dragon, and the two caves are its eye sockets. Is this here? What should I do now? Suze asked the Dragon King next to him. But he shook his head and replied, I don't know, but I know that if I want to reawaken Master Qinglong, I can only rely on you. The blue dragon does not survive in the form of a monster egg, so trying to twist it out through a gasapon won't work. Then the only system function is to recover blood. It's just that he had already tried to recover Taotai of the same grade as Qinglong before, but it ended in failure. Because a divine beast of this level does not rely on blood at all, but on Dao Seal. Therefore, it is difficult to guarantee that it will be effective against Qinglong. But now that there is no other way, Suze can only try it like a dead horse. He tried to get as close as possible to the top of the mountain where Qinglong's skull was transformed, hoping to reach the top of the mountain so that the system's ability coverage would not cover the entire skull. It's just that the sun transformed from his left eye was so hot that even with the help of the Golden Crow's power, he couldn't completely climb the mountain. Forget it. Let's try it here. Suze could only stop halfway up the mountain. He tried activating the system's recovery capability and was pleasantly surprised. Unlike the previous system, which had no fluctuations when trying to recover Taotai, the system was indeed running at this moment. I understand. Because Taoia's Dao Seal conflicts with the system, it cannot be recovered. But the Dao Seals of the four sacred beasts are transformed from the fragments of the heavenly Dao that unite with the system, which can increase its power and can be recovered smoothly. Suze was surprised and excited about the smoothness of the process, but he soon realized that something was wrong. It's so hot. What's burning? Oh, it turns out I got the fever. Suze opened his eyes and looked around, only to see that his whole body was on fire. It turned out that when he was trying to recover the Dao Seal, Qinglong's left eye turned into the sun and floated towards him. This caused Suze's clothes to first burn under the high temperature. Fortunately, he had 3 kinds of fire attribute monster egg powers in his body, which had a certain resistance to flames, so he was not burned. But looking at the sun that was getting closer and closer to him, Suze knew that he could no longer absorb it. So he decisively jumped off the mountainside. After he left, the sun drifted back into his left eye socket again. You also failed. Ao Xing came to Suze's side and said in surprise, in these years, the Dragon Clan has been responsible for guarding the power left by Qinglong. But it's not like they didn't want to absorb this power and become the next Qinglong. It's just that, Without exception, they all failed. Ao Xing thought that Su Zhe, who had the sprout of heavenly Tao, might be able to do it, but he still failed. Does it mean that this road is not feasible? Ao Xing frowned. After all, if you want the heavenly Tao to sprout and grow, you must have 8 fragments, and now there is already a problem with the first one. Su Zhe also thought about what went wrong. He looked at the empty eye socket on the right and the moon that had risen into the sky, and he had this idea in his mind. But when is the most balanced moment? Su Zhe may have to try many times before he succeeds. But at this moment, 2 voices sounded. As expected of our son, he has realized the problem. But trying it over and over again is the stupidest way. Leave it to us to help you calculate it scientifically. Su Zhe looked back and saw that his parents had also arrived here at some unknown time. Mom and Dad, when did you come? Su Zhe said in surprise. You must know that the Sulin couple were stopped outside the Dragon King's palace. They didn't know what they were talking about inside or where they were going. Moreover, Su Zhe came behind the Dragon King. His strength is definitely one of the strongest Corona-level beasts. Although Su Zhe's parents were also beast masters, they were not very strong, and the contracted monsters were relatively average. The speed they arrived here was not much slower than them, which showed that the 2 of them had already set off long ago. Jinling smiled and said, We knew right away that this old guy would take you here, so we set off early. As soon as I got here, I saw that you seemed to need our help. Ao Xing on the side said with a straight face, Brothers and sisters, this is a forbidden area for our dragon clan. How can you come here without me to lead the way? What he was even more curious about was that there were many guards along the way. As the Dragon King, he would not be stopped, but how did the Sulins bypass the guards? Seemingly seeing through his doubts, Jinling replied with a smile. Brother Ao Xing, you seem to have forgotten that the guest status you gave us and my wife is second only to the Dragon King, and has the same status as the elders. Most dragons dare not offend. But the most important thing is that almost all of this group of guards participated in the mission to rescue my son with the 2 elders not long ago. Although they didn't help much, they witnessed Taoya's miserable situation with their own eyes. Now that my good son is here, they don't dare to kill him. Of course, the most important point is that these dragons despise the Sulin couple. After all, even the most powerful dragon clan has difficulty approaching the forbidden area. From their point of view, the 2 humans, who were not outstanding in strength, could only stand there and watch. But now that Su Zhe is here, he can protect the 2 of them and observe this forbidden land closer. Ao Xing on the side saw this, but could only let them go. After all, after getting along with each other for so many years, he also realized that this seemingly weak human couple could often study very different things. Maybe it can really help Su Zhe solve the trouble at hand and successfully awaken Qinglong. Whether it's simply absorbing yin or yang, there will always be problems. Only by absorbing both of them when they exist at the same time can we successfully obtain its power. Su Zhe nodded. He also thought of this. Asked, That means I have to wait until the moon sets and the sun has not risen yet, and all this is still in the eye sockets and I take the opportunity to absorb it? But Jinling shook his head and said, No. According to our observations, often before the sun or the moon completely sets, the other has already risen, so you must not be able to wait until both of them set at the same time. Su Zhe frowned. Then when? Dusk or sunrise? It was Su Lin's turn to reply. It is indeed this time, but it is not accurate enough. Wait a minute, your mother and I will calculate it. Then the 2 started discussing and calculating on the spot. They found that Qinglong's left and right eye sockets were not completely symmetrical due to their tilt, and the sun and moon move at different speeds. The moon seems to be faster, so the days are longer and the nights are shorter. A night passed like this, and when Su Zhe was already drowsy, he finally got the result. Jinling's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. He came to Su Zhe and said, Okay, you still have 1 hour to prepare. Longyuan time is 6:07 in the morning and ends at 7 minutes and 13 seconds. These 13 seconds are available for you to use. The power of yin and yang should have reached a balance at this time. You need to stand 13.7 meters to the left of the midline of Qinglong's skull, where the weighting of yin and yang forces just cancels each other out. It doesn't matter if you fail in the early morning. At 5:48 at dusk, you still have 17 seconds longer, and the room for error is larger, making it easier to succeed. But this time you need to stand on the right side of the center line, 3.4 meters. Suze nodded and wrote down all this and some precautions. Half an hour later, he had already seen the moon passing through the sky slowly, setting towards the position of his right eye socket. At this time, the sun has set off again, rising towards the sky with blazing light and heat. Suze and Ao Xing were okay. They could still hold up at this distance. It was just that the Sulin couple, who had been calculating all night, couldn't bear it anymore and retreated into the distance under the protection of Ao Xing. As for Suze, he still had to stay to verify his parents' calculations. At this time, Jinwu also obtained Suze's consent, came out of the beast control space, and watched the scene quietly. As the symbol of the sun tonight, it is very beneficial for him to be able to see the sun rising in front of him with his own eyes. Even if it is just a simulated sun in this small world of Long Yuan, the same is true. Moreover, the terrifying heat that others shunned also made Golden Crow enjoy it. Jinwu felt that after this harvest, he would be able to return to the corona level in a short time. Forget this little episode. After the sun slowly rose, the unbearable heat also slowly disappeared. What followed was a faint feeling of coolness, because the moon was getting closer. Suze took advantage of this moment and came to the position mentioned just now and stood up. This is very close to where the eye socket is. If both eye sockets were not empty now, he would not be able to stand here. Then he slowly waited for the timer. Just relying on silent counting in his heart obviously won't work. His parents in the distance are also using special instruments to accurately control the time. Soon, when the sun and the moon were shining together and he was about the same distance from Suze, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Parents in the distance also shouted at this time, "Now!" Suze immediately opened his eyes and turned on the system's recycling function. I saw that the sun and moon, which were about to rise and set, suddenly stopped in place, and then fell together under the surprised eyes of other dragons. They got into Suze's body together, or to be more precise, they got into the system space. And he kept spinning around the Gasapon machine in the system while slowly integrating into it. As the rotation speed becomes faster and faster, the bright yellow sun and the light blue moon also merge into one. After a while, a light cyan beast-controlling egg wrapped with dragon patterns slowly formed in the system. At the same time, the entire Longyuan shook violently. This is Qinglong's monster egg. Did I succeed? Just when Suze was about to turn the Gasapon machine to take out the beast egg and take a good look, suddenly the ground shook, pulling his consciousness back from the system space. What's going on? Suze opened his eyes and immediately felt where he had landed. The mountaintop formed by Qinglong's skull was shaking and collapsing at a rapid speed. By the time he flew away, it had completely collapsed. Not only this mountain, but the entire Longyuan was shaking violently. After losing the support of heaven, the small world of Longyuan will not last long and will soon fall apart. The dragon clan can't stay in this small paradise-like world forever. It's time to go out for a walk, Ao Xing said with some reluctance, looking at the sky of Longyuan. After a while, he came back to his senses and said to Suze, "The sea water should be pouring in now. I am going to lead the tribe to leave. Your parents will be left to you to protect them." Then he handed the unconscious Sulin couple into his hands and left in a hurry. By the time he arrived in front of his crystal palace, there were already several elders from the dragon clan waiting for him. Among them were Ao Huichuan, the second elder, and Ao Jing, the third elder of the dragon clan whom Suze knew. But they were all one position behind the other old man, who was obviously the elder of the dragon clan with a higher status. His eyes were cloudy, and there were scars around the eye sockets left by the flames. He was obviously blind, but he still knew Ao Xing's arrival through hearing it the first time. In fact, the shaking Longyuan now proved everything, but he still couldn't believe that a human could actually do something he couldn't do. His eyes were blinded due to burns when he tried to forcibly absorb the power of Qinglong when he was young. And he was also the elder who took the lead in disagreeing with Ao Xing's decision to give Su Lin and his wife the status of guest ministers as high as ordinary humans. This is not because he has any ill intentions towards humans, but because he feels that the Sulin couple are too weak. In his view, since the Yellow Emperor, humans have no existence worthy of the Dragon Clan's allegiance. the great elder said in a somewhat unwilling tone. Is it because that human body already has the germination of the way of heaven, so he was recognized? He is really lucky. But Ao Xing shook his head and replied, yes and no. Having the sprout of heaven does allow him to obtain the power of the blue dragon more easily in a human body, but even so, he failed once in the attempt. The great elder was surprised. Then how did he succeed in the end? Then he seemed to remember something and said, by the way, I heard from the guard that 2 other humans also broke into the forbidden area. Since you have so much confidence in the human boy, I will let the guards leave his parents alone. Could it be that? Ao Xing nodded before he finished speaking and said, yes, it was the 2 guest ministers Su Lin and Jin Ling who relied on calculation to find the accurate time and location and finally succeeded smoothly. He finally added, I watched the whole process. The process was very relaxed and comfortable. Maybe with their calculation results, even if there is no heavenly Tao sprout in the body, I can successfully obtain the inheritance of Qinglong. Ao Xing sighed and continued, but before this, you have always refused to let them approach the forbidden area, feeling that their weak bodies cannot provide any help. Although people are good at wisdom but not good at strength, and demons are good at strength but not good at wisdom, it is obvious that the role of wisdom exceeds that of strength at this time. Looking at the silent elder in front of him, Ao Xing said to the other elders, okay, we don't have much time. Let's evacuate the clan members quickly and inform them to leave Longyuan. Understood. The other elders dispersed one after another to inform the dragon clan, who still didn't know what happened and looked panicked and confused. Only the blind elder was left wondering whether he had done something wrong. Soon, all the dragon clans received the notice and gathered at the entrance of Longyuan. Seawater is constantly pouring in there, filling up less than half of the dragon abyss. The number of dragons is not large. Although they have experienced thousands of years of recuperation, the more powerful the bloodline of the monster, the more difficult it is to give birth to an heir. So even now, there are still less than 200 dragons, huddled together and looking golden and shining. Most of them looked at the turbulent Longyuan with reluctance and confusion, but they had to obey the Dragon King's orders. Suze also brought his parents here at this time. After resting for a while, they have now recovered a lot. First, he took Suze to his residence in Longyuan, where there was a lot of research information. Under the instruction of his parents, Suze put everything into the space belt, stuffing it to the top. For this reason, some unused things were even thrown out. Among them were props that had been used before in the Fox clan, and the parents who were watching were stunned for a moment. In the end, I could only keep telling myself in my heart, the child has grown up, the child has grown up, to forcefully convince myself that these props are normal. Finally, he also brought Su Yao's mother Zhao Qian, who was sleeping in the next room. She is at least 78% similar to Su Yao, but she is more mature and lies there quietly. From Zhao Qian's body, Suze felt a familiar aura, which was the soul fragment and memory he lacked. But according to what his parents said, he couldn't get it back yet, so Zhao Qian could only continue to sleep. At this time, I looked at the entrance that had been submerged by the sea with some hesitation. He still kept the water-repelling beads he got from the Charmin tribe, but there was only one. After he reached the god level, he had a physique comparable to that of a mythical beast, and he had no problem moving under the sea for a short period of time. But even so, there are still 2 waterproof beads missing. Especially for Zhao Qian, she needed water beads to successfully enter the seabed when she was in a coma. How about letting Lu Qing swallow us in temporarily and then swim out? After all, among all my beasts, only his water nature is the best. But thinking about the other party's slow swimming skills that he had practiced in the swamp, he felt a little uneasy for a while. Just when Suze was hesitating, Si Ruoxue, who had gone nowhere since arriving in Longyuan, came up again and seemed to have noticed Suze's current trouble. He took out 3 waterproof beads and handed them over. Master Suze, I have a few more waterproof beads here. Please take them. Thank you. Suze thanked him and took it. Each person was given a waterproof bead. Zhao Qian's mother helped stuff the one into her mouth. Then Si Ruoxue continued to inquire, Master Suze, do you know what is going on? It's so good. Why is Longyuan suddenly about to collapse? This is the headquarters of the Dragon Clan. Could it be that the other three for evils came here for revenge? Her tone was concerned. After all, the Dragon Clan is the backer of the Shark Clan. If the Dragon Clan overthrows the Shark Clan, it will be worse. Especially the females of the Shark tribe. Their status in the ocean is similar to that of the Fox tribe on land, and everyone wants to catch one and take it back. Along the way after that, Si Ruashue was thinking about what Suze said before. Horrible, really terrible. In just one day after arriving at Longyuan, the hometown of the Dragon Clan, known as the strongest race of monsters, was demolished. It was done as a family. No wonder that while she was receiving supplies that day, she also heard the Dragon Clan discussing the possibility of Suze's family actually usurping power from the Dragon King. After all, he was a fierce man who could even kill Tao Tai. Could it be that he was the one responsible for Longyuan becoming like this? One possibility after another flashed through Si Ruashue's mind quickly. He even began to hesitate as to whether entrusting Suze with her husband's body was the right choice. What's more, I'm afraid that this kind of problem will also occur in the Charmin clan's territory in the future. Forget it, I must have thought too much. After all, the Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan are still alive and well, and they all seem to be having a good time chatting with their family. Si Ruashue finally breathed a sigh of relief as the Dragon King didn't look like he was being coerced. After leaving Longyuan one after another and entering the real seabed, I discovered that the previously spectacular scene of the ocean being cut open to form an abyss was no longer there. After losing the support of heaven on Qinglong's body, the sea water merged together in an instant and then poured into the dragon abyss. Where should we go next? Although it was not unexpected that Longyuan would collapse after Qinglong's heavenly way was taken away, but he really hasn't figured out where to go next. Si Ruashue, who was in a trance on the side, heard this and swung her fishtail to catch up and said, "Lord Dragon King, I have an idea. If you don't mind, go to the territory of our Shark clan. If the Charmin tribe, who originally guarded the gate for the Dragon tribe, could invite all the Dragon tribe over, what would they have to fear about sea monsters?" Ao Xing thought for a while and then asked several other elders for their opinions. I also think the children in the tribe will also like those shiny beads in Mingsohai. After all, one of the hobbies of the Dragon Clan is to collect these dazzling things. Therefore, after inviting the Dragon Clan over, the most worrying thing for the Shark Clan is that their already insufficient beads will become less and less in the future. Finally, they decided to go to Mingsohai. Because of the existence of the young dragons, all the dragons, including Suze, slowed down in order to take care of them. It took them quite a while to swim out from the bottom of the ocean. When all the dragons came out, they all swam towards the Pearl Sea. Aquan, what just happened? Why does the flow of the surrounding seawater seem to fluctuate strongly? The Shark Wang Si was saying to his right-hand man, who was also the general of the Shark clan. Indeed, but not long ago, there was a strong smell of blood from the Longyuan Sea. Because we don't have the token in hand, we don't know what happened there. There was only one token that could enter the Longyuan formation, and it was taken away by Si Ruashue. Naturally, they couldn't enter that sea area, and they didn't know what happened. Instead, the smell of blood floated along the sea water, making them worry all these days. I hope nothing will happen. Si Zheng muttered silently. Then he added, "By the way, I heard that the little girl Wan Ling and the fox brought by Mr. Suze have been very close during this time?" Uncle Quan nodded and said, "That's right. Hasn't this girl always been interested in humans before? Why has she turned into a fox now?" Si Zheng frowned. Uncle Quan replied, "Not only humans, the princess is also very curious about things on land, so she has been staying with the fox. But don't worry, I know what the fox's reputation is like on land, so I've always sent people to keep an eye on it, and I won't let the fox do anything that goes beyond the bounds." Si Zheng nodded, and then said, "However, although the fox is not strong, its bloodline is not bad. When it grows up, it will also be a UA-level divine beast, and it is as good at mental attacks as the sharks. The most important thing is that it is Mr. Suze's royal beast. If that girl is willing, it's not impossible to get close to the Dragon Clan through beast control." Uncle Quan's expression became slightly hesitant when he heard this. Seeing this, Si Zheng said, "If you have anything to say, feel free to say it. There is nothing to be restrained in front of me. Uncle Quan rubbed his forehead and said, "It is said that he is just a little monster that leads the way, and he makes mistakes again and again." Mr. Suze was so angry that he wanted to peel off its skin to make a blanket. What? The Shark King became troubled. But it was obvious that Uncle Quan only investigated the relationship between Tu Shanrong and Suzeji, but did not investigate its own identity. In fact, as one of the 4 branches of the Fox clan, Tu Shan's strength is almost the same as that of the Charmin clan, which is enough to attract their attention. Just when he was thinking about how to find something for Si Wanling to do so that she could no longer go to Tu Shanrong, those sea monsters are saying that the Dragon clan has been destroyed. The era when the ocean was ruled by the Dragon clan has passed. They are heading towards the Pearl Sea. Just after the Shark Man finished speaking, the huge coral reef they were on suddenly started shaking violently. "Quick, go out and see what's going on," Xijing shouted. Then he and Uncle Quan on the side rushed out at the lead, and then saw a scene that made him feel desperate. Outside the formation of the Shark clan, a large number of large sea tribes are gathering here. The shaking just now was caused by several large fish of unknown species hitting the formation. In addition, there are many huge sea people wearing carapace with their teeth and claws. But these are not what Xijing cares about. His eyes are fixed on the huge figure in the center of the Sea clan. It was a huge shark, and one tooth alone was as big as a basketball court. Judging from the aura emanating from it, it seems to have entered the corona level. It seemed that the Shark clan's protective formation was not broken, which seemed to make it very dissatisfied. It suddenly opened its big mouth, tore a Sea clan on the side into pieces and swallowed it, and then showed a satisfied smile. But other sea people did not dare to express their dissatisfaction when faced with such cruel behavior. It can be seen that it is the leader of these sea tribes. If there were no corona-level beasts among these Sea clan, even the peak Moonlight-level beasts would far surpass the Charmin clan. But relying on the many pearls brought from his ancestral land, he was still confident that he could survive for a while. At least it can give the clansmen time to take care of themselves, lest they fall into the hands of these sea clans and end up worse than death. But now, as the leader of the Sea tribe, the fierce Sea Shark King, who has not been seen for thousands of years, suddenly appears to avoid being hunted by the Dragon tribe. The Charmin tribe's formation was as fragile as a piece of white paper in front of him. But even so, he didn't intend to just surrender like this. "Aquan, turn on the protective formation to the highest level. Call all the sharks above the Moonlight level over here, and hold on as long as you can." Then he whispered, "Open a back door of the formation and let the children escape, as many as they can. At least leave some fire for the Shark clan." "Understood." Xijing looked back, and sure enough, there was already a huge squid in the back that was attached to the protective formation with its suction cups. It seemed that it was trying to crush the shield of the formation with its arms and legs. At the same time, the fierce Sea Shark King, who no longer wanted to wait any longer, swam forward, opened his big mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit into the protective shield. Xijing and Uncle Quan hurriedly grasped the pearl as the center of the formation and poured their strength into it desperately. But it didn't help. With a crisp cracking sound, the shield of the protective formation suddenly shattered into pieces under the sharp teeth. The beads in their hands were also broken together. The sharp fragments caused many wounds on their hands, and blood continued to flow. The smell of blood also made the Sea Shark King even more excited. And looking at the other approaching sea tribes, despair also lingered in the hearts of every Charmin tribe. These sharks are really more accurate than the others. That's right. In the past, those guys from the Dragon clan were covering them, so that everyone had no chance to enjoy themselves. That's right. The Dragon clan's bastard has been given the advantage of everything. These sea tribesmen wanted to step forward with malicious smiles, but were frightened back by the look of Lihai Shark King. They immediately stepped back knowingly. "Boss, you pick first, you first." The Lihai Shark King nodded with satisfaction. And all their conversations were listened to by the sharks, and all of them looked livid. Waves of harsh and strange sounds came from Xijing's mouth. This sharp sound could be heard far away, even on the bottom of the sea. But it didn't have the slightest power, it just transmitted his instructions to every shark's ears. All the sharks who can't bear the humiliation will smash their own shark beads. After hearing this, The sharks struggled briefly and saw the looks in the eyes of the surrounding sea tribesmen, and they all made up their minds. Just when they were about to take action, their bodies suddenly became weak and collapsed. What's going on? Even the strongest uncles Si Zheng and Quan couldn't escape. Then they saw a transparent jellyfish emerge from the coral reef under their feet, and the slender transparent tentacles streaked across each shark's body. Are we poisoned? When did these jellyfish come in? Lihai Shark King smiled proudly and said, Huh, do you think I don't know the tricks of you sharks? I was the one who drove you here from your ancestral land in the first place. All the sharks caught during the process died from the broken shark beads. It's really disappointing. So this time I made preparations in advance and completely destroyed your protective formation when you were about to lose your ability to move. This time, what else can you do? You have to let me play at least once before you die. Just when Si Jing was helpless, Uncle Quan said, Wait a minute, Your Majesty. Have you noticed that Princess Wanling doesn't seem to be here? Only then did Si Jing realize that with his daughter's character, she should be the first one to jump out at this time. But she has not been seen until today. It's possible. Si Jing smiled happily after hearing this. That's fine. It's okay for a girl like you to be disobedient sometimes, but don't come back again. At the same time, not far outside the Pearl Sea, Si Wanling was taking Tu Shanrong to look at some magical landscapes on the seabed in return for telling him stories on land. Suddenly, she stopped, as if she was listening to something, while Tu Shanrong, who was swimming clumsily and hurriedly beside her, couldn't hear anything. After a while, her expression suddenly changed. He shook off Tu Shanrong and swam towards Mingsahai. Wait for me. You are in such a hurry. What happened? No, I must go back. Tu Shanrong also realized the seriousness of the problem, stopped her, and said, What's the use of going back now? If there is really a powerful enemy that even the sharks can't defeat, it's up to the two of us to go up and deliver food to them. Then what do you want to do? Tears flowed from the corners of Si Wanling's eyes, turning into pearls in the process. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded around them. Said, What's going on? Stupid fox, why did you make this little fish cry? The sudden expression of relief on Si Jing's face could not escape the capture of Lihai Shark King. At this time, he had already transformed into a human form and was questioning Si Jing. After all, the gap between the real body and the shark is too big, and it will be difficult to do things later. The feeling is the same when using the human form. But he couldn't ask anything. Just when he felt confused, someone suddenly shouted, Master Shark King. Another little shark swam over, and there was a strange thing beside her. It looked furry. Oh, Lihai Shark King turned his head and saw the sudden panic expression on Si Jing's face. It seems that I have found the reason. It turned out that a disobedient little fish ran out, but is it back to find Dad again? Come on, come and see with me. With that said, he picked up Si Zheng and walked towards the direction where he just reported. Sure enough, she saw a little mermaid swimming towards here at a glance, but the hairy guy she was holding in her hand obviously didn't know how to swim, which seriously slowed her down. What is this shark holding in his hand? Oh, buy one get one free? This is really worth it. But the fierce Sea Shark King glanced over with sharp eyes and said, This fox is a rare thing on the bottom of the sea, and it belongs to me. The other sea tribes suddenly did not dare to speak anymore. Only Si Zheng, regardless of the increasingly serious toxicity, shouted loudly, What are you doing here? Since you ran away, don't come back. Leave quickly. But Si Wanling didn't seem to hear it and still swam this way. It seems that your daughter is a bit rebellious. It doesn't matter. I will help you train her well. Lihai Shark King said with a cruel smile. Si Wanling, who was swimming closer, also shouted, Father, it's okay. Look who's back. Si Wanling's words not only made Si Zheng feel hope, but also made Lihai Shark King tense up. What kind of existence could give her such confidence? Lihai Shark King had to be wary. Then Si Wanling stepped aside and let Su Zhe out behind her under the nervous gazes of the sea tribesmen. He was originally moving with the Dragon Clan team, but happened to see Tu Shanrong and Si Wanling not far away and went to find them. In addition, Si Ruoxue, who also heard Si Zheng's voice, probably knew what happened, so she rushed over. When they saw clearly that Si Wanling was relying on a thin and insignificant human being, all the sea people laughed out loud. Haha, it's just such a human being. I'll take one bite at a time. By the way, have you ever eaten a human being? One time, a human being just fell into the sea. In order to eat him slowly, I even changed my form. No, I'm a little greedy after hearing what you said. What are you thinking? This human must also belong to the Shark King. That's nature. That's nature. Even Sijing seemed to have experienced a transition from hope to despair and was completely heartless. In his understanding, Suze only has the identity of the son of a guest minister of the Dragon Clan, and his own strength is not outstanding. At this time, Suze was also standing not far away, looking at the sea tribesmen from a distance. He was the first to say, "So many of you have eaten humans?" "Yes. Do you still want to avenge them?" "Haha, it's up to you, okay?" Suze slowly shook his head when he heard this. After observing Long Yuan's son at close range, Jinwu fell into a deep sleep and began to take the final step towards the Corona level. And Suze also came from the Dragon Clan, and they collected all the blood essence of Tao Dai. This is also a great supplement for Drought Demon, and it is only a matter of time before it returns to the Corona level. Before this, it was indeed not that easy for him to confront a Corona-level beast head-on. But then he continued, "But someone will do it for me." The sea tribesmen were about to continue laughing when they felt the presence of 3 auras that were no weaker than the fierce Sea Shark King, or even more powerful, locking them all in place. Of course, Suze didn't come alone. He notified the Dragon Clan team. After leaving behind a Sun Corona-level Great Elder, Ao Xing, the Second Elder, the Third Elder, the 3 Sun Corona-level Divine Beasts, and Suze rushed over. In order to catch them all, while Suze was attracting attention, they quietly locked up the space. Now, no monster from the Sea Clan can escape. Haven't you? This shark been hiding from us before? Why did you suddenly run out today? Can't you think about it? Ao Xing said to the Lihai Shark King below with a smile. In order to deal with him, the Dragon Clan has lost many good players. But the ocean is too big, even for monsters. Therefore, it is really difficult to find the fierce Sea Shark King when he deliberately hides it. Even if they meet, only the Dragon King and 3 elders of the Dragon Clan have the strength to take him down alone. But today, this problem has been completely solved. Looking at the 3 dragons at the same level as himself, Lihai Shark King knew that he was completely defeated today. He shouted unwillingly, "Weren't Long Yuan all destroyed by the 4 evils? How can you still live well?" Ao Xing said angrily and funny. "Who told you that Long Yuan was conquered by the 4 evils? Can't we live alone for a long time and want to move?" Lihai Shark King continued to roar. He clearly said that it was the Dragon Clan who plotted to kill Tao Dai. The other 3 murderers wanted to avenge Tao Dai. That human clearly said that. Wait, human. Suze knew who he was talking about, and it must be Xiao Su who did something good again. But what good would it do him if he deceived all the Sea Clan and killed them all in one fell swoop for the Dragon Clan? Could it be said? Hurry up and end the battle and go back. There may be trouble on the team's side. No way. Although the Great Elder is blind, he is not weak at all. Having said that, the 3 dragons also started to move cleanly. The fierce Sea Shark King couldn't even defeat 1 Corona-level dragon, let alone 3. The battle didn't take much time from beginning to end, and he rushed back in a hurry. But unlike what he thought, the Dragon Clan team was not attacked, and his parents were still fine. Just when Suze thought that he might be worrying too much, he heard the Great Elders say, "A human being did come here just now, but it seems that he is an old acquaintance of your parents." They left after talking. Suze was startled and looked at his parents. Asked, "Mom and Dad, do you know Xiao Su? Didn't he become the principal of Qinglong Beast Control University after you left?" Jin Ling said in surprise. "He later became the principal? We really don't know this yet, but your dad and I have known him 6 years ago. It was with his help that we successfully contacted and learned about Tao. His understanding of Tao was quite deep at that time. So it's not surprising to us that Xiao Su can also come to this world of monsters. He just came over to us and asked for some research materials. What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Suze shook his head slowly, but his heart began to turn upside down. Suze asked his parents carefully again and asked everything about Xiao Su. They had indeed known each other 6 years ago, and it was Xiao Su who led Suze's parents to realize the existence of Tao. Then the experiment started, hoping to send Suze to another parallel world. Suze couldn't figure it out for the time being. and he couldn't find out much from his parents. They had no choice but to remind them that Xiao Su was now involved with monsters that were hostile to humans, and they should try not to interact with them again to avoid any danger. Because of the reunion after a long absence and his own psychological burden, Suze never thought that Xiao Su would still be in contact with his parents, so he failed to tell them these things. Now I just took this opportunity to tell my parents everything. Su Lin and Jean Ling were shocked when they heard this, but they still believed their son. Suze asked again, "Mom and Dad, are the research materials you gave him important? Are there any dangers?" Su Lin and his wife shook their heads and replied, "Those materials are just a summary of our further research on the way of heaven in these years, and they are used to help you. But there are sufficient backups, and the real core data has been retained, so there won't be any problems." Suze breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. At this time, not far from them, Xiao Su emerged from the dark sea and looked at the wet papers in his hands. "Isn't this interesting? Let's see who is right." Then he threw the paper in his hand casually. It seems that this piece of information that he obtained by using so many monsters from the sea tribe has no value at all. In other words, in his eyes, the lives of those sea people, even the corona-level fierce Sea Shark King, are worthless existences. On the other side, Xijing, who slowly removed the toxins from his body with the help of Si Wanling, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Among the various types of pearls owned by the sharks, there are also some that can specifically detoxify. However, the number of beads of this type is limited, and the toxins must be slowly sucked out, which cannot immediately restore Xijing's ability to move. With the existence of those jellyfish, they can be poisoned anytime and anywhere, so there is no need to fight to the death. But now, all the sea tribes have been wiped out by the 3 dragons who have just shown their power. Si Wanling also immediately came to Xijing with the detoxification beads. While feeling his body slowly regaining its ability to move, he looked at the large area of sea water around him that was dyed red by the blood of the Sea Clan. Even the Sea Shark King had his stomach cut open and was floating there like an ordinary dead fish. It's just that its size is much larger than an ordinary dead fish. I don't know what kind of existence can destroy the dragon abyss where the dragon clan lives. Could it be that Long Yuan was not destroyed at all, and was just a show to lure out these sea tribes and catch them all? Xijing guessed. Then he asked Si Wanling on the side, "Linger, where did you meet Mr. Suze and these Lord Shenlong?" Seeing that her father was fine, Si Wanling felt relieved and replied, "Brother Suze found us. After hearing what I told him about the situation, he went back to find someone to help." Then she looked excited and said with a big mouth, "Although I took a look from a distance, I also saw that there are at least 100 or 200 dragons around Brother Suze. By the way, Aunt Rawashua is there too. It's just that I was in a hurry to come back and didn't even have time to say hello to her." When Xijing heard this, his eyes widened and he said, "So many." As the leader of the Shaman clan, a vassal of the Dragon clan, he has been to Longyuan several times, so he probably knows that this is the number of all dragons in Longyuan. It even includes underage dragons who are not very effective in combat. Of course, this so-called weak combat power is relative to the Dragon clan itself. For other races, there is no existence that is not strong in the dragon race. Because the pure-blooded dragons in Longyuan all have the strength of divine beasts when they are born. The appearance of so many dragon clans together shows that Longyuan has been irreversibly damaged, and all the forced dragon clans have to move. However, it seemed that only the place where they lived was destroyed, and the dragon clan itself was not in any danger. In addition, according to the location mentioned by Si Wanling just now, it seems that they are rushing towards the Pearl Sea of the Shark clan, and Aunt Rawashua is also leading the team. Xijing suddenly understood. He pulled up Uncle Quan, who was also recovering from the detoxification beads, and said, "If I'm not wrong, the Dragon Clan may have to live with us in the future. Although this means that the enemies of the Dragon Clan will come directly to us in the future, making it much more dangerous. But with the Dragon Clan by your side, there are many more opportunities. We must be prepared to meet them. Go quickly and take out all the detoxification beads, restore everyone's mobility as much as possible, and then decorate the Pearl Sea." Uncle Quan, who had just recovered, was still a little groggy, but after hearing Xijing's arrangement, He immediately responded, I understand, Your Majesty. Sijing stopped him again and said, Wait a minute, take some of the pearls we brought from our ancestral land. It doesn't require functionality, it just needs to be shiny. The brighter and flashier the better. Try to make this place feel like an ancestral land. Sijing also knew the hobbies of the Dragon Clan very well, and even the reason why the Shark Clan, who originally lived in the South China Sea, became a vassal of the Dragon Clan in the East China Sea. It's because the earliest sharks provided the dragons with their favorite shiny beads in exchange for the dragon's protection. And when Su Zhe and the others arrived, he even narrowed his eyes because of the flash. However, in just a few days, many changes had taken place here compared to when Su Zhe left. The floating and rotating corpses of the sea tribe on the outside formed a sharp and strange contrast with the gorgeous coral reefs shining with pearls in the inner circle. Although Su Zhe was not very interested in this, the dragons looked more satisfied than the last. But what Su Zhe cared about were the corpses of the Sea Clan. This not only means that he can extract a large number of monster eggs at the level of mythical beasts, it also means that every day after that will be a day full of seafood. I couldn't help but say, Tisk, TSK, TSK, just one fin from that big shark is probably enough for me to eat for several years. The blind elder beside him, who had changed his mind about human beings, was even more interested in Su Zhe's words because he couldn't see those shining pearls. Asked, Oh, what is shark fin? Su Zhe glanced at him and replied, You haven't eaten it? It doesn't matter. I'll let you try it later. How these dragons will get along with the sharks in the future is not Su Zhe's concern. The Shark King and the Dragon King will deal with it. At this time, Tu Shanrong also came to Su Zhe with a look of admiration and said, Boss Su Zhe, I admire you. Su Zhe glanced at him and asked, What do you admire? I admire your ability to destroy wherever you go. When we were in the Fox Clan, you messed up the Nanshan Mountains of the Bai Clan, and the nine-tailed demon fox fell because of it. After arriving at the Snake Clan, he killed all the 8 great snake chiefs of the Snake Clan, leaving none of them. Finally, he left the Snake Clan with only Lu Qing left. I originally thought that the Dragon Clan, as the strongest race of monsters, might be able to suppress you, boss, but obviously I underestimated it. Even the Dragon Clan became homeless under your power, boss, and the entire Dragon Abyss was destroyed. Now there is nothing wrong with the Charmin tribe. Maybe it's because you didn't stay here for too long, boss. Tu Shanrong gave thumbs up repeatedly, as if he really admired Su Zhe from the bottom of his heart. But Su Zhe had a dark look on his face. Why did it sound like he was scolding him as a god of plague? Destruction wherever you go? Although Tu Shanrong's words were more of a joke. But Si Ruoxue on the side was already frightened after hearing all of Su Zhe's feats. Master Su Zhe, I hope you will show your favor to the Shark Clan because my husband and you are from the same hometown. At this moment, Su Zhe was really speechless. But then I thought about it, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with what Tu Shanrong said. It was really all his fault. He could only leave with a depressed look on his face and return to the room that the shark race had prepared for him. His consciousness also entered the system space. Because after Qinglong's beast-controlling egg took shape, Long Yuan began to be on the verge of collapse. So Su Zhe hasn't been able to look at it carefully yet. This is a light blue monster egg, but it has a golden dragon pattern circling from top to bottom, which looks very eye-catching. If you look more closely, you will find that the golden dragon seems to be breaking away from the shackles of the eggshell, looking up to the sky and letting out a dragon roar. This kind of strange phenomenon is indeed unprecedented in the previous levels of mythical beast eggs. Even the scarlet blood eggs and the Juyao golden patterned eggs that hatched the corona-level beasts were not so spiritual before hatching. It is worthy of being one of the 4 holy beasts, Su Zhe said with emotion. Then I started to check the hatching conditions of this egg. I hope it's not too harsh. The hatching conditions of the 4 saints' green dragon eggs. The host Su Zhe needs to use his own mental power to continuously warm and hatch them. They cannot be passed on to others and cannot be recycled. This is the first time that the system has named people among the incubation conditions. Only Su Zhe is qualified to hatch this 4 saints' green dragon egg, and he cannot transfer the contract to others through blood recognition as before, nor can it be recycled by the system. This means that this egg can only belong to Su Zhe. But this incubation condition also made Suze breathe a sigh of relief. Although the system did not give a specific time, it is not that easy to hatch the beast control eggs of the 4 holy beasts with Suze's current star-level mental power. But it's better than some wild beast eggs that don't know how to meet the hatching conditions. In this case, Suze can place the green dragon egg in the system space and use his mental power to continuously warm it, thus avoiding a lot of embarrassment. It's just that the green dragon needs an unknown amount of time to hatch, so Suze can only improve his strength through other methods. It just so happened that there were many fresh Sea Clan corpses outside for him to extract blood. Contracting high-level beast masters can help Suze improve his strength faster through feedback. When Lu Qing broke through not long ago, he helped Suze push his mental power to the peak of star glory. Now he is only one step away from the moon glory level. Therefore, as long as the Corona-level Fierce Sea Shark King is hatched and contracted, Suze's mental power will also increase as it grows, so that the Azure Dragon egg can be hatched as quickly as possible. However, there is no need to make a contract with the other Moonlight-level beasts. After Suze also reaches the Moonlight level, they will have no effect. Soon, Suze came to the body of Lihai Shark King again. I don't know if anyone touched it. It was turned over like a dead fish with its belly turned upside down. If you look closely, there is a tooth mark on the dorsal fin, which is as big as a mountain. Suze glanced suspiciously at the elder of the dragon clan, not far away. Could it be that this old guy was greedy after hearing what he said, so he came here to eat it? But the blind elder couldn't see Suze's gaze. He just listened for a while and then left. It seems that he is performing the work of the elders to see if there is any potential danger in this sea area. Suze looked away when he saw this. He shook his head and said, "Maybe I'm overthinking it." The great elder looked serious and unsmiling. He shouldn't be a guy who can do such stupid things. Maybe it's the marks left by his hands from the previous fight. Then the blood extraction began. Not long after the great elder left, he stopped again, spitting out scales from his mouth. Bah, such an unpalatable thing. Even though it's all fine scales, it still smells like urine. The human race really still can't believe it. You actually lied to me and said this is a rare delicacy. Then he retched and left. After all, sharks rely on their skin to urinate, so it is difficult to swallow if not treated. On the other side, it didn't take long for Suze to extract the blood of the Lihai Shark King and form a light blue monster egg. It's a pity that he doesn't have the same type of beast control. Otherwise, he could absorb it directly like Lu Qing did before, and there would be no need to hatch it. The hatching of the Fierce Sea Shark King is also relatively simple, as it needs to be hatched in seawater filled with various kinds of blood. It just so happened that there were hundreds of corpses of powerful sea creatures in this sea area that had not been disposed of in time. The seawater around Suze was all red, which was a natural hatchery for them. He immediately took the egg out of the system and started hatching it. Then after thinking about it, he cut off the huge dorsal fin that was like a hill. He was also quite curious about the taste of this thing. Go back to your parents to study how to handle this thing before you can eat it. It would be too stupid to bite it directly. West of Kunlun Mountain, the abode of chaos. Unlike the Kunlun Mountains in the human world, this was originally a holy land in the old world, a place where the way of heaven manifested. But after the old way of heaven was shattered, this place also became lonely. Chaos, a fragment of the old way of heaven, lives in the west of Kunlun Mountain. But today, not only Chaos, Xiongqi and Yao Zhu are here. The only missing member of the 4 evil ones is Tao Tai, who was killed by Suze. But there is a 4th figure who fills this gap. It is Xiao Su, who was just above the sea. When he was flying over the sea, he appeared here inexplicably without any warning. The 3 powerful beasts in front of him looked at him as if they were here to judge him. But Xiao Su didn't show the slightest panic and still stood there with a normal expression. Chaos, who looked like a giant bear without claws, slowly turned his head to look at him, but in fact, although he had eyes, he couldn't see. But under the gaze of those slightly wide eyes, Xiao Su felt as if he had been seen through. Tao Tai is dead, did you know? Chaos asked straight to the point. Chaos looked at him and said, "Yes, it is precisely because you are the last person to go to Gou Mountain to see Chaos that I pulled you over to ask. What did you talk about the last time you met Tao Tai?" Xiao Su looked like he was thinking and said, I had a small deal with Lord Taotai before. I asked him for a few drops of blood. In exchange, I found out some information about that human being for him. Human? Is it the human who used that sword to come here not long ago? He said doubtfully. You want to tell me that it was the human who killed Taotai with that sword? However, after it has been recast, its power is no longer as powerful as before. What's more, it couldn't completely kill us in its heyday, but this time I can feel that Taotai is really dead. Xiongqi, the most ferocious of the four villains on the side, jumped out. It looked like a tiger with wings, its long fangs stretched out, and it looked fierce. He said, Boss, this human being cannot be trusted. Taoya's death must have something to do with him. Why don't you let me eat him? Then he made a move to open his mouth and tear Xiao Su into pieces. But Xiao Su didn't make any response, as if he calmly accepted the fact that he was eaten by the other party. But then, Chaos called out to Xiongqi. Don't be impulsive. We have already lost a brother. The four of us were all born when the way of heaven was shattered. The power of one body and the same origin makes us regard each other as our own brothers, so I can understand your feelings. Then Chaos looked at Xiao Su and said, Everyone is a fragment of the way of heaven, but you fell into another world that was separated and became a human being. But it doesn't matter. Since you are back now, I will recognize you as my brother. Seeing Chaos stopping him, Xiongqi had no choice but to stop angrily. Then Chaos continued, But I still want to hear your explanation. When I pulled you over just now, it seemed that you were on the sea. That was the territory of the Dragon Clan. Taotai also died on the sea. Why are you there? Xiao Su replied, Lord Chaos, have you forgotten? My mission is to contact the monsters who follow the four adults. The Sea Tribe in the sea is a very determined group among them. I must definitely contact them. Then he added, and I also discovered an interesting thing. Long Yuan of the Dragon Clan seems to have disappeared. I don't know what went wrong. Long Yuan disappeared? Chaos seemed to be very surprised by this news. It seems that Qinglong Gai is starting to get restless. After a while, Xiao Su finally left Kunlun Shanxi intact. It's just that when I came, I was suddenly pulled over by Chaos, but now I can only go down the mountain obediently when I leave. He looked back at Kunlun Mountain West, where a chaotic figure was entrenched without any movement. As the most powerful of the four evils, he inherited the most fragments of heavenly Tao, and was therefore bound to the Kunlun Mountains. Therefore, although his power can affect almost the entire world of monsters, he cannot directly participate in the battle, unless the opponent hits Kunlun Mountain. But the other three evil spirits will not have such troubles. Soon, he found Xiongqi, who just said he wanted to eat him. Xiongqi lives in a place called Mizhan, which is a mountain range very close to the west on land. If Xiao Su wanted to find him again after he returned home, he didn't know how long it would take. Simply Xiongqi, although not as greedy as Taotai, needs to eat constantly. But it is even more cruel, and likes to eat humans bit by bit, starting from the feet, and watching humans struggle in pain. If gluttony corresponds to greed, then Xiongqi corresponds to extreme evil deeds. Its characteristics are disbelief and disloyalty, a fondness for evil words, covering up evil deeds, and confusing right and wrong. In his eyes, the more evil a person is, the more virtuous he is. Generally speaking, it is a ferocious beast that punishes good and promotes evil. On the way back to his residence, he did not forget to carry out his evil deeds to the end, destroying wherever he went. So Xiao Su easily followed the traces and found Xiongqi, and Xiongqi also discovered him immediately. It said fiercely, Human, what are you doing here? Do you think Chaos said that so I won't eat you? But Xiao Su stepped forward and reality praised the tragic situation after all the destruction he saw along the way. Master Xiongqi's power is really impressive, and the sights I saw along the way really amaze me. In my opinion, Master Chaos power is nothing in front of you. Xiongqi seemed to be very impressed by Xiao Su's praise, but he still said, I still know the difference between me and Boss Chaos. You don't need to praise me like this. Tell me what's the matter. When Xiao Su saw this, he immediately stepped forward and said mysteriously, Actually, when Lord Taotai was killed, I hid aside and saw it. Oh, at this time, Xiongqi no longer looked as angry as before and wanted to avenge Taotai. Instead, he asked, What did you see? That sword still has the power to kill Tao Dai. What makes him really nervous is that his strength is actually not much different from Tao Dai. Since it can kill Tao Dai, it can also kill him. Xiao Su immediately said, Master Qiongqi, don't worry. I can clearly see that it is because the sword has accumulated power for thousands of years before it can kill Master Tao Dai with one sword. Now that it has exhausted its power, it is no longer something to be afraid of. Is that so? Qiongqi also breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. The destruction he had just carried out along the way was also to vent his uneasy feelings. Then he asked, if that's the case, then why didn't you just say it in front of Boss Chaos, instead of finding me? Xiao Su replied, although Master Chaos is very strong, he cannot do without Kunlun Mountain, so what's the use? As for Lord Qiongqi, if you get that sword and provide it with power, then the boss of the four evils will probably have to be replaced. Qiongqi destroys trust and is disloyal, and unbelieving, does not listen to good people, and only listens to others' bad words. It itself cannot have the concept of loyalty, but chaos is just stronger than him. And if there is an opportunity, he will naturally not let it go. However, it is difficult to deal with the normal process, and Suze has a drought demon that can control flesh and blood. The originally ferocious beast finally became a cook here in Suze. The first step is to cut off the wings, but it doesn't mean just cutting them off like Suze did. After cutting them off, soak them in fresh water for a day to leach out the blood at the base of the fins, then wash them and dry them in the sun to prepare them for use as raw materials. But with Hamba here, there is no need to soak it for so long. With a wave of his jade hand, all the blood stains are drained out and turned into a large drop of blood. The second step is to scald and soften the sand. The general process is to pour water to about 60 degrees Celsius. Put the fish fins into the pot, scald them until soft, take them out, and soak them in cold water. Use a knife to carefully scrape off the scales on the surface of the fish fins, which is called boiled sand. But for the body of the Corona-level beast, a mere 60 degrees Celsius is nothing. Although the golden crow has gone into seclusion, there are still two fire attribute beasts, Hanbao and Feng Qingyi, who can barely complete this step. For the subsequent fin opening, you need to take the rinsed fins and use a knife to cut both sides of the fin starting from the fin head, but be careful not to cut it off. Cut out the cartilage in the middle, which is called opening the fins. This was a big project, so he asked Si Wanling and Ao Yun to call all the young people from the Shaman and Dragon tribes who had nothing to do to help, and it was completed easily. The final step of drying and sulfur fumigation requires rinsing again and then boiling it to semi-dryness. The shark fins are placed in a wooden box and smoked with sulfur overnight. Such a huge shark fin requires a lot of sulfur, but don't worry, there are a lot of volcanoes on the seabed. Under drought demons' control over flesh and blood, this step was also accelerated. After working like this for more than a day, I finally completed this huge shark fin. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry because he had nothing to do. The main reason is to wait for the hatching of the beast-controlling egg. After all, such an environment cannot be found elsewhere. Moreover, they had to wait until the Dragon Clan was busy with the relocation before they could inquire about the whereabouts of the other four sacred beasts. Suze didn't know anything about this, and he didn't know much about his other beasts either. I'm afraid only Ao Xing, who has survived since that time, will know. Or perhaps the Great Elder should also know, but his attitude towards humans is more subtle. So Suze planned to take advantage of this time to pass the time and satisfy his appetite. Wanting to cook this huge mountain of shark fin, Suze set up a big pot directly on the submarine volcano. The cauldron is made from the shell of a large turtle with Yu Hui's peak strength. This not only can withstand the heat of the volcano, but also fills the prepared shark fin with a hint of flavor. Shark's fin itself actually has no texture, but it doesn't have any special umami flavor, so it needs a good soup. Generally speaking, it is chicken soup, but I want such a large shark fin to completely absorb the flavor of the chicken soup. I'm afraid that the chickens that have been raised for 2.5 years cannot be satisfied anymore. And it just so happened that in this world of monsters, there was a huge chicken named Kuan Chicken. As the name suggests, it is a chicken as huge as a Kuanping. Only the rich chicken soup stewed by a chicken of this size is enough for the shark fins of Lihai Shark King to absorb. Although there was once a Kunji who voluntarily became a pillar and was regarded as an ally of the dragon clan. But there are many branches of Kunji, and not all Kunji are allies with the dragon clan. And those curious young dragons had very strong execution ability and corresponding strength. It didn't take long before they caught a huge Koan chicken and sent it to Suze. This powerful beast of the moonlight level was now stripped and washed like an ordinary chicken and duck and put into the pot. And it's not the main dish. The real star is the shark fin made from the Corona-level fierce sea shark king. That's not all yet. The sharks and dragons got a lot of precious ingredients or edible monsters and put them all into the pot and stewed them into a thick soup. Naturally, their high-profile actions could not be hidden from the senior leaders of the Shark Clan and the Dragon Clan, but they all looked at it strangely, and because they were busy with the placement of the Dragon Clan, they did not pay attention to it. As a result, when the aroma of the soup wafted over, everyone couldn't sit still. Soon, the volcano was surrounded by sharks and dragons. It's just that their attention is focused on the cauldron above. The volcano, a natural force that ordinary humans fear, is now just a stove. The taste of this shark's fin can only be said to be that Suze did not waste so many days of processing it. It is extremely delicious. After all, the worst ingredients are all moonlight-level mythical beasts, and even the main ingredient is a Corona-level mythical beast. Not to mention humans. Even among monsters, this is the most luxurious dish in history. In response to Ao Xing's request, Suze nodded repeatedly. Of course, no problem. After all, to be able to complete this luxurious dish, both the Shark and the Dragon Clan have put in a lot of effort. After Ao Xing started, other senior leaders of the Dragon Clan and the Shark Clan also ran over. Even the Great Elder of the Dragon Clan was no exception. After taking a tentative taste, he was immediately immersed in it, and even his blind eyes seemed to light up. What is this so delicious? Suze heard this and said with a smile, Great Elder, this thing is the shark fin I told you before. I didn't lie to you. The Great Elder obviously didn't believe it. After all, he had tasted it not long ago, and it smelled like urine. It is simply incomparable to the delicious taste and smooth texture now. But then other dragons who had handled the shark fins with Suze stood by and confirmed his statement. This also impressed the Great Elder, and his attitude towards Suze became much kinder. Because after becoming blind, tasting delicious food has become the Great Elder's biggest hobby. This was also an unexpected surprise for Suze. It seemed that what Lin Shi taught him was applicable to all monsters. Even the Dragon Clan, which has experienced thousands of years, cannot escape the favorable impression created by being fed. Suze also took the opportunity to ask about the other 4 holy beasts. 4 sacred beasts? That's right. Now that you have collected the power of the Azure Dragon, it's time to tell you. The Great Elder said as he took a bowl of delicious shark's fin from Suze's hand. After the fall of the 4 saints, except for Xuanwu, the other 3 were scattered in their respective locations. The god of the east is the blue dragon, the white tiger is in the west, and the red bird is in the south. Suze asked in confusion, what about Xuanwu? Where did Xuanwu, who was supposed to be in the north, go? The Great Elder did not speak, but turned to Suze with his white eyes. In an instant, he understood where Xuanwu was going and said tentatively, Did Xuanwu fall in the human world? The Great Elder nodded, confirming his guess. Then he continued, The 2 sacred beasts, Suzaku and White Tiger, are the same as Qinglong and are guarded by 2 other powerful groups of monsters, namely the Phoenix Clan and the Tiger Clan. Like the dragons who are the overlords of the ocean, they also have a high status among birds and beasts respectively. Then where should I find them? Who is closer to our current location? The Great Elder was silent for a moment and then said, In terms of location, the Phoenix Clan in the south is closer to us. The next overlord of the bird-type monsters will be competed by the Golden Crow and Kuanping. The Phoenix Clan only has 1 big tree left where the Phoenix once lived. I think you should have seen it. Suze had indeed seen it. The tree mentioned by the Great Elder should be the sycamore tree that was parasitized by Jiang Huairan before. But the question is, how did he know that he had been in contact with the sycamore tree? The Great Elder seemed to see through Suze's doubts and turned towards Feng Qingyi's direction. She has a familiar aura on her body. She must have obtained the inheritance from that tree. When he was dealing with shark fins just now, Suze called Feng Qingyi out to help. After that, this little greedy bird stayed outside in order to get a bowl early, and then he was noticed by the Great Elder. Besides, all I need to do is find Suzuku's remains and gain her power. Is there no necessary connection with the Phoenix clan? After all, when he obtained the power of the Azure Dragon, the Dragon clan had no impact on it. But the Great Elder shook his head and said, "No, that's not the case. The relationship between Suzaku and the Phoenix clan is different from the relationship between us and Qinglong. Suzaku left his power in the blood inheritance of the Phoenix clan, which means that every Phoenix has the possibility of becoming Suzaku. And without the Phoenix, there would be no Suzaku." Suze scratched his head when he heard this and said, "Then what should we do? How about going to the west to try our luck with the Tiger clan first?" After listening to Suze's words, the expression on the Great Elder's face became even more embarrassed. Suze felt something was wrong and said, "What's wrong? Isn't the Tiger clan gone too?" The Great Elder shook his head and replied, "No, not only did the Tiger clan not perish, but it developed very rapidly. It's not even inferior to our Dragon clan." "Then what did you mean by that expression just now?" "It may be dangerous to head to the Tiger clan's territory rashly." The Great Elder nodded, seeming to agree with Suze's choice. "By the way, does the Great Elder know about the mythical beast like the turtle? Is there any relationship between it and Xuanwu?" The Great Elder shook his head and said, "There is no relationship between the turtle and Xuanwu, and its appearance was relatively sudden. Carrying the seed of the world, it is very threatening to our world with incomplete laws of heaven. It might replace it, so in the end we had to eliminate it. I personally led the team that time, and even Chaos, one of the four evils, was involved." Suze nodded. He didn't expect that the little turtle next to him, who was most bullied by other beast masters, would have such strength. He was actually able to force the four evils to join forces with the Dragon clan. But this also means that Suze has no clues about Xuanwu and can only search again. Then he held the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword in his hand again. After being warmed up in the system space for a period of time, it also recovered some strength, exuding amazing vigor and eagerness to try. "Boy Suze, who are we going to kill this time? This old dragon? Why does it look familiar to me again?" Although the Great Elder couldn't see it, he still felt the familiar aura in front of him. I felt the fit between it and Suze. Even among the Dragon clan, few people know that the Great Elder and the current Dragon King are actually brothers. They are also Huang Di's mounts, and the Great Elder's time with Huang Di will last even longer. But now he felt that Suze, holding the reforged Xianyuan sword in front of him, seemed to see the appearance of his old master again. Suze also said to Xianyuan Xiaoyujin at this time, "Calling you out does not necessarily mean killing you. Besides, the Dragon clan and we are allies. What's that for? If there's nothing else, I want to go back and stay. Your place is so comfortable. Just these few days can equal the decades I spent in care." Not long ago, the speed doubled again. Suze knew that it was because he had successfully recovered part of Qinglong's heavenly Tao, making his system space more perfect. After he collects all the heavenly fragments of the four holy beasts and the four angels, maybe the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword will be able to maintain the power of destroying Taoye's body with one sword. He said, "I'm calling you out this time because I want you to cut open the space tunnel and send me back just like when you came here." After hearing Suze's request, Xianyuan Xiaoyujin curled up slightly. Although it was just a sword, Suze seemed to see a hint of embarrassment in him. Feeling bad, he asked, "What's wrong? You won't wilt at this critical moment, will you?" Xianyuan Xiaoyujin straightened his sword again and said straightly, "How could I wither?" Suze was stunned and said, "Wait a minute. Your original purpose of coming here was to kill the four murderers, but after killing them, you no longer have the strength to send them away. You have no intention of sending me back at all, right? Where's the one-way ticket?" Xianyuan Xiaoyujin turned around in a circle in embarrassment. Now Suze was completely at his wit's end, not just because he couldn't go back. It's also because other than Qinglong, the other three holy beasts have problems. Each one is more unreliable than the last. What should we do now? Should we first go to the four angels who still don't know where they stand? These guys run away from the battlefield and are not trustworthy. And because of this, it has retained its past strength, but it is not that easy to deal with. At this time, the Great Elder said, Let's go to the nearest Phoenix clan territory first according to the original plan. Remember to take the little Phoenix with you. She will be the key. When Suze heard this, he had no choice but to nod his head and follow him step by step. Then the Great Elder turned around and prepared to leave. But after walking a few steps, he turned back and said, "By the way, there is no need to call me Great Elder, Great Elder. It sounds uncomfortable. My name is Ao-chun." Then he looked at the turtle shell cauldron on the volcano, took out a space appliance, and put nearly half of it in, and then left leisurely. Because the Dragon Clan's formation has not been completed yet, the Shark Clan's formation has been broken. Therefore, in order to prevent the base camp from being attacked, too much combat power cannot be dispersed. In the end, only Suze left with his Beast Master and the Great Elder. Suze followed the Great Elder and asked, "Elder Ao-chun, didn't you say before that as long as you have a pure-blood phoenix, you can awaken the power of Suzaku? Why do we have to go to the Phoenix Clan's territory in the end? Could it be that there are still pure-blood Phoenix Clan monster eggs preserved there?" Ao-chun shook his head and said, "No, we have searched all over the Phoenix Clan's territory. If there were any pure-blood Phoenix eggs, we would have found them long ago. Then why go there? It doesn't happen now, but that doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. You should know about the nirvana of the Phoenix, right?" Suze nodded and said, "I know that Chingy also experienced nirvana twice before becoming a divine beast." Ao-chun nodded and said, "Yes, the Phoenix is reborn from the ashes, its feathers are fuller, its voice is clearer, and its spirit is more marrow. This means that a Phoenix can purify its bloodline step by step through nirvana, and your little Phoenix is no exception. It's just that the Phoenix cannot stay in nirvana forever. The flames required for each nirvana are more intense than the last time. Until the end, no stronger flame can be found in the world. The Phoenix will no longer be able to reach nirvana." Then he looked at Feng Qingyi with his gray eyes. According to his perception, although Feng Qingyi's aura was mixed, the level of power was not low. He felt the breath of the volcano, the flames of his own moonlight-level dragon clan, and finally the fire of the Phoenix. Although your little Phoenix's bloodline is a bit poor, the level of flames used for hatching and nirvana is indeed not low. This also makes the conditions for her to complete the third nirvana extremely demanding. But if it can be completed smoothly, the rewards will be huge. She will immediately become a pure-blooded Phoenix, a Corona-level beast. Before Suze had time to respond, Feng Qingyi on the side had already taken the lead and shouted excitedly, Great Elder, are you telling the truth? Can I turn into a pure-blooded Phoenix?" Ao-chun nodded and said, "It's absolutely true. The fire that can allow you to successfully complete the third nirvana will remain within the Phoenix's territory. But you must also think clearly that this third nirvana is different from the previous two. The huge leap will make you feel pain far beyond the previous ones. At the same time, because it is difficult to find a more violent flame in the world, you will also lose the ability to achieve nirvana." Feng Qingyi nodded firmly and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid." Compared with losing the ability to nirvana, what she can't accept even more is that she can't participate in every battle now. As the former #1 Beast Master under Suze, she had many outstanding performances and was used by Suze as his trump card. But as the levels of enemies Suze came into contact with became higher and higher, his strength became stronger and stronger. Feng Qingyi, who was just a star-level beast, was gradually distanced by other beasts. Not to mention the nine-tailed demon fox Qingqiu, she who is already a Corona-level beast, and the Hamba and Golden Crow who are about to enter the Corona-level beast. Just the fierce sea shark king that was just hatched when Lu Qing and Suze left can successfully become a Corona-level beast in the future. Even Qingqiu Shui, whom Suze contracted to get information, is a UL-level beast. Now they have slowly withdrawn from the battlefield and can no longer participate in Suze's battle. So let alone the star-level Feng Qingyi. And now she will have the opportunity to become a pure-blooded Phoenix Corona-level beast. Even Suzaku, who went one step further to become one of the 4 holy beasts. Then she can regain her position and become the first-line Beast Master. So Feng Qingyi will not give up this opportunity. Even relying on the speed of the Corona-level beast, it took Suze and Ao-chun 2 days and 2 nights to reach the Feng clan's territory in the south. Danshua Mountain, the habitat of Phoenix, is rich in gold and jade. But there are more sycamore forests. There is an indescribably huge sycamore tree at the top of the mountain, but now it only has half of the tree body, and the other half of the tree body is missing. This is the plain tree that is used as a pillar, and the other half of its tree is in the human world. The huge tree crown supports a small world between the two worlds. It is said that the other half of the tree has collapsed in the human world, but the half that remains in place is still full of life. It seems that Jiang Huiran's parasitism cannot break the barrier between the two worlds. Elder Ao Chun, is the flame that you said can allow Qingyi to complete his third nirvana to be on this tree? Approaching the second nirvana was accomplished on a tree, so Suze took it for granted. But Ao Chun shook his head and said, "Not here, come with me." Soon, Ao Chun led Suze around the huge sycamore tree and arrived at the top of an inconspicuous mountain. But when they were still far away, Suze felt a terrifying heat wave coming from the mountain. "Is this a volcano?" Suze asked. In this case, Feng Qingyi was born in the volcano and completed his final nirvana in the volcano, which can be regarded as forming a perfect closed loop. But Ao Chun shook his head and said, "This is not a volcano. In fact, it was just an ordinary mountaintop. Come with me." Ao Chun took Suze to the sky above the mountain. Looking down, he saw a dark cave entrance with flickering lights. This entire mountain is actually an empty shell, burned like this from the inside. "This is the cemetery," Ao Chun said. "The Phoenix clan's cemetery," Ao Chun explained. "The Phoenix clan who were born from the flames will also return to the flames when their lives come to an end. They will turn into the hottest fire in the world, and the intensity of the flame will exceed the flame of the last nirvana. This is the cemetery of the Phoenix clan for thousands of years. Many powerful people are buried here. The flames turned into by their bodies are still burning and gathered together. If nirvana cannot be completed here, then there will never be a stronger flame." After listening to the great elder's words, Feng Qingyi slowly walked forward and came to the hollow on the top of the mountain. Ao Chun then reminded, "I think it is necessary to remind you that there is more than one kind of flame that has not been extinguished here. Their different strengths and weaknesses represent the strength of the phoenix during his lifetime. Although a phoenix can be reborn from the fire, and the stronger the flame, the stronger its bloodline and strength will be after nirvana. But in this process, the stronger the flame, the better. There is an upper limit to the ability to withstand it. So you just need to find the flame that suits you. There is no need to force it." Feng Qingyi nodded and replied, "Thank you for your concern, senior." "You're welcome. After all, the Phoenix clan is our clan's earliest ally. We have close relationships and often have marriages. You should be the last Phoenix now, and I don't want anything to happen to you. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely succeed and bring the Phoenix clan back to the world." Then Feng Qingyi returned to his original shape and plunged into the cave entrance on the top of the mountain. The flames inside began to rise as she entered, and traces of flames poked out of the hole. Even though the distance was still very far, Suze could feel a burnt smell coming from his hair. The flames inside are probably several times scarier than the lava in the volcano. How could this ordinary-looking mountain not be melted by the flames? Could it be that there are some rare materials in it? Suze protected himself from being burned by the high temperature and came to the mountain wall, knocking and talking. It is indeed much harder than ordinary stone walls, but there is no special material. Don't look at it. This place was really just an ordinary mountain. It's just that when the phoenix dies, it not only returns to the flames, but their power also strengthens the mountain, so it can withstand the burning of the phoenix fire. Ao Chun replied from the side. Then he asked again, "Do you think that girl will listen to me? Even I don't dare to break in here. Even a corona-level beast will be burned alive if some flames get on it. With your reminder just now, Qingyi will definitely find the strongest flame before starting her nirvana." Although Suze was worried, he still held a different view. "I don't think so. I don't think a phoenix that tries to compromise is qualified to become the Suzaku, one of the 4 holy beasts. But keeping hope is the most important thing. Elder Ao Chun, you seem to have overlooked one thing. That means Qingyi is not alone. She is my beast master. With me as her backing, She will never let anything happen to her. Then why are you still here? Indeed, as Ao-chan said, if he wanted to help Feng Qingyi as much as possible, Suze also needed to go along with him. He heard this and replied, "Am I waiting for the opportunity to come? What time?" Ao-chan asked puzzledly. Just as Suze was about to explain, his expression suddenly changed, and he said with a smile on his face. Ao-chan was still curious about what happened, but then he felt the aura floating on Suze's body and knew what Suze was waiting for. That's it. 2 beams of light, one golden and one red, shot up into the sky from behind Suze. Standing among them were Suze's 2 strongest beasts, Hanbao and Golden Crow. This was the opportunity Suze had been waiting for. One of them obtained the sun essence fire in Long Yuan, and the other absorbed all the essence and blood of Tao Dai. Along the way, for 2 days and 2 nights, we were sprinting towards the final step from the moonlight to the corona, and now they have succeeded together. The feedback power also successfully raised Suze's strength to the moonlight level. Although Lu Qing also gained the power fed back to him by Suze's breakthrough, he was still groping for his own path, unlike Hanbao and Jinwu who only regained their strength, so he was still a little behind. As for Qingqiu Shi, who is already a corona-level beast, these powers are insignificant to her. The newly hatched fierce sea shark king has improved a lot in strength in one go. Even Qingqiu Shui, who no longer had any sense of existence, took a step forward. It is enough to show that the breakthrough of the 2 divine beasts to the corona level is a qualitative leap in the improvement of Suze's strength. Not only that, but the most important thing is that after the mental power breakthrough, the hatching speed of the Azure Dragon Egg has also increased a lot. Okay, now I can go down. Elder Ao-chun, please help us guard the outside, Suze said as he came to the entrance of the top of the mountain. Ao-chun also nodded in response. Don't worry, leave it to me. Then Suze jumped down. He could feel the intense heat wave hitting his face, and as he fell, the temperature continued to rise exponentially. If he hadn't been blessed by the 2 fire attribute corona-level beasts, Hanbao and Golden Crow, he might have turned into a puff of blue smoke before he landed, and then floated out from the entrance of the cave. Plop! With a heavy landing, Suze wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked around. But in fact, it is not necessary at all. The sweat has already evaporated into water vapor before it has time to flow down. Although it is a cave, it is very bright here. Because everything around him was gathered together, phoenix-shaped flames. Just like Ao-chan said, these flames are strong or weak, which can be seen from the size of the phoenix shape. But no one saw Feng Qingyi. Suze walked slowly inside, because the farther inside, the higher the heat. He needs to adapt to the environment slowly, so he doesn't dare to walk too fast. Finally, at the innermost position, Suze saw Feng Qingyi's figure. Although as a phoenix, the flames from the same source here will not do much harm to her. But walking here still left her exhausted, and she even returned to her human form, trying to endure as little heat as possible. How's it going? Have you made your choice? Suze said. This is why he asked Feng Qingyi to come down first. I've chosen it. This is it. I can feel it. The fire is calling me. Suze followed her gaze. It was a small phoenix-shaped flame. At least there were many more powerful flames around it. But it is even more special, different from the golden red flames around it. It exudes blazing temperature, and its flame color is close to a dazzling bright white. Have you thought about it? This flame doesn't look simple. I thought about it. This is it. Then she plunged headlong into the incandescent flame like a moth to the flame. The flames instantly rose up and engulfed Feng Qingyi's body. I hope you won't show off and make the right choice, Ao-chun said while standing at the entrance of the cave. Although he couldn't see, his other senses also became more acute. The moment Feng Qingyi plunged into the incandescent flame, Ao-chun immediately felt the surrounding temperature rising in an instant. Even the branches and leaves of the sycamore trees on Danshua Mountain in the distance became withered and yellow, and even worse, a blazing fire broke out. Ao-chun waved his hand and grabbed it, and a small water dragon appeared in the air. Apparently his strength was also affected by the high temperature. Otherwise, the water dragon he summoned would be as huge as his real body, instead of being a thin and small dragon like now. But the water dragon pouring down still extinguished the fire that was about to ignite and prevented the place where the old friends once lived from being destroyed. The Phoenix clan has disappeared for many years, but their ancestral land is still intact because the Dragon clan has been maintaining the Phoenix clan's formation. If the Great Elder hadn't led the way, even if Su Zhe found this place, he would still be wandering around like when he was looking for Long Yuan on the sea. After solving the small problem there, Ao Chen also frowned and turned to the mountain in front of him. The Phoenix King of the Phoenix clan is himself the topmost Corona-level monster, on the same level as the Dragon King of our clan. What's more, this flame is fused with the natal essence fire of all the clan leaders after their death. Even if I were burned by this flame, I would probably have to cut off my arm to save my life. Ao Chun was very unfavorable towards Feng Qingyi. Even with Su Zhe leading the beast to help, he still felt that there was little hope. In fact, the situation is indeed not optimistic. The moment Feng Qingyi threw herself into the flames, her body was immediately burned up. The ability to reborn from the ashes was activated, turning her into a small monster egg in the white flames. But under the burning flames, the egg showed signs of being destroyed. Su Zhe, who was forced back by the sudden burst of flames, saw this and hurriedly transferred his own power and that of other beast masters through contracts. Then he asked Han Bao and Jin Wu to use their powers to intervene in the flame. Except for them, Su Zhe cannot summon other beasts at all, because they will turn into dried fish or snakes in an instant. Just transfer the power through the contract. The main power of Drought Demon is not in flames, so its role is really limited. It mainly depends on the performance of Golden Crow. He originally thought that the Sun Essence fire he possessed was already the strongest flame, but he was hit at this moment, because the flame from the Phoenix in front of him completely surpassed him. Fortunately, this was just a flame without an owner, and with the help of the Han demon on the side, the Golden Crow was able to suppress it. At this time, Su Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Through the contract, he could feel that Feng Qingyi's situation had stabilized. At least for the time being, he won't be turned into a blackened egg under the flames. But what makes Su Zhe feel bad is that the power is consumed too fast. Just like paper being thrown into the flames, it can only be thrown in again and again, and then turns into useless ashes. It far exceeded Su Zhe's previous expectations. In this case, even if he breaks through to the moonlight level, he still won't be able to sustain it for long. This time we must fight quickly, Su Zhe thought silently in his heart. Ao Chen outside also discovered this. The temperature in the mountains did not change significantly, but maintained a balance. This shows that it is now in a relatively stable state. It seems that we are indeed in nirvana, but whether we can hold on is still unknown. I don't know how long it took, but Su Zhe gradually felt exhausted. The exhaustion of his mental energy caused him to feel severe pain in his head. The two weakest ones, Lihai Shark King and Qingqiu Shui, have already been drained of their strength. Lu Qing was almost done. There were only 3 Corona-level divine beasts left, but they were struggling to hold on, because they not only had to share their power with Feng Qingyi, but also had to suppress the temperature of the flame to prevent it from suddenly erupting. After a while, Lu Qing also joined the ranks of those who were squeezed dry. Hamba and the others were almost unable to suppress the temperature of the flames. Su Zhe even felt a huge pain in his head, as if it was going to explode. The eggshell was now covered with tiny cracks, and it seemed that it might break out later. But at this moment, the joint efforts of Jinwu and Hanbao relaxed. No, I can't suppress it anymore. The hot flame lost its suppression in an instant and was about to burn everything in it with the most violent attitude. Seeing that Feng Qingyi, who was about to hatch out of the flames, was about to be burned up as fuel, a golden dragon shadow suddenly descended from above. It opened its mouth, spit out its dragon ball regardless of the danger, and used all its strength to help suppress the restless flames. Great Elder, why are you down too? Stop talking nonsense. This is the last step left. I can't see you all wasted. With Ao Chen's help and the fiercest flames, Feng Qingyi finally washed away all the impurities in his bloodline and became a true pure-blood phoenix. The golden-red eggshell shattered, and a colorful divine bird with a chicken head, a swallow's chin, a snake's neck, a turtle's back, and a fish's tail emerged from the shell. It has long tail feathers, and the color of its entire body is not the same as that of ordinary birds. but crystal red. If you look carefully, you can see that the red color is mixed with golden lines, which makes it look noble, and the chirping sound is particularly ethereal. Successful. Suze smiled excitedly. But then his expression changed drastically, and when Han Bao, Jin Wu, and Ao Chun saw the appearance of Phoenix, they took back their power. The blazing bright white flame climbed onto the Phoenix's body again, burning its beautiful phoenix feathers with tongues of fire. The Phoenix, which was reborn in the fire, now spread its wings under the burning flames and let out bursts of painful cries. What's going on? Isn't Nirvana over? Suze shouted. But the sudden burst of temperature was several times more intense than before, forcing them back and unable to get closer. What on earth is going on? Qingyi, are you okay? Suze shouted loudly, listening to the screams. But Feng Qingyi was unable to respond despite being in the fire. Suze could only feel the painful emotions coming from the other side through the contract. Great Elder, do you know what is going on? Suze, who had no clue about this situation, could only turn around and ask Ao Chun beside him. The blind elder Ao Chun, although he cannot see the world in the eyes of ordinary people, can feel the spirituality of all things. At this time, in his perception, what should have been just a lifeless flame now had a spirit of excitement. I know, the great elder said. When Suze heard this, he immediately listened attentively to the great elder's words. This flame is formed by the life fire of Phoenix Kings from countless generations of the Phoenix clan. It already has spirituality. Just because he has spirituality, he has a desire for life. He will not be willing to dissipate like an ordinary flame. In its eyes, the pure-blooded Phoenix is the fuel that can keep it burning. When Suze heard this, he suddenly realized that since this flame had spirituality, he might have deliberately allowed Feng Qingyi to achieve nirvana in it, and then used her as his own fuel. No wonder the temperature of the explosion now is several times higher than before, if the flame has maintained such a temperature from the beginning. Even all of Suze's beasts plus Elder Ao Chun couldn't suppress its power. Then what should we do now? Qingyi probably won't last long. Suze asked anxiously. But in this regard, Ao Chun shook his head and had nothing to do. After so many generations of superposition, the power of this flame has probably broken through the corona level and reached the level of the big brother of the four evils and the four holy beasts. It is simply not something Ao Chun can solve. Your dragon clan should be no worse than the Phoenix clan, right? Don't you have anything similar? Suze asked. But that Dragon Ball is kept by the Dragon King. It is our guarantee against the four evils. Ordinary dragons don't even know the existence of this thing. If the Supreme Dragon Ball is here, it should be able to extinguish this flame. But Ao Xing is not here now. It took Suze and the others 2 days and 2 nights to get here. Even if Ao Xing rushed here at full speed, it would take at least a whole day. And after such a long time, Feng Qingyi had long been burned to ashes. His heart was burning with anxiety. Could it be that he could only watch Feng Qingyi struggling in the flames? The Phoenix is indeed the strongest fire attribute beast, but this flame was born to burn the Phoenix, and its power level has exceeded the Phoenix's control. Suze suddenly had an idea. Suzaku is the god of the south who represents Emperor Yin and the 7 constellations of the south. It is separated from the 8 diagrams and controls fire in the 5 elements, so it is also the divine beast of fire. If you want to tame this flame, you must let Feng Qingyi become the Suzaku in charge of the flame. But just when Suze was about to put it into practice, he was stunned. He had previously used the system's extraction function to act on Qinglong's body. What should be his goal now? Looking around, apart from his beast master and Ao Chun, there were only those flickering flames and the painfully struggling Feng Qingyi. It seems that there is no goal for him at all. Forget it. Let's treat the dead horse as a living horse, doctor. There is no other way. He raised his arm, aimed at the flames in front of him, and activated the system's recovery function. Suze guessed that this spiritual flame, even beyond the corona level, might be the manifestation of Suzaku integrating his power into the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. But there was no change at first, just when Suze felt confused. But he saw a stream of red light coming from the side into the bright white flames that were burning Feng Qingyi. He turned his head and saw that the other flames around him seemed to have spirituality at this moment. They stretched out their wings made of flames, and then flew into the bright, white flame one after another. With the addition of these flames, the bright white flames became larger and larger. Aren't you adding to the trouble? We are already almost unable to bear it anymore, and you still have to add fuel to the fire? Just when Suze felt that he was self-defeating and was about to withdraw the system's ability. But suddenly he discovered that Feng Qingyi, who had been groaning in pain just now, had stopped making any sound. He immediately confirmed through the contract that the other party was still alive, and it seemed that his condition was much better than before. At least there was no strong pain. This discovery also prevented Suze from stopping immediately. As more and more flames poured in, they gradually saw that the bright white flames expanded not because they became more powerful after merging with other flames. Instead, he was held up by Feng Qingyi inside. Are these flames absorbed by Feng Qingyi? She has gradually gained the strength to compete with this flame. This discovery lifted Suze's spirits, and he worked harder to activate the system's capabilities. After the last ray of flame merged into Feng Qingyi's body, the bright white flame also separated from her body and turned into a white flaming phoenix. Feng Qingyi also flew up, one golden and one white. Two phoenixes facing each other far away in the air. Sure enough, these flames that are still burning after Phoenix's death are the fragments of the heavenly Tao that Suzaku mastered. And after absorbing so many fragments, Qingyi is already transforming into Suzaku, one of the four holy beasts. Suze looked excitedly at Feng Qingyi in the air. This will be his first four holy beasts in the true sense, different from the green dragon that is still hatching. It's obvious that Suzaku has preserved his power in a special way. Once a phoenix can cross this gap, it can become the complete four sacred beasts Suzaku. But what she may not have expected at the beginning is that it was precisely because of this move that internal fighting broke out among the phoenix, which almost led to the extinction of the phoenix, and the Suzaku almost died. I have completed the last step and become the Suzaku in charge of the flames. You haven't returned yet, Feng Qingyi said, looking at the white phoenix in front of her. There is an unspeakable majesty in her words at this time, and when you talk to her, it feels like the world is falling on you. But the phoenix, which was just made of flames, said, "Don't fool me. Without me, you are only half a Suzaku. Only by absorbing me can you become a complete Suzaku. On the other hand, if I turn you into my fuel, I can become Suzaku, and it can burn forever." The battle between the two phoenixes is about to break out, both for the sake of becoming the real Suzaku. Feng Qingyi spit out flames from her mouth and attacked the white flame phoenix. Her originally golden-red flames had completely faded away and turned into golden flames. But this golden flame is different from the golden sun essence fire owned by the golden crow. It is not as bright as the sun, but it is hotter. Correspondingly, the white phoenix also used the flames that made up its body to resist. For a moment, the two phoenixes acted as if they were equal. Even the blazing white fire of the flame phoenix faintly suppressed Feng Qingyi. They turned into two streams of light, one golden and one white, in the heart of the mountain, colliding, tearing, and burning with all their strength. Suze below was already dazzled and didn't know which side had the upper hand. But Ao Chun, who was invisible from the side, said, "The result is already determined. Your beast master wins." "How did you know?" Suze asked, rubbing his eyes. These two forces have already touched the realm of heaven above the corona level, and Suze's eyesight cannot catch them. But Ao Chun could sense every collision between the two forces and feel who had the advantage. Although her flame is half weaker, it is generated by her own power, and she can also obtain power from you through the beast control contract. The other side is made entirely of flames. What it uses to fight is not its strength, but its own body. So every time he collides with little Suzaku, part of his own flames are offset, and he becomes a little weaker. As long as we don't get rid of little Suzaku from the beginning, defeat will happen sooner or later. Sure enough, just as Ao-chin said, a moment later, the white flaming phoenix began to be suppressed by Feng Qingyi. Its purpose also changed from wanting to devour Feng Qingyi and turning her into his own fuel, to wanting to escape from here. But it was too late. Feng Qingyi, who became more and more skillful in using the power she had just mastered, took advantage of the opportunity when the opponent passed her and wanted to escape. Catch it with your own claws wrapped in blazing fire. The body made of flames seemed to have substance under Feng Qingyi's claws. And with Feng Qingyi's claws exerting force, the opponent's body was torn into two halves. This is definitely a fatal injury to ordinary monsters. But this is not the case for the white phoenix made of flames. It turned into two smaller phoenixes, but they were still held in Feng Qingyi's hands. The two little phoenixes begged in unison, "I know I was wrong. I volunteered to return to help you complete the Suzaku. Can you please not erase my will?" Feng Qingyi snorted coldly. "Ask me to let you go? Did you consider letting me go when you wanted to use me as fuel just now?" The other party was speechless for a moment and did not reply. Feng Qingyi didn't give it a chance to answer, and the blazing flames spit out, burning away the fragile consciousness in the white-hot flames. Then, the unbearable flame that had just made Feng Qingyi feel extremely painful was swallowed up in one gulp. The flames on her body also rose up, and the golden flames began to turn towards platinum. This process continued for a long time, until it was dark and Suze was drowsy. The fiery red Suzaku soared into the sky, spitting out white gold blazing flames that lit up the entire night sky. At this moment, one of the four sacred beasts, the Jinan divine beast and the fire divine beast Suzaku, who had been away from this world for a long time, returned to his place again. The entire world of monsters, and even the human world, feels the strangeness between heaven and earth, as if something missing has been completed. Even the distance between the two worlds has been shortened, making it even more dangerous. Su Lin and his wife looked at each other at this moment, and Suze successfully verified one of their calculations again. But this also proves that they have some uneasiness in their hearts, but now they can only take one step at a time. It seems that the Great Elder and the others succeeded. I was indeed right. Ao Xing felt the fluctuation and said with a smile. He is still discussing with the leader of the Shaman clan about the stability of the Dragon clan. The king of the clan, who has followed the Dragon clan for the longest time, did not act too servile. Even he hopes that the Dragon clan can come here to provide a guarantee for the safety of the sharks. But it is also ensuring the status of the shark race. Ao Xing thought for a while and said, "King of the sharks, I think it's better to do this. As a reward for following you for so long, the Dragon clan will give the Shark clan a gift. The great wilderness mountains in the west are the territory of Yongzhu." Xiongqi did not act immediately after hearing Xiao Su's words, but brought him here. They are both fierce beasts that look like tigers. Among the four evil beasts, Xiongqi and Yongzhu have the best relationship. Their characters are also relatively similar. The boss Chaos is trapped in Kunlun Mountain, pursuing and making everything fall into chaos and disorder. The fourth child is a glutton and only knows how to eat. Only Xiongqi and Yaozhu are equally vicious and cruel. But there is another characteristic of Yongzhu, that is, stubbornness. To be precise, it means that it is not enlightened and is easier to control. That's why Xiongqi came to find it and tricked it into joining him. After all, although Xiongqi is cruel, he is not stupid. Suze was able to kill Tao Dai. Even if Xiao Su told it that the sword's power had been exhausted, it still couldn't completely trust a human. When it comes to finding Tao Zhu and the two four evils acting together, there is basically nothing that can threaten them. At this moment, they also felt Suzaku's aura. "Suzaku is already in place, Lord Xiongqi. We seem to have missed a good opportunity." Xiao Su frowned. He also didn't expect Xiongqi, who was known for his cruelty, to be so afraid of death that he had to drag Yaozhu along with him. Xiongqi shook his head indifferently and said, "It doesn't matter. The next place they are going to is definitely the Tiger clan. Let's go there and wait. We won't let him succeed this time. Those tigers have been conquered by us long ago, and all the white tigers are dead. He can't possibly succeed." At the same time, in the human world, with the return of Suzaku, the distance between the two worlds is felt to be getting closer. Inside Malichan, Michael, who had retracted the 6 wings he had previously used as a support, slowly stood up. The aura on his body also increased steadily, and soon he reached the corona level from the moonlight level, but he still did not stop and was still climbing up. He is one of the 4 angels formed from the fragments of heaven, a heavenly beast above the corona level. At this time, the atmosphere in the entire United States was completely different from before. All the citizens were praying devoutly, and the power of faith floated into the air, building a looming kingdom of God in the world of nothingness. The situation on the Militian side is getting worse and worse. They have all become fanatical believers and are expanding outwards at a rapid pace. The small countries around Militia have been brainwashed. Only those who become believers can survive, and the rest have been wiped out. Xiaosheng looked at the thick pile of information in his hand and said, "This information has been collected by Daxiao Lingwei these days." Shortly after Suze left, Militian underwent such a change. Michael, the mysterious man in black, unveiled his black robe, completely detonating the long-standing belief among ordinary people. And William also expressed his surrender immediately, although old John knew some of Michael's details. But now, Michael's power has returned, and Mjolnir, which allowed him to reach God-level power, has been completely destroyed. Old John could only lower his head completely. It didn't take long for Milliken to become a country of fanatical believers. The power of their faith even formed an illusory kingdom of angels in the sky above Militia. Michael entered this kingdom of God and fixed it, and there were 3 other illusory angel images with 6 wings behind him. William and John received blessings and became so-called divine messengers, and their own and beast-controlling powers achieved breakthroughs. Fortunately, the current speed of America's external expansion has moderated, and it has not affected other continents. Among Daxia's neighboring countries, Fuso and Silla were originally Militian's lackeys, and they would definitely use this opportunity to involve Daxia. But now Fuso Kingdom has completely disappeared, and Silla Kingdom has been experiencing frequent earthquakes recently for no apparent reason, so it is unable to cause trouble in Daxia. While Xiaosheng was looking at these information, Sun Sheng was also beside him. Both of them have now broken through to the God level, and their physical fitness and lifespan are already on par with the mythical beasts. Sun Sheng on the side looked a little thinner than before, with sunken eyes, but he still said confidently, "Oh, they are just relying on external forces. What kind of bullshit belief dares to spread to us? They will beat it to pieces with a stick." But what Xiaosheng was worried about was not John and William, but the kingdom of God that was sitting in the air and becoming more solid. He didn't know what it was, but it didn't stop Xiaosheng from being afraid of it. But before confirming what it was, Xiaosheng didn't dare to attack it rashly. He shook his head, looked at Sun Sheng's black eye circles, and said, "You'd better stop talking big words and take good care of yourself. Let's see how you've been squeezed." Sun Sheng's face turned red. "I originally thought that I would be fine after I broke through to the God level, but it turned out that there was still a big gap between Jiang Yi and Jiang Yi in terms of physical fitness. Ahem, just leave me alone and take care of yourself. We have now broken through to the God level, and are actually divine beasts with human blood. Unlike ordinary people, it is difficult to give birth to children." Xiaosheng shook his head. It's not that he didn't know this, but he just didn't have a suitable partner. Sun Sheng and Jiang Yi were childhood sweethearts, and the other was also a genuine royal sister. But what about around you? He turned to look behind him. Compared with before, Biyun became much more mature after accepting Ao Yun's gift of dragon blood. But the problem is that she is only mature on the outside. Mentally, she is still a child at heart, and Xiaosheng really can't do this. Forget it, let's discuss it again. I don't know when junior brother Suze will come back. The 2 of us are nothing. He is Daxia's real trump card now. The world of monsters and beasts is located in the Pearl Sea at the bottom of the East China Sea. Suze and the Great Elder have returned successfully. It took them 2 days and 2 nights when they went there, but they didn't even use half a day when they came back. Because it was Feng Qingyi who had become Suzaku who sent them back. Her strength had exceeded the corona level, and she had quite astonishing speed. Now she has become the strongest among Suze's beasts in one fell swoop, and she will be one of the strongest in the future, surpassing Drought Demon and Golden Crow. Even the Hazy Puss relationship with Hamba has undergone a reversal of offense and defense. Soon, Suze saw the Dragon King Ao Xing, the Shark Man Wang Xijing, and his parents who were coming towards him. Under their questioning, Suze briefly described what happened. Overall, it was a near miss. Jean Ling pulled Suze to her side with some distress and stroked the top of his head. In order to stop them from worrying, Suze changed the subject and said, "By the way, it's been so many days and you haven't made arrangements yet, okay? Ao Xing shook his head when he heard this and said, although the number of dragons is small, the living space we need is not small. Furthermore, after experiencing the previous destruction, the shark race now has few formation beads to use to set up formations. If you stay with us, the enemies you have to face will be stronger, and the protective formations you need will be stronger. Suze frowned when he heard this and said, what do you mean? Are you trying to drive the sharks out? This is a bit like occupying a magpie's nest. Although the shark clan is a vassal of the dragon clan, doing this would always make Suze feel very awkward. Ao Xing shook his head and smiled. That's not what I meant. I have already discussed it with the Shark King before. I want to give the Shark Clan a gift. Suze's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good method. But there are also problems. The sharks fled to the East China Sea because they were attacked and marginalized by other sea tribes in the South China Sea, seeking the protection of the dragon tribe. Is there no problem in sending them back like this? According to what he later learned, the fierce Sea Shark King who had been eliminated before was just the king of the Sea Clan in the East China Sea. There are also sea tribes in other sea areas, and there are also corona-level beasts among them. Otherwise, it would not cause the Dragon Clan with 4 corona levels to feel a headache. The kings of the 4 seas in the southeast, north, and west combined. There are exactly 4 corona-level sea kings. Now that the Sea King in the East China Sea has been eliminated, the Sea King in the South China Sea still exists, and it is not safe for the sharks to return. Ao Xing answered Suze's question with a smile. Actually, we have already locked the position of the Sea King from all over the world, but in a one-on-one situation, we can't win it quickly. And if you concentrate on dealing with one, it will be easy to alert the enemy. So I've always left them alone, but it's different now. The death of the fierce Sea Shark King in the East China Sea has made them see the predicament the Dragon Clan is currently facing, so they have not escaped yet. This is a good chance to deal with them. We can split up and take down the other 3 Sea Kings as quickly as possible. She looked very excited, unlike many other mermaids who were born and raised in the East China Sea. As a mermaid princess who has personally experienced migration from the South China Sea to the East China Sea, she is nostalgic for her childhood life in her ancestral land. It's just that she was young at that time, and she still vaguely remembered the way her father led her to escape. Fortunately, she had rehearsed the path back countless times in her memories and dreams over the years, so she didn't go wrong. Soon, Suze saw the dreamy sea in front of him. In this dark seabed, among the giant clams, countless pearls lie there, shining with colorful light. Each bead has its own unique light, dotting the silent and dark seabed, making it gorgeous. Schools of fish swam among them, and the scales on their bodies became colorful. No wonder Si Ruoxue keeps recalling the scene of Mingzhuhai in her dreams. Such a beautiful and spectacular natural scene is indeed unmatched by the Pearl Sea built later in the East China Sea. It looks like this is the place. The other 2 sides may have to start. Hurry up and get rid of the guys here. Suze said. This operation was divided into 3 teams. The Dragon King led the 3rd Elder to Beihai. The 1st Elder and the 2nd Elder are now in the West Sea. Suze came to Shihai. They were not worried that Suze would not be able to deal with the enemies here alone. Because he possesses Suzaku, one person's combat power is now stronger than the other 2 combined. These beads in the Sea of Pearls not only look good, but even if they are simply placed here, they can stop many monsters. However, with a local, like Si Ruoxue leading the way, Suze quickly went around smoothly. Soon, Suze saw ahead, the true ancestral land of the Shark Clan. The entire building is composed of coral stone and ocean stone. In the middle is a giant clam like a hill. In the clam is a huge pearl with a diameter of tens of meters, which together form an exquisite and spectacular space. When the light shines in, the entire building shines with golden light, as beautiful as a bright gem. Surrounded by a large expanse of ocean, the blue water makes people forget to leave. But now there is a disgraceful existence. It was a huge blue-black 8-clawed octopus. It was entrenched in it, and the dark black ink flowing from its body dyed the blue water black, making it impossible for light to pass through, and it also exuded a foul smell. That is the Abyss chapter, the Corona-level beast, the overlord of the South China Sea. It and a group of sea beasts drove us out of the blue sea in the first place. Then we were chased by the fierce sea shark king in the East China Sea. We escaped all the way to Lonyuan before we were safe. Si Roashua explained to Suze. After driving away the sharks, the Black King took exclusive control of the Pearl Sea and did not allow other sea beasts to enter. Suze smiled brightly when he heard this and said, "That's good. If it's poisonous, I really don't know how to handle it. Now I can make octopus balls with confidence." Octopus balls. It's a kind of food. You can take a look at it when the time comes. It's just a pity that there are no wooden fish flowers. Hearing this, Si Roashue's eyes lit up. She had tasted Suze's shark fin before, and the taste was unforgettable. So now the name of something she had never eaten appeared again, and Si Roashue was full of expectations. But she still has a problem. Octopus balls, where is it so small? But she soon learned that octopus will shrink severely when cooked. When Suze came to the octopus named Abyss chapter, it still said nonchalantly, "Humans and sharks. It's really been a long time since I've eaten." But just when it was about to take action, it was stunned for a moment, because through the connection established before, it sensed that the other two ocean kings were also being attacked. This had to make him take it seriously. After all, when the Dragon Clan would not fully deal with the other kings of the four seas, they sent people here to deliver food. This shows that the Dragon Clan is confident that the humans in front of them can solve it alone. But he was still a little dissatisfied. Humph, there are 2 Corona-level dragons among the other sea kings, and I am the only human here. It seems that they look down on me. Then it danced its 8 arms and legs, trying to rush over and crush the tiny human to death with all its strength. But at this time, in Suze's eyes, it was like a small octopus ball that actively threw itself into his arms. "Chingy, roast a leg for me to try first." Feng Chingy, who had been calm for a long time, once again took the initiative to tear open the beast control space and stand out as before. Her flames can burn even at the bottom of the sea. The flames quickly evaporate the seawater, forming a channel leading directly to the giant octopus in front of her. One of its arms and legs quickly shrunk, and then became firm and elastic, exuding an alluring aroma. Suze raised his knife and cut off the arm and foot with the golden crow genre sword, and tasted it one bite after another. It's not seasoned in any way, but it tastes really good. Okay, it tastes good. But when he looked again, he found that the octopus still had 8 legs. It has an astonishing regeneration speed, and it can grow arms and legs in an instant. Suze's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had a bold idea. The octopus felt extremely frightened at this moment, trembling and trying to escape. A moment later, the Dragon King and the Great Elder, who had completed their tasks, came back one after another, but Suze was still nowhere to be seen. "This kid, haven't you solved it yet? It's too slow. After all, he is a young man. Maybe he doesn't have enough combat experience, so he wasted time." Just when they were so small, they suddenly saw Suze dragging a huge thing back from a distance. "This is... You kid, why did you bring it back? Can't you just kill it?" Suze shook his head and said, No, that would be too wasteful." He immediately turned around and cut off a piece of arm and foot, roasted it, and ate it. By the time he finished eating, the octopus had already completed its self-healing process. Suze also said proudly, "You see, this is the only sustainable way to catch all the fish from the lake. Take it back and raise it. Eat it slowly." After hearing this, the big octopus suddenly became tearless and wished to die immediately. In the Great Xia dynasty, Shaosheng walked into a conference hall with a serious expression. He was still wearing the uniform of the Great Xia Spirit Guard. As honorary legion commanders, he and Sun Sheng belonged to the Great Xia Spirit Guard, but they rarely wore uniforms and no one disciplined them. Furthermore, during special periods, these 2 honorary legion commanders could even surpass the real legion commanders. That was during wartime. Everything is based on strength. There are already many people seated in this conference hall. Besides Sun Sheng, all the commanders and deputy commanders of the 5 legions of the Great Xia Spirit Guard were also present. Sun Sheng was also wearing a uniform, which showed that they were facing a very important matter. Xiao Sheng distributed the printed materials to everyone and said, "Everyone, get ready for battle." The United States is no longer confined to its own continent. Their army has now invaded Gaul, and the Solar Expeditionary Force is reportedly putting up a desperate resistance. But I don't think they can hold out for long. The American Army and Beast Tamers have all been strengthened, not only improved in every aspect, but also unafraid of pain and death. Because they all believe that after death they could go to the heavenly kingdom of God. He frowned and continued, but that's not the biggest problem. That damned heavenly kingdom in the sky is also moving with the American troops. But when its light shines on the ground, even non-believers feel a strong, burning sensation. As soon as someone has even the slightest thought of faith, they will be instantly brainwashed into a loyal fanatic, and they will turn around and start targeting their own people. They are very difficult to deal with. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. This tactic of shifting power would only allow the American forces to continuously expand their territory during the battle, making them increasingly difficult to deal with as time went on. Therefore, they must make a decision as soon as possible, and what kind of decision to make. First of all, it seems that what the United States needs is the power of faith. Our country itself does not have much of a faith base, so it may not be within their target range. Given the great distance and the fact that the divine kingdom moves very slowly, it's unlikely they'll even come this far. Perhaps the Americans will back down after they finish fighting Gaul. My advice is to wait and see. Xiao Sheng glanced at the man, his sharp gaze making him shrink back and dare not say another word. Xiao Sheng said coldly, "You're so sure you won't attack? Are you really that certain?" The man shook his head shakily. "I'm not sure what you're talking about. What if they sweep through all the other countries, grow strong, and come to us? By then, we would have no allies left. Do you remember the first thing I said when I came in? We are at war now. I'm not discussing with you whether to go to war, but how to fight." Xiao Sheng glanced around and saw that no one else had any objections. Based on this, the commander of the Eastern Legion stepped forward and said, "In that case, my proposal is to join forces with Great Britain, Kievan Rus, and Gaul, who are currently engaged in battle. In dealing with the United States military, other small countries not only cannot help, but may even be brainwashed and become obstacles. And the sooner the better. Ideally, we should join forces to contain the war within Gaul's own territory, to prevent a larger-scale brainwashing and impact." Xiao Sheng nodded upon hearing this, and seeing that no one else had any objections, he said again, "Okay, let's do it that way. From now on, we are entering a state of war. Our enemy is the United States. We are preparing to contact Great Britain and Kievan Rus to see what their intentions are, and then we will prepare to jointly reinforce Gaul. We must use Gaul, which is already embroiled in battle, as our first line of defense to prevent the flames of war from spreading to our own land." He then looked at the person who had spoken earlier and said, "As for you, based on your thoughts just now, I find it hard not to suspect that you might be brainwashed into becoming one of the enemy on the battlefield. Therefore, you are hereby dismissed from your post and placed in the rear for observation." The man paused for a moment, wanting to argue, but ultimately gave up. After reviewing the materials in his hand, he also learned about some of the brainwashed people in Gaul. Among them were high-ranking officers of the Solar Expeditionary Force, who were also their old adversaries. Therefore, he wasn't very confident about whether he could withstand brainwashing. Seeing this, Xiao Sheng said to the others, "After you all go back, conduct an internal self-examination. No matter how strong their fighting ability is, those who lack willpower should not be allowed to join the battlefield. If necessary, we can even contact the Beast Tamer Association to forcibly terminate the beast taming contract to avoid potential problems." "Yes." The crowd responded loudly. Sun Sheng watched this scene quietly from the side. As a fellow honorary Legion commander, his status during wartime was equal to Xiao Sheng's. "However, I'm really not good at these things, so I might as well just stay quietly to the side and be a sharp blade that I can use with confidence." He approached Xiao Sheng and said, "By the way, should I go and wipe out Silla first? They are lackeys of the United States and also neighbors of Great Xia. They are always stealing our things. I have been annoyed with them for a long time. It would be bad if we were to be ambushed by them while we were providing reinforcements." Xiao Sheng replied, "We won't do the foolish thing of sending out all our forces. At least one of us will stay behind each time. Moreover, Silla has been too busy taking care of itself lately. According to the latest intelligence, they have reportedly discovered that the island beneath their feet is actually alive. Now this living thing that has been dormant for who knows how many years has begun to move, and they are worried that a single dive could lead to the destruction of their country. Sun Sheng's eyes lit up and he said, "How interesting. What kind of living creature is it? A demonic beast? It's so big, it must be a mythical beast." Xiaoxing shook his head. "I don't know either. Anyway, if it just turns over, the whole of Silla will be gone." While the two were chatting, someone else hurriedly walked in and handed him a freshly issued document. Xiaoxing immediately took it apart with a serious expression. The crowd immediately murmured in disbelief. "Huh? They surrendered. They held out for 3 days? That's incredibly fast. No, not even a day. I think we'll be grateful if it's only 3 hours." "Well, I'm not surprised at all. This is the Gallic tradition." "Me too, but this time it was way too fast." Xiaoxing felt even greater pressure. Admittedly, Gaul's surrender was not exactly surprising news. However, such a rapid speed also illustrates one point. That is, the strength of the American army is terrifying, and they advance in a completely crushing manner. And now the Gallic Sun Expeditionary Force has also joined them. Contact Kievan Rus as soon as possible, or I fear Great Britain will be swallowed up as well. Just then, someone else walked in with documents. Xiaoxing's heart tightened, thinking it was another piece of bad news. The result, however, was news that Kievan Rus had requested an alliance. After all, they weren't the only ones who could see through the situation. Yeka, the ice princess of Kievan Rus, was the same. "When are we going to do it? I always have an uneasy feeling in my heart." "I don't know what happened," Suze asked. He always felt very uneasy in his heart, but he didn't know where the problem was. For this reason, he even asked Ao Xing to strengthen the protective formation, but it still had no effect. "When the sharks move, we can make some preparations before setting off," Ao Xing replied. Because of this, not only did the Tiger clan not die out like the Phoenix clan, but it has grown very strong, no worse than our Dragon clan. Coupled with the commotion made when Suzaku returned to his position last time, it must have attracted the attention of the 4 villains. So going to the Tiger clan this time will definitely be very dangerous. We must be fully prepared. After hearing this, Suze had no choice but to suppress the impatience and anxiety in his heart. To be honest, not long ago, Suzaku defeated the Corona-level Abyss chapter with overwhelming strength, and Hanbao and Golden Crow broke through one after another. These gave Suze inexplicable confidence. "I always feel that I have nothing to fear anymore, and I want to end it all as soon as possible." But Ao Xing's words reminded him that there were still many things he needed to pay attention to. For example, this tiger tribe. Feng Qingyi, who had just become Suzaku, might not necessarily be a match for Qiongqi, one of the 4 evils, in a single fight. And if the strength of the Tiger clan is almost the same as that of the Dragon clan, it means that there are at least 4 Corona-level beasts. Maybe there will be treasures passed down from generation to generation like the Dragon clan's Supreme Dragon Ball. If Suze is not prepared, he may suffer a big loss. But because of this, it was not just Great Elder Ao Chun who was traveling with Suze this time. Dragon King Ao Xing and the other 2 elders will also join them, and will bring the Supreme Dragon Ball to ensure safety. That's why you have to arrange everything in advance to avoid surprise attacks when the interior is empty. But Suze still had a question. "Senior Ao Xing, you just said that the Tiger clan was conquered by Qiongqi, so where is the power of the 4 Saint White Tigers preserved? Won't it be destroyed by Qiongqi? Or is it passed down in the bloodline like the Phoenix clan? But if that were the case, Qiongqi would have wiped out the Tiger clan long ago, and he would not let the threat grow." Suze couldn't understand, and Ao Xing also shook his head. "I'm not very clear about this either. I'm afraid the only time is to capture the Tiger King and interrogate him." Ao Xing sighed. The Tiger King of the Tiger clan, like him, also survived from that time. They were once comrades in arms, but now they are inevitably at war with each other. Daxing Mountain, Tiger Bone Forest. This is the territory of the Tiger clan. The ferocious tiger roar filled with pressure resounded throughout the mountain forest. Qiongqi flew in the air with the wings behind him and roared, "It's so noisy, shut up." After feeling his pressure, the entire Tiger Bone Forest fell silent. Then, a huge tiger flew up from below. It came to Qiongqi's side and lowered its head. I don't know if it's a coincidence or something, but it's also a white tiger. But it is not the white tiger among the four holy beasts, but an ordinary albino tiger, the contemporary Tiger King. Lord Xiongqi, why are you here? And Lord Yaozhu. It said with a flattering look on its tiger face. Although the tiger clan was conquered by Xiongqi, he doesn't come here often, not to mention that he still brings Taozhu with him. Thinking back to the aura I felt not long ago, I inevitably had some guesses in my mind. Can't we come? I heard that another old guy died recently. Hand over his tiger bones to me. Xiongqi said with a cold snort. Every time I see the color of the tiger's fur in front of me, it makes it feel very unhappy. Because the white tiger is the sacred beast holding the West, it mainly controls gold and kills, and it has the strongest attack power among the four sacred beasts. Except for the strongest chaos, most of the original four evils were injured in its hands. Until the end, the four angels fled cowardly, and then they worked together to make the white tiger fall. So whenever he saw the white tiger in front of him, even though Xiongqi knew it was not a white tiger, he still felt bursts of pain from the healed wounds on his body. Next time I see you, you'd better dye your hair black, otherwise you'll burn it all to save me from being upset. Yes, yes. Baihu lowered his head and nodded. Lord Xiongqi, all the tiger bones you want are here. To prevent Xiongqi from getting angry, he turned into a human form and said, while holding a huge tiger bone in his hand. Haha, okay, very good. Xiongqi laughed and bit the tiger bones into pieces before swallowing them. The reason why it will eat all the tiger bones. It's because tiger bones are like the flames inherited by the Phoenix clan, and the dragon beads inherited by the dragon clan can be accumulated to a level comparable to the four evils. There is no way Xiongqi would let this happen. After swallowing all the tiger bones, Xiongqi roared, "What are you still doing? Lead the way. Me and Yaozhu will stay here for a while." As for Xiao Su, he didn't mention it. It was just a human, and it didn't attract the tiger clan's attention. Xiongqi glanced at him and snorted coldly. Even so, what do you want? Let him get the white tiger out too. Baihu is dead, completely dead. I crushed his bones, scattered ashes, and soaked his body in water for him to drink. Or should we rely on you losers who haven't inherited its power? The Tiger King shook his head repeatedly and said, "How dare I think like this? I'm just curious, just curious." His attitude was extremely flattering and humble, but there was a flash of light in his lowered eyes, which was a sharp edge full of chilling. When did your army become so powerful? Besides Xiao Sheng, the Snow Queen Yeka of Kievan Rus asked aloud as she looked at the great Xia spirit guard in front of her. Andre the Bear Splitter was also by her side, seemingly acting as a guard. The last time Kievan Rus was attacked by a mythical beast, Yeka activated the artifact Tsar's Scepter to help Kievan Rus defeat the powerful enemy and seal the bottomless abyss. But this also exposed her identity as the last imperial daughter, and she experienced another power struggle. It's just that Yeka is one of the strongest people in Kievan Rus, and Andre, the only one who can check her, actually stands firmly on Yeka's side. So without exception, in the current Kievan Rus, Yeka occupies the absolute right to speak. In addition, there is the Night King of Great Britain on the side. It's just that she is now covered in scars, and her long golden hair is spread behind her, stained with dark red blood. When Xiao Sheng led the reorganized army to join the Northern Iron Guard of Kievan Rus and rushed to Great Britain. After resting, the Militian Thunder Guards had brainwashed all the original Sun Expeditionary Force into their ranks and began to launch an attack. Even if Great Britain did not choose to surrender as decisively as Gaul, it could not stop the opponent's advancement despite desperate resistance. By the time Xiao Sheng and others arrived, Great Britain had lost nearly half of its land. Even the King of Knights was seriously injured and was relying on his own will to resist the brainwashing of the Kingdom of Heaven. His whole body was being burned by the blazing divine light. But even so, she still placed the artifact in her hand, the sword in the stone, on the ground, supporting her body to prevent herself from falling. As for the Knights of the Round Table who followed her, they had already lost nearly half of them. Fortunately, Xiao Sheng and the others finally arrived in time and temporarily forced Militian's army back. During this period, Daxia's spiritual guards showed amazing combat effectiveness. Yeka and the others were surprised to find that the royal beasts contracted by Daxia's army were all gold and platinum level high-level monsters. And each team can actually carry a very rare space monster to help carry supplies. The most important thing is that they found that the beast control of the Great Xia Spirit Guard army is actually highly unified. Does this mean that Great Xia has mastered the method of mass-producing high-level monsters? They were all shocked. With such technology, if there had not been such a sudden change in Millikan, Daxia would have become the most powerful country in the near future. A high-level monster that relies on one hand. Among the Great Xia spiritual guards, there is one team in particular who has the most ferocious offensive. That is Su Zhe's 13th team. After Su Zhe left, Xiao Sheng retained this organization and asked the strongest Qi Lin to serve as the temporary captain. Luo Xingyu serves as the vice-captain, and the other vice-captain may be a little surprised that he turns out to be Wang Zi. What made his strength soar was not the purple electric eagle Su Zhe gave him later, nor was it the monster hatched from a dark monster egg, but the first mythical beast Su Zhe gave him, the golden-scaled pig. After devouring one small treasury after another, the Wang family was completely depleted. It fell into a deep sleep, and when it woke up, the golden-scaled pig's bloodline evolved, and it became a diamond-level monster. Therefore, Wang Zi relied on his own hard power to get the position of deputy captain. He was a match with Luo Xingyu, and he was very proud. In fact, although this kind of thing can be said to be Wang Zi's good luck, it is not an exception. Perhaps due to the influence of the growing distance between the two worlds, many high-level monsters have awakened their bloodlines. This also gave Chun Xian, who was cultivating a large number of high-level monsters in the laboratory, the opportunity to realize his dream of artificially breeding diamond-level monsters. It's just that she hasn't been successful yet. But even so, the strength currently displayed by the Great Xia Spirit Guards is enough to amaze Yeka and the others. Listening to the probing of the other party's words, Xiao Sheng also said straight to the point. We have indeed mastered the method of artificial breeding of high-level monsters, but the output is still relatively low, and we can only give priority to domestic supply. It seemed like he was refusing, but he didn't say anything too serious. So Yeka nodded with understanding and said, I understand, but now everyone is an ally of the United Front, and we don't want to hold back. Xiao Sheng suddenly said with a smile, You see what I said? Do we look like that kind of people? I will only charge you the cost price. Let me discuss it with the others when I get back. In fact, Xiao Sheng was not lying. The current output of high-level monsters is indeed not high. Even though Chun Xian gave up the exclusive academic results that she once dreamed of, she shared all her research materials with the country. But not everyone is like Chun Xian, who has seen life being born step by step in a chaotic and unopened space. So except for her, few others succeed. This time, Xiao Sheng just brought over the elites from the Great Xia Spirit Guard who had been contracted with high-level beast masters first, such as the 13th detachment. But beast control is only one factor in war. Other materials are also very important. For example, in order to allow the newly cultivated monster beast to enter the battle as quickly as possible, it is necessary to continuously use crystal nuclei to help the small world on the back of the turtle accelerate. Therefore, it is completely possible to exchange some of the cultivated high-level monsters for these materials. It's just a matter of mastering it and maximizing your own interests. In addition, Su Yao, who was not in the Great Xia Lingwei establishment, also appeared on the battlefield at this time. For the person who would become his junior sister-in-law sooner or later, Xiao Sheng's original intention was not to let her go to the battlefield and get involved in danger. It's just that after studying under Lin Shi, she became very accomplished in spiritual attributes, and mental attack and protection can affect the brainwashing effect of the kingdom of God. Therefore, almost all the beast masters in the country who were proficient in spiritual attributes came to the battlefield, including Su Yao and Lin Shi, who had lost his body. Its divine light, which has a brainwashing effect, has little effect on the Daxia spirit guards who have gone through layers of selection and truly regarded as the deceased. Now that Su Yao and Lin Shi's mental protection is available, it is even more useless. He could only rely on his strength to fight head-on, but found that the Beast Master was completely incomparable. Daxia Lingwei's beast control equipment is so luxurious that they suspect they are Krypton Gold players. The Millennium Thunder Guards, which had been so forward-looking and defeated the Sun Expeditionary Force and the Knights of the Round Table one after another, was finally defeated this time. Not only were they unable to move forward, they were even retreating. Even the kingdom of God in heaven is retreating because of the retreat of believers. At this time, someone finally couldn't sit still and flew from the sky with blazing divine light all over his body to attack the great Xia spirit guard. When Xiaosheng saw this, he immediately stepped forward to stop him. The two of them separated at the first touch. After they settled down in the air, Xiao Su said, "William, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect that you have become someone else's bitch." William was surprised and said, "You have reached the god level?" Without accepting any gifts. William couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. The power he gained by working as a dog for the angels broke through to the god level. But Xiaosheng also broke through to the god level. But the fact was right in front of him, and he couldn't help but not believe it. Humph. So what? I have the blessing of Lord Angel. My power must still be stronger than yours. William roared angrily and instantly donned the beast control armor that had also reached the god level. Xiaosheng didn't dare to neglect when he saw this. Biyun, who had fully evolved into a divine dragon, emerged from the contract formation behind him, stretched his body, and then rushed into Xiaosheng's hands, turning into a majestic green dragon halberd. Kuei Niu, on the other hand, transformed into a set of beast control armor that flashed with lightning and roared with thunder. The breastplate on the chest of the beast control armor still looks like a drum head and seems to be able to be struck. The two of them fought together, and the great Xia Lingwei below also reacted from the nearly attack just now and began a counterattack against the Millikan army. As for the Knights of the Round Table and the Northern Iron Guard, who were once as famous as the great Xia Spirit Guard, they basically could only follow behind to pick up the slack, or even cheer. When we go back this time, we have to buy it no matter how high the price they offer, otherwise we will be completely held back. Yeka said, looking at the scene in front of him. Andre nodded silently, seemingly obeying Yeka's orders completely. In the air, even though the divine light cast by the kingdom of God was constantly replenishing William's strength, he was still retreating steadily under Xiaosheng, who had two divine beasts. He even started throwing away his trump cards one after another. Among them was the 8-foot Magatama, one of the 3 artifacts he traded from Fuso. This artifact that he attached great importance to before was only discovered after reaching the god level that it was nothing more than this. It was far from the real god level power. Then it became like an ornament. But under the pressure brought by Xiaosheng, William threw out the 8-foot Magatama in a panic. I think back then, this pseudo-artifact could restrain the green dragon halberd in Xiaosheng's hand. But now, he just crossed the green dragon halberd in his hand to block it, and heard a very crisp cracking sound. The 8-foot Magatama was completely shattered and turned into tiny specks of light and dust. This last artifact of Fuso, and possibly the last symbol, bid farewell to the stage of history. Seeing that the blue dragon halberd that split the 8-foot Magatama was about to fall on him, William shouted, "What are you waiting for? If you don't take action, I will die? Lord Michael will definitely not let you go by then." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaosheng felt a strong wind coming from behind him. He decisively gave up killing William and chose to dodge sideways. Then he saw a light hammer passing him, and John, another million god of war, also stood by William's side. The light scattered from the kingdom of God slowly gathered in his hand, forming the shape of a hammer. Only this time, the hammer in his hand no longer danced with lightning, but shone with a dazzling and fiery brilliance. Xiaosheng frowned. It was okay to let him deal with one. It is indeed a bit difficult to deal with 2 god-level experts at the same time. Seeing this, Yeka on the ground took down the long wooden box behind him. After opening it, an extremely gorgeous scepter was lying inside. But compared to the last time, the light blue gem at the top of it became much darker. The blonde girl wiped the blood from her face, tied her long hair back into a high ponytail, and said, "I'm not a little girl. Since I pulled out this sword, my appearance has stopped growing. But in fact I have read your information, and I should be 1 year older than you. TSK, but I won't call you sister. Come on together. Sister, The two of them each held the artifact and soared into the sky and came to Xiaosheng's side. Relying on the artifact, they were not truly god level after all. They were suffocated by the breath of the three people, but they were still struggling to support themselves. Why are you here? This is a god-level battlefield, Xiaosheng said. So what? I can't just watch you fight two against me down there. It's 3 versus 2 now, and I have the advantage. Having said that, the gap in strength cannot be completely bridged by artifacts. What's more, these 2 artifacts consumed too much power during the last crisis. But Yeka still said, "We are sure. Leave that guy to us. He has almost handed over all his trump cards just now." Yeka pointed at William with the scepter in his hand. This feeling of being underestimated made him very unhappy. But before he could say anything harsh, the battle had begun again. Xiaosheng indeed restrained John and left William behind. After all, John's strength is indeed stronger than William's, but he is still a little worse than Xiaosheng, who has 2 divine beasts. He attacked with all his strength, wanting to end the battle here quickly before turning his head to help the other side. But John changed his style of play and began to hold back Xiaosheng. He was also waiting for William to deal with the 2 women. It's just that the situation seems to be developing towards Xiaosheng. The battle just now had consumed a lot of William's strength, and he didn't know if it was because of the tacit understanding between the women. Yeka and the King of Knights, who had never cooperated before, used the artifact to cooperate very well. One was the main defender, and the other was the main attacker. With the blessing of 2 artifacts, they really suppressed William. The balance of victory seems to be slowly tilting towards them, until a crisp breaking sound came. The King of Knights looked at the sword in his hand in astonishment. Great Britain's artifact, the sword in the stone, is broken. How could this happen? You have been using this sword for a long time, but it broke at this time? After losing the sword in the stone, Yeka sat alone, relying on the Tsar's scepter in his hand. The blonde girl wanted to continue the fight with the broken sword in her hand, but after the sword in the stone broke, its power was quickly lost, and it would soon turn into an ordinary piece of scrap metal. The price of the powerful attack power of the sword in the stone is that it is easily damaged due to its fragility, but as long as it is sheathed, it can recover the damage suffered in the battle. It's just that it's useless to talk about it now. The fracture of the sword in the stone has become an established fact. What they have to do now is to maintain this situation as much as possible. But having said that, as the light of the sword in the stone became weaker and weaker, they gradually began to become more dangerous. Ho ho, it's useless. Have you seen the kingdom of God in the sky? Even the gods are on our side. The breaking of this sword is the will of the gods, William said with a proud smile. He had just been suppressed by the combination of 2 artifacts and was breathless. Now that he finally had a chance to fight back, he would naturally not show mercy. The light in William's hand passed by them several times, almost piercing their bodies. He said, "I advise you to give up and join us to become God's messengers. In this way, you can enter the kingdom of God in heaven and serve the gods forever." Yeka curled his lips and said, "I have no interest in serving others as a dog, and not forever." William became angry after hearing this, and he no longer had the idea of conquering the 2 beauties to always be by his side. So he became more and more ruthless. John, who had been dragging Xiaosheng, saw this and said with a smile, "It seems that your allies will be the first to be unable to hold on." "Really?" Xiaosheng said noncommittally. At this time, John also vaguely noticed something was wrong. Because at this critical moment when William was about to resolve the battle and come here, he did not show panic, nor did he start to try his best to get rid of John's restraint and help. It seemed like this was exactly the result he wanted to see. Don't care about allies? This was impossible. After all, it would not be of any benefit to Daxia. According to his understanding, Xiaosheng was not such a person. That means, there's still a backup plan? John was shocked. What kind of backup plan? Does he still have a beast to control? Or is it the sword in that kid? Or is Sunsheng here too? But he shook his head again. Contracting 2 divine beasts should be his current limit. As for that sword and that boy, Mr. Michael has also confirmed that he went to the world of monsters and will not be able to come back in a short time. As for Sunsheng, he should be staying in Daxiao now. Thinking of this, John suddenly raised his head, and he seemed to realize something. He started to look around. and sure enough, he saw a man wearing an ordinary Great Xia Spirit Guard uniform below, quickly approaching the battlefield on William's side. The reason why he made the judgment that Sun Sheng stayed in Daxiao was because it was impossible for him to make the decision to use all his strength to aid another country and abandon his homeland. The more important point is that he received the news from his eyes and ears, which confirmed that one person from Shaosheng and Sun Sheng would stay behind every time. But obviously, his judgment was wrong, and his eyes and ears had long been discovered, and he had passed on false information. At this moment, it was his turn to get rid of Shaosheng's entanglement and remind William. But he was entangled in the sudden and violent offensive and could not even shout out while distracted. On the ground, Yeka was about to be pierced by the lightsaber turned into light in William's hand. Since there was no artifact in his hand, Andre, who was unable to participate in the battle, subconsciously reached into his arms as if to pull out something. But then, he saw an ordinary Great Xia Spirit Guard rushing into the battlefield at an alarming speed. Then he stuffed the things back again. Above, with a ferocious smile on his face, William was about to pierce Yeka's body, while the King of Knights on the side wanted to rush forward to block. At this time, William discovered that at this moment of life and death, Yeka's attention was not on himself, but on behind him. This made him feel slighted. "What are you looking at? Behind me? Hey, are you trying to trick me into turning back with your child's tricks? Let me tell you, my stick is bigger." Just after he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that the top of his head seemed to have become much darker, as if there was a real black shadow approaching him quickly. He couldn't help but raise his head, and what he saw was really a huge stick. Then he was hit on the head. His body instantly turned into a puddle of mud and died, and even the god-level beast-controlling armor on his body couldn't stop him. After all, Sun Sheng also used all his strength in this sneak attack. Haha, I sent this guy away with one stick. If it were a head-on battle, it wouldn't necessarily have this effect. Then he looked at John opposite Shaosheng and said, "I've already tried sneak attacks from behind. I haven't tried to hit more with less. Why don't we deal with him as well?" Seeing Sun Sheng approaching him, John felt something bad in his heart and hurriedly began to retreat. Just when Shaosheng and Sun Sheng were about to stop him, they felt the so-called divine light from the sky gathering together and shrouding them. The strong burning sensation forced them to retreat further. Taking this opportunity, John had quickly fled, and the Militian army also retreated under the divine light. Tisk, it's a pity that only one was solved. That's right. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deceive him with false news next time. We still have to keep someone in the country to guard him. But now that William is dead, there is only one John left, and Militian has nothing to do. Shaosheng said this and looked at the ground, where there should be William's body that had been hammered into pulp. But now, except for some blood stains, there is no trace of the body. "What's going on?" Shaosheng asked. Andre came over from the side. He was the only one on the ground who noticed what happened. The thing in the sky took his body away with a flash of light. Took it away? What's the use of it if it's broken into pieces? Can it be resurrected like this? Sun Sheng said in disbelief. Shaosheng on the side didn't want to believe it, but he still frowned and did not rule out this possibility. Anyway, everyone should be careful. Next time, we won't even leave any dregs for them and will be burned directly to ashes. Did we lose? Unless the dead envoy William appears and tells us how wonderful the kingdom of God is, After the defeat, the Militian army retreated all the way to the occupied Gallic territory. Everyone in Gaul has been brainwashed into believers, and therefore has enough power of faith to make the glory of the kingdom of God even brighter. Here, he no longer has to worry about Shaosheng and Sun Sheng chasing him. But now, with their failure, these fanatical believers also began to waver, and their wavering faith caused the glory of the kingdom of God to flicker at this time. But John had no good way to prevent the collapse of faith. At this moment, the kingdom of God suddenly shed a beam of light, and a figure slowly took shape in it. The dazzling light blinded many people, but some of the most fanatical believers would rather risk their eyes being burned out than give up witnessing any miracle. Then I heard their voices trembling and shouting excitedly. "It's God. God is clearly alive. Envoy William is back. The kingdom of God is real, and everyone who dies will receive immortality in the kingdom of God." These words made more people start to look at it carefully regardless of the discomfort in their eyes. They did see William, with his eyes closed, slowly descending from the kingdom of God along this beam of light. Suddenly, all the believers knelt on the ground and shouted for miracles. They all saw with their own eyes the tragic situation of William's death, but now he reappeared intact. This made everyone not believe in the power of the kingdom of God. The faith that had just been on the verge of collapse became more and more stable, and even began to become more fanatical. As the light gradually dissipated, William reappeared wearing pure white clothes, but there were some differences from before. For example, his eyes, which were originally green, now turned pale gold. But apart from these minor differences, his aura was indeed that of William, without disguise and not as a twin. He raised his arms and shouted, "As you can see, I'm back alive." William's words once again set off a wave of enthusiasm, and everyone was afraid that their beliefs were not sincere or fanatical enough. They began to express their piety in ways they understood. Some prayed, some offered sacrifices, and some even used self-mutilation to express their beliefs. Conflicts even broke out over the competition for sacrifices, and there were bloodshed. But William did not show any objection to this. No matter what method it is, as long as it can generate the power of faith, that is enough. He doesn't care about the rest. Soon, William flew over the enthusiastic crowd and came to stand next to John. He stared at the resurrected William next to him and asked, "Are you really William?" He could feel that after experiencing this resurrection, William's power had surpassed him. This is not like a simple resurrection. And as a God-level strongman, he has more or less his own opinions about the kingdom of heaven in the sky. He is not a blind fanatic who believes that people can be resurrected there. What do you think? A glimmer of light flashed in William's pale golden eyes. John seemed to understand and bowed respectfully to William beside him. He knew that William was indeed dead. The one in front of me is just that the angels recycled William's body and reshaped it, and then put a clone of themselves into it. William did not continue to pretend in front of John, and said, "I already know the power of those two humans, but they are really difficult for you for the time being. There is still time now. Let's wait for a while. The more power of faith we absorb, the more power we can project from the kingdom of God. At the current rate, it won't be long before we no longer have to worry about those two little guys." He smiled and looked at the increasingly fierce chaos below. The increasingly large-scale bloodshed seemed to bring a trace of blood to the power of faith floating towards the kingdom of God. But he doesn't care. "Master Suze, we are ready and can set off," Aolai said to Suze. Behind him were 3 elders from the dragon clan. "I'm finally planning to leave. I haven't been at peace in my heart these days. It seems like something happened somewhere I don't know about," Suze muttered. Although there are only 4 dragons, the 4 of them can be said to have represented most of the dragon clan's combat effectiveness. It is worth mentioning that the great elder Ao-chun was holding a box of octopus balls produced by Suze in his hand and eating them with gusto. Nowadays, Deep Sea Giant Chapter has become an important strategic food reserve due to its rapid regeneration ability and delicious and firm taste. It's just that the dragon's appetite is really too big. Even with the regeneration speed of the Deep Sea Chapter, its 8 arms and legs are rarely retained for more than half of the time these days. Fortunately, Suze is leaving soon. Without the chef, it can finally have a good rest as an ingredient. Ao-chun, whose taste buds had been conquered by Suze, even begged Suze to make him a final portion of small meatballs to eat on the road. It was hard to imagine that this was the great elder of the Dragon Clan who once disliked humans. The Dragon Clan is in the East China Sea, and the Tiger Clan is in Daxing Mountain in the far west. The journey may take more time than the previous trip to the Feng Clan, Aolai said. "It doesn't matter, just watch mine." Suze summoned the Golden Crow and Suzaku at the same time. Although they are both Corona-level beasts, there is obviously a gap between the speed of the Divine Dragon and the Golden Crow, who is good at flying. Not to mention Suzaku, which is stronger than ordinary Corona-level beasts in every aspect. With the help of these 2 mythical beasts, the distance is even further. But it only took half the time last time, a day and a night to reach Daxing Mountain. "Everyone, be careful. The Tiger Bone Forest of the Tiger Clan is ahead." I haven't been here for a long time since the break between dragon and tiger. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful tiger roar sounded from the forest, seeming to threaten them not to get close. It seems that we are really not welcome. Looking at the white tiger emerging from the forest, Ao Xing sighed and said, Wang Yin, it's been a long time. Humph, don't be so polite, you cowardly worms. Deserters in the face of battle, the white tiger roared. Wang Yin is its name. The tiger is the king of beasts, and the surname Wang is the same as the surname Hu, tiger. And those words made Suze turn around and look at Ao Xing. According to Ao Xing, the tiger clan was the one who sided with the radicals and was subdued by Qiongqi. Why are the dragons now being criticized as deserters in the face of battle? Ao Xing looked guilty and didn't say anything more. Ao Chun, who was standing to the side, explained to Suze, after the 4 holy beast masters fell, the dragon, tiger, and phoenix clans retained considerable strength. The 4 villains were all seriously injured at the time, and we originally wanted to take this opportunity to finish them off in one fell swoop. He paused here, reflecting on the current state of the Tiger clan and the Phoenix clan, realizing that the plan had clearly not been successfully implemented. And this reason might be due to the dragon's desertion in the face of battle. So you guys didn't chicken out back then? Suze asked. Ao Chen sighed, shook his head, and said no. As you know, after the Azure Dragon fell, the heavenly Tao it carried formed the small world of Dragon Abyss. But when Lonyuan was first formed, it wasn't like what you see later where you could freely enter and exit. Lonyuan trapped us inside, and it took us more than 100 years to escape. My eyes went blind around that time. I didn't want to take the place of Lord Qinglong. Instead, they want to control Dragon Abyss and release the dragon race. Even with the dragons absent, the Tiger and Phoenix clans did not abandon their previous plans and launched an attack on the other 3 ferocious beasts besides Chaos. In the end, they did indeed inflict another heavy blow on the 4 fiends, but they also captured the entire Tiger clan. The Phoenix clan escaped by chance, but ultimately perished in internal strife due to the impact of this incident. However, from Suze's current perspective, the 4 fiends, who wield a portion of the heavenly Tao, are not creatures that ordinary divine beasts can kill. Even if the dragons were involved, the final outcome would probably not change. It is precisely because of this reason that the dragon race has been able to preserve its strength and become the strongest monster race today, continuing to fight against the 4 fiends. Ao Chen's words seemed to be addressed to Suze, but he did not lower his voice, so he was actually speaking to Wang Yin as well. However, its eyes still held a murderous intent, unchanged. Over the years, the Dragon clan has tried to explain the situation clearly, but the Tiger clan does not accept this explanation. Yes, that's it, very good. What they say is all a lie to you. They're just making excuses for themselves. A winged tiger appeared from behind the white tiger, its words seemingly possessing some kind of magic, causing the killing intent in Wang Yin's eyes to boil even more fiercely. Be careful, he is Qiongqi, one of the 4 fiends. Qiongqi is inherently fierce and easily believes others' bad words, which gives him the power to bewitch people with his words. The appearance of the 4 villains instantly piqued Suze's interest. Beside him, the vermilion bird also flapped its wings, its aura equally intimidating. However, Suze's aura was quickly suppressed, because next to Qiongqi, another ferocious beast resembling a tiger appeared. Taodai, it's here too. This is really troublesome. It's not surprising that Qiongqi, a ferocious beast that had subdued the Tiger clan, appeared here. But if the Taotai also appears, then things really get complicated. Fortunately, Suze and his group had considered this point. After all, 2 of the 4 divine beasts have already returned to their positions, so it's normal for the 4 fiends to take some countermeasures. All the dragon kings and 3 elders of the dragon race will appear here, and they will also bring the supreme dragon pearl, which is enough to contend with the 4 fiends in a short time. They are not without opportunities. You take the tribesmen to entangle those long worms, and let me and Taodai deal with this kid. Qiongqi gave the command to Tiger King Wang Yin, just as it had done for thousands of years. The only reason Wang Yin was allowed to live was to constantly humiliate this guy, who looked exactly like the white tiger who had seriously injured him. Wang Yin did not refute, and one after another, tigers emerged from the jungle. Except for the tiger cubs who were unable to fight, almost the entire tiger clan was mobilized. Their combined auras formed a wall of murderous intent that pressed down on the dragons. The immense pressure caused Ao Xing to grasp the supreme dragon pearl with his hand hidden beneath his robes. After all, the tiger clan inherited the characteristics of the white tiger in this respect, making them the most ferocious and ruthless demon beasts. But Wang Yin didn't act immediately. Instead, he shouted at Ao Xing, "Hey, I'm asking you, do you really believe that human kid?" Ao Xing, who was preparing for battle, paused for a moment and said, "Huh? I'm quite interested." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. "I'm not asking you. I'm asking the blind man behind you. You weren't the one who fought alongside us the most back then. You were still serving as a mount for that guy, the Yellow Emperor." As a mount, Ao Xing didn't really have many opportunities to participate in wars. He was willing to go blind in order to master the power of the Azure Dragon and release the dragon race to help his former comrades. "Oh, besides the Yellow Emperor, you have another human being you admire." Ao Chen nodded and said, "That's right, and it's not just me. The Xianyuan sword has also followed him, and the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird have both returned to their positions by his side. This is our last hope." His blind eyes held a glimmer of hope, as if he could see his former comrades standing on the same side as him once again. "Therefore, we must unleash Lord White Tiger's ruthlessness upon the world once more. Kill! Kill! Kill!" Wang Yin shouted, and all the tiger's eyes, including his, were covered in a crimson glow. Wisps of blood-red killing intent rose up and gathered in the air to form the shape of a blood-red tiger. Then they joined forces with the blood-red tiger to launch an attack. However, at this moment, Ao Xing released the Supreme Dragon Pearl from his hand. Because at this moment, the Tiger Clan's target was not him, but Xiongqi, who was preparing to attack Su Zhe. "You go first," Xiongqi said to Yao Zhu beside him. Although it is cruel by nature, it is also very cautious. Facing Su Zhe, who had killed Tao Tai, it did not attack immediately, but let Yao Zhu go first. After all, Tao Tai died before Suzaku returned to his throne, which meant that Su Zhe's current strength was enhanced by Suzaku's, and he had to guard against it. Facing Yongzhu's attack, Suzaku also faced it immediately. As a new member of the Four Saints, it was obvious that she was struggling in front of Yongzhu. As a symbol of stubbornness, it is indeed like a stubborn stone that is impervious to oil, salt, water, and fire. Even Suzaku's flames can hardly harm it. Su Zhe, who was armed with his remaining monsters, was unable to break through the opponent's defense. Perhaps only Xianyuan Xia Yujin can do it, but after so many days of recovery, plus the return of the two heavenly Daos, it just restored the strength of one sword at most. There was also a Xiongqi watching him, so Su Zhe didn't plan to use his trump card so early. Seeing that Su Zhe's strength was nothing more than that, Xiongqi immediately prepared to join in and attack Su Zhe. But then it felt the chilling air coming from behind. Turning around suddenly, he saw that the bloody tiger composed of murderous intent had raised its claws and slapped him. But Xiongqi waved his wings and dodged easily. Just a few feathers on the wings were rubbed off. But at this moment, its mood was one of alienated anger. Wang Yin stared at Xiongqi and hummed. "Humph, betrayal. I have never truly surrendered. So where can I talk about betrayal? Today is the last chance, so there is no need for me to act again. I want to pay back all the humiliation I have suffered for so many years." Amidst its roar, the bloody tiger, which was composed of the murderous aura of all the tiger clan, clapped its claw again. This time, Xiongqi did not continue to dodge. "You've already prepared for today, right? Okay, anyway, I kept you here just for fun, but now I'm tired of it too." It collided with the murderous tiger. This tiger, which was composed of all the strength and murderous intent of the tiger clan, had one of its claws exploded in an instant, and at the same time, those tigers were also injured at the same time. The blood continued to flow out, turning into blood mist in the murderous aura and blending into it, seeming to make the bloody tiger become more solid. Obviously, in the face of Xiongqi's power, even the combined power of the tiger clan is still not enough. Although I haven't seen you use this move in previous battles, I thought it was some kind of final killing move, but it turns out it's nothing more than that. Xiongqi sneered. He has already thought about how he will punish these guys who dare to deceive him later. He must make them suffer pain and torture before they die. Seeing that the Tiger clan was seriously injured by Xiongqi's blow, Ao Xing also shouted, "Brother Wang Yin, let's help you." Then he took the Supreme Dragon Ball and the other 3 elders to rush forward. However, Wang Yin turned around and shouted a tiger's roar, stopping him in his tracks. He shouted sternly, "Go away. This is the grudge between our Tiger clan and Xiongqi. Don't get involved. Go and help that boy." But Ao Xing wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Ao Chun. Said, "Listen to him. I don't know what they are carrying, making the Tiger clan, the king of beasts, endure for thousands of years, but there is obviously a reason for this. I believe him." Ao Xing had no choice but to give up after hearing this, and went to help Suze. With their joining, Suze's pressure was instantly reduced. Especially the Supreme Dragon Ball. It is the only thing besides Suzaku that can break through Yongzhu's defense and cause harm to it. However, the damage caused is still limited, and it is not enough to truly threaten Yaozhu in a short period of time. As for the battle between Xiongqi and the Tiger clan, it is still developing in a one-sided direction. Each time, the Tiger clan took the initiative to attack and was subsequently defeated by Xiongqi. Their injuries became more and more serious, but their murderous intent became stronger and stronger, and the bloody tiger became more and more real. Even without Wang Yin's control, they would already take the initiative to attack Xiongqi. If there is a seemingly invisible tiger roar, it seems to be coming from its mouth. This strong murderous aura even made Xiongqi start to feel frightened. You have hidden the power of the white tiger in your own murderous aura, and you have hidden it from me for so many years. The white tiger, the sacred beast of the West, is also the sacred beast of gold, in charge of killing. Dispersing its power and hiding it in the Tiger clan's murderous aura, not only can it avoid being discovered, but it can also use its own murderous aura to hear the white tiger's power. Because of this, after the defeat, the Tiger clan chose to surrender to Xiongqi and began a long period of forbearance. Only if the Tiger clan is preserved can the power of the white tiger be preserved. Only by not leaking his murderous intention towards Xiongqi can he avoid being discovered in advance. They have been waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the opportunity. Now, this opportunity has finally come, and the power of White Tiger will finally be revealed again. At this moment, Xiongqi also truly collapsed. It not only hates that it has been hidden by the Tiger clan for so many years, but is also afraid that the aura and power of the White Tiger still remain in this world. Even though the wounds on Xiongqi's body that had been torn open by the White Tiger had healed, he still felt heartbreaking pain at this moment. But it still gritted its teeth and said, "You are already dead, and my body was destroyed by me. I don't believe that just the murderous aura left behind can do anything to me." Xiongqi raised his head to the sky and let out a deafening roar, but it sounded like he was out of breath. At this time, the killing intent of all the Tiger clan has reached its extreme. The murderous tiger that combined all their murderous intent and strength raised its head and let out a roar that was even louder and resounded through the sky. Then, its blood-colored hair seemed to be turning towards white and slowly turned into an entity. "Why is the dead guy still coming back?" Xiongqi roared and took the initiative to attack. But this time, his attack did not defeat the opponent as easily as before, but was evenly matched and maintained a stalemate. Just when it was surprised, the tiger composed of murderous intent had completely lost its blood color and turned into a majestic white tiger. It has turned into an entity, and the hair on its body is clearly defined, swaying in the wind. "Xiongqi? Long time no see." Baihu lowered his head and looked at Xiongqi in front of him and said. It slowly took a step forward and left the Tiger clan who had been maintaining its figure before. This also shows that it is now an independent individual, and that humans are not illusory things made of the murderous aura of the Tiger clan. After he left, the Tiger clan seemed to have completed its mission and fell from the sky like rain. More than half of the Tiger clan had died from injuries caused by Xiongqi's previous attack, and the rest were all seriously injured. And all this is in exchange for the return of the white tiger. Thousands of years of forbearance are all for this moment. A huge white tail rolled up all the tigers, and then gently placed them on the ground. Okay, leave the next step to me. I'm going to make this guy pay. Because the white tiger came back from the tiger clan's murderous aura, it also integrated some of the tiger clan's memories and knew what Xiongqi had done to the tiger clan over the years. It took a step in the direction of Xiongqi. Just this step made the hair on the other person's body stand up, and there was fear in his eyes. But he still shouted, "Stop bluffing. How much strength can you have left after being resurrected from the dead? I'm afraid it's not even as good as the little Suzaku over there. And I have recovered from all my injuries over the years, and now I have returned to the strength I had in my prime." But Baihu seemed not to hear the threat in his tone and said, "Oh, that girl Suzaku has already returned to her position before me." He looked at the battlefield on the other side and confirmed Suzaku's aura. Then his eyes fell on Suze beside him. After feeling it for a while, he nodded and said, "I see." Xiongqi saw that Baihu was distracted and was about to attack, but then he felt bursts of severe pain coming from his body. The painful locations are all old wounds left by the white tiger. They should have recovered long ago after so many years of cultivation. But now, they broke out together. Especially the roots of the wings seemed to be torn off, and the gurgling blood dyed its entire back red. Then it fell to the ground, like a corrosive poison, causing a large area of trees in the tiger bone forest to die. Baihu looked at Xiongqi's figure and said, "What you just said is half right. There is indeed a huge gap between my current strength and my previous strength. Every time the white tiger takes a step, these injuries become deeper, closer to what they were when they were most serious. But it is obviously impossible to defeat Xiongqi like this. After all, these injuries could not kill Xiongqi thousands of years ago, and this is still the case now. They will eventually fight together and renew the battle thousands of years ago." Is that the white tiger? It is indeed the most deadly beast. Feeling the murderous aura erupting from the white tiger on the other side, Suze sighed. He needs such combat power now to help break through the defense of Yongzhu in front of him. He didn't understand how the long-haired beast in front of him, which looked like both a tiger and a wild boar, and had a face that looked a bit like a human, could have such a strong defense. Isn't it Xuanwu with turtle shell defense? But with Baihu helping to deal with Xiongqi, Suze no longer has any worries. He took out the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword from the system space with his backhand. And just like how he dealt with Tao Tai before, he turned his system into a gem and set it on the hilt of the sword. With the strength he has recovered now, it is still too difficult to deal with two enemies at the level of 4 evils at the same time. But with the help of Suzaku and the Supreme Dragon Ball to suppress it, there is no problem in helping to deal with the Taozu. Whether you can cut through this layer of pigskin on its body depends on you. As Suze spoke, he stabbed Yingzhu with the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. The other party did not dodge, or there was no time to dodge at all. Yao Zhu, who is proficient in defense, is much inferior in speed. But relying on its amazing defense, it is already immune to most injuries. Even the damage from Suzaku is only insignificant to it. But just when Xianyuan Xiaoyu's sword slashed at Yongzhu's body, a painful expression appeared on its strange human face. Then he struggled desperately and violently threw Suze out. Ao Chun immediately caught Suze from behind. He looked at the sword in his hand with excitement on his face, and saw a faint dark red color on the tip of the sword. Judging from the feel just now, Tao Ye's defense was indeed very strong, but after he exerted his strength, he still penetrated hard with the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. Seeing that his attack finally had an effect, Suze also cheered up. "Go on." Yao Zhu turned around and looked at the sword in Suze's hand. As the 4 fiends with the strongest defense, apart from White Tiger, the only person who could break through his defense was the Xianyuan sword, the predecessor of the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. The White Tiger and Xiongqi are mortal enemies, so the most serious injury it suffered was that its body was cut off by Zhuanxiu, the grandson of the Yellow Emperor, holding the Xianyuan sword. Only his own heavenly path was left that could not be dissipated, and he was reborn after 1,000 years. And before its final death, it also used its last breath to break the Xianyuan sword, which was severely damaged after smashing the Way of Heaven. But now, it has been recast again and appears in front of Yongzhu. And like Yao Zhu, some fragmented memories flashed before Xianyuan Xia Yujin's eyes, and then he felt a deep hostility toward Yao Zhu in front of him. What's wrong? Suze, who felt the changes in Xianyuan Xia Yu's sword, asked. The same was true for Yuzhu. It completely ignored the attacks of Suzaku and Ao Xing, lowered its head, and rushed towards Suze while stepping on the cracked void. It will completely smash Suze and Xianyuan Xia Yujin together. Not good. Although the opponent's speed is not fast, you can tell by looking at the force that can crack the space with every step it takes that it really wants to hit it. Even if Suze didn't die, he would still be in trouble. He quickly tried to dodge. As a result, he felt that his body was as immobile as a stone, and even the thoughts in his mind seemed to be frozen, running very slowly. He only thought of one thing. If he is attacked, his stubbornness can not only be used on himself to enhance his defense, it can also be used to attack, locking the enemy in place, making it difficult to move like a solid rock. And in this situation, if he was hit by Tao Zhu, his body would probably fall apart like a stone in an instant. Fortunately, Suze couldn't move, but Feng Qingyi and Ao Xing were not under the same control. They stood in front of Yongzhu to stop it, but it completely ignored the Suzaku's flames and its sharp claws and beak. Even these attacks can break through its defenses, allowing the flames to penetrate through the wounds and burn. Feng Qingyi had no choice but to fall from the air, trying to block Tao Zhu with her own body. But Ao Xing on the side said, Sir Suzaku, you can't have any accidents. Let me do it. Feng Qingyi looked at Ao Xing aside and saw him coming in front of her, with the Supreme Dragon Ball floating in front of her, emitting bright and dazzling light. He didn't know who he wanted to prove to, so he shouted loudly, Look at me. You are not the only ones who are not afraid of death. The Dragon Clan is also the same. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Zhu came in front of him and collided hard with the Supreme Dragon Ball. A dazzling light erupted, covering Ao Xing and Yao Zhu. For a moment, they had no idea what was happening. After the light lasted for a moment, a clear cracking sound was heard. At this time, Suze was also relieved from the state just now, and was shocked. There is nothing breakable on Yingzhu's body. The only one who can make such a sound is the Supreme Dragon Ball. Ao Chun, who was behind Suze, nodded and said, That's right. As the great elder of the Dragon Clan, he naturally knows that the Supreme Dragon Ball is said to be comparable to the four evils. But in reality, it was just a slight resistance, which was equivalent to a full blow. The battle just now has consumed a lot of the Supreme Dragon Ball's power, and with the full force of the impact, it has reached its limit. What about Senior Ao Xing? Suze asked. He knows what the Dragon Ball means to the Dragon Clan. Once the Dragon Clan's Dragon Ball is broken, the best-case scenario is that all power will be lost. Don't worry, the Supreme Dragon Ball is the fusion of dead Dragon Balls and does not belong to Ao Xing. Suze took a breath and said, Then it doesn't matter? Ao Chen didn't answer, and spoke after a moment. Actually, in order to better utilize the power of the Supreme Dragon Ball, Ao Xing integrated his own Dragon Ball into it before setting off. So this is what you have been preparing for all these days. Ao Chen nodded. Then he added, But don't worry, the power of the broken Supreme Dragon Ball is far beyond that of ordinary Dragon Balls. There will definitely be no problem for Ao Xing to save his life, and his strength may not be affected. As soon as he finished speaking, the light had dissipated. Ao Xing and Yao Zhu appeared in their field of vision. Yongzhu's attack was indeed blocked. Not only that, but perhaps because of the self-destruction of the Supreme Dragon Ball, Yongzhu was seriously injured. There were many wounds on its body, and black, smelly blood was constantly leaking out. Bones can even be seen in the deepest part. But in comparison, Ao Xing's condition at this time still looks even more miserable. Most of the golden dragon scales on his body had fallen off, and blood was dripping all over his body. The limbs were bent at very twisted angles, and one of the dragon's horns was broken. But the most important thing is the Supreme Dragon Ball that is held in its mouth. But now there are only a few fragments left of it, probably not even 1/10 of its original size. Is there no problem with this little left? Suze asked. Then he remembered that Ao Chen couldn't see, so he described it to him again. And as soon as he finished speaking, Ao Xing had already fallen from the air. He had obviously passed out, but fortunately there was still a trace of breath left. Suze looked at Ao Xing, who was falling, and said, "Okay, the Dragon Clan has done everything it needs to do. You all can go down and leave this place to me." But, "No, it's okay. Yaozhu has been severely damaged by the Supreme Dragon Ball. If I still can't get it, are you looking down on me?" Ao Chen had no choice but to give up after hearing this. He and the other two elders chased Ao Xing, who fell below, leaving the battlefield to Su Zhe and Suzaku. But when Feng Qingyi wanted to take advantage of the heavy damage to Tao Zhu to go forward and deal with it, he was stopped by Su Zhe. "Wait, you can't kill it completely by yourself." Su Zhe clearly remembered what Tao Dai said back then. Whether it is the original Xianyuan sword or the four sacred beasts and the four evils, they all have the same origin, so it is difficult to kill them completely. But Su Zhe is an exception. The fragment of heavenly Tao that it absorbed is the system. After merging with his soul from another world, it has completely separated from the original heavenly Tao and become a brand new bud of heavenly Tao. It raised the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword in its hand, recalled how it had integrated the power of the system into it, and tried to use it on Suzaku. After a moment's delay, Suzaku suddenly turned into a stream of light and fell on Xianyuan Xiaoyujin in surprise. In addition to a transparent gem on the hilt, there is a smaller red gem below it. Xianyuan Xiaoyu's sword was also completely covered by a ball of fire at this time, exuding a fiery aura. But it wasn't over yet. Su Zhe was just about to try the power of the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword that fused two fragments, but another white light flew over. To the left of the transparent crystal core, there is another white gem about the same size as the red gem. This is... He looked at the battlefield between Baihu and Xiongqi, and sure enough, Baihu had disappeared. Only the seriously injured Xiongqi was left, looking around with a vigilant expression, looking like he might have been frightened. Su Zhe hadn't expected that even though he hadn't yet formed a contract with the White Tiger, it had still merged into the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword along with the Vermilion Bird. If the Vermilion Bird bestowed upon the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword its scorching heat, then the White Tiger bestowed upon it ultimate sharpness. Holding the sword in his hand with the blade pointing towards him, even though there was still a considerable distance between them, Su Zhe still felt a stinging sensation on his cheek and quickly turned the sword around. Xiongqi and Tao Dai seemed to sense the threat and stood together. They were all seriously injured, but the difference was that most of the injuries on Xiongqi's body were old wounds that had recurred. The White Tiger's power is indeed much weaker than before. Apart from detonating the injuries it had previously caused at the beginning, it has not been able to hurt Xiongqi again since. This is why it actively integrates into the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. At this moment, Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword was also extremely excited and said, "I feel like I've never been this powerful before. I feel like I've reached my limit, and now I can definitely send you home. But if you're going to use it to chop up those two guys in front, you might have to wait a while longer." Although Su Zhe also wanted to go home, his immediate priority was obviously dealing with the two ferocious beasts in front of him. However, Su Zhe still noticed a piece of information that the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword had just revealed. It had reached its limit. Currently, the only weapon that Su Zhe has found capable of withstanding the power of his system and the four divine beasts is the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. However, to achieve his ultimate goal, he needs to collect 8 fragments of the heavenly Tao, including the 4 divine beasts and the 4 angels. With only 2 pieces available, the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword has already reached its maximum capacity. This is not good news for him. Perhaps it's because he broke it once, and after it was reforged, he lost more than just the memories of the past. Even its quality has been affected as a result. After all, according to his understanding, the Xianyuan sword was once a being that severed the heavenly Tao, so it was impossible for it not to be able to withstand even the power of a fragment of the heavenly Tao. However, he didn't know how to solve this problem and could only take it one step at a time. Let's take care of these 2 guys first. Su Zhe, wielding the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, possessed extreme offensive power, but he was far inferior in other aspects. Therefore, he fused all his tamed beasts into a set of beast taming armor, comprehensively enhancing his own strength. On the other side, Xiongqi did not choose to sit idly by and wait for its doom. It came to the Tao Ye's side and saw that the torn defense was rapidly healing. The Taotai not only has strong defensive capabilities, but its self-healing ability also surpasses that of the Qiongqi. However, the wounds left by the white tiger on his body have not healed even after thousands of years. A hint of cruelty flashed in its eyes. Taotai seemed to sense something and looked at Qiongqi, asking, "Second brother, what's wrong with you?" "Taowu, what is our relationship like?" Qiongqi's voice rang in Taowu's ear. "And how have I treated you?" "My second brother is the best to me. My eldest brother, Chaos, is trapped and can't move. And Taotai only knows how to eat." "Very well, second brother is in a lot of pain right now. Would you be willing to help him?" "Help? I'm willing, but how can I help my second brother?" Having achieved its goal, Qiongqi grinned, revealing its blood-red maw, and said, "It's simple, just let me eat you. I need your power, that part of the heavenly Tao." Taotai hesitated for a moment, and just as it was about to resist, it found that it simply couldn't muster that kind of will. There was always a voice in my heart that seemed to say that it was right for me to just be eaten. That's why Qiongqi wasted so much breath talking to it. Qiongqi climbed onto Taoyu's back and tore at the wound that was trying to reopen. If Taotai hadn't been injured, it would have been really difficult for him to break through Taoyu's defenses. But now the most difficult things have all been accomplished. Taoyu's face was filled with pain, but he stubbornly refused to utter a sound, because he felt that this was the right thing to do. In just a short while, Qiongqi had completely burrowed its body into the enlarged wound. Taoyu's eyes also lost their luster and became dull and lifeless. But it, which should have died, is now moving again, with a loose, flabby skin. Just then, Suze finished his preparations and drew his sword to face Qiongqi and Taotai. When he witnessed this bizarre scene, he even saw the wings of the Qiongqi emerge from two wounds on the back of the Taotai, dripping with blood. Did they eat their bodies out from the inside and then put them on? Suze asked in surprise. He never expected that Qiongqi could do such a disgusting and cruel thing. It not only gained the power of the Taotai and the Tao of Heaven, but also forcibly healed the wounds on its body caused by the white tiger. They wouldn't even let go of the last bit of value the Taotai had, using its tough fur as their first line of defense. Fortunately, they were all tiger-shaped ferocious beasts, which could support the Taoyu's fur. As long as we can win, that's all that matters. It turns out that we 4 fierce beasts and the 4 sacred beasts fought to the death, but we could never completely kill each other. In the end, it turns out that they can kill each other to gather their strength together. After I've dealt with you and gotten that sword, I'll go and devour that chaos guy too. It's a pity that Taotai is no longer here. Otherwise, I would have absorbed the power of the 4 fierce beasts into one. No, those 4 beasts shouldn't be let go either. Qiongqi grinned maliciously, as if he could already see himself succeeding. You think you can get rid of me so easily? Suze slid his sword downwards, seemingly aiming for Qiongqi's abdomen. He had discovered this was the Taoyu's weak point during his previous battles with it. Therefore, this place has been attacked the most and is already covered in wounds. Now that Qiongqi is disguised as Taotai, this should be one of its weaknesses. The sharp, radiating heat made Qiongqi feel threatened, but it also made him even more eager to possess it. With a triumphant smile, he said, "Humph, do you think I don't know Taoyu's weaknesses? It has never hidden them from me." Suddenly, the Taoyu's belly burst open, and a tiger's paw slammed into Suze from within. Qiongqi was merely wearing the skin of a Taotai. No one knew what its true nature was beneath the skin, and this was a weakness that was carefully guarded against. However, his claw still missed its target. Suze nimbly turned to its side and said, "You know, if you pay too much attention to others, you'll always neglect yourself. Aren't your wings a weakness?" Then, with a single sword strike, a blood-stained wing was severed cleanly at the root. "Nice wings. Keep them for me to make roasted chicken wings," Suze said after cutting off one of Qiongqi's wings. The intense pain caused Qiongqi to roar angrily and slam its fist towards Suze. However, Suze had already twisted his body to dodge. After absorbing the power of the Taotai, Qiongqi's self-healing ability and defense were greatly enhanced, but its agility was also affected to some extent. Its wings were already the most severely injured part, and they were almost broken off at the root. Even after absorbing the power of the Taotai, it couldn't fully heal in a short time, so it was easily severed by Su Zhe's sword. However, Qiongqi does not rely on wings to fly. The wings only increase its flight speed and make it more agile in the air. But now, having lost one wing, the remaining one is not only useless, but will also cause it to lose its balance. Without hesitation, Qiongqi turned its head with a fierce look in its eyes, bit its remaining wing, and then violently shook its head, tearing it off. After a while of spraying blood, the wound healed quickly. In contrast, the wound on the other side, severed by Su Zhe, failed to heal for a long time because it was covered with a layer of scorching flames. It looked at Su Zhe triumphantly, as if to say that it had eliminated the weakness. But Su Zhe shook his head and said, "TSK, TSK, TSK, so polite. Your wings are so big, one is enough for me to eat, and you even gave me another one. I feel so bad." Qiongqi flew into a rage upon hearing Su Zhe's teasing words and roared as it launched an attack on Su Zhe. But in reality, this is exactly what Su Zhe wanted to see. His power is now greater than ever before, but there is a fatal problem. He cannot maintain it for long periods of time. If Qiongqi chooses to avoid battle and doesn't directly confront Su Zhe, it won't be long before he himself can't hold on any longer. Now, by using words and feigning nonchalance to provoke Qiongqi into engaging in combat, Su Zhe has achieved exactly the result he desired. Feeling the immense force emanating from the hilt of the sword in his hand, Su Zhe frowned slightly and took several steps back. After merging with the Taotai, Qiongqi's power became astonishing. This meant that he had to hold the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword horizontally to block Qiongqi's attacks every time. The good news is that the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, which has been fused with the power of the White Tiger, can leave wounds on the opponent with every strike, and is also imbued with flames from the vermilion bird. The flames penetrated inward, continuously widening the wound. If things continue like this, Qiongqi will eventually be worn down by Su Zhe, provided that his body can hold on. As Qiongqi's pain intensified, he slowly regained his senses and was no longer blinded by rage. It was even looking around, searching for a way to escape, seemingly no longer wanting to fight and ready to flee at any moment. Just as Qiongqi once again forced Su Zhe to retreat and defend himself, preparing to escape. But at the very last moment, he saw Su Zhe's trembling hands and the blood flowing from his arms. Qiongqi clearly remembered that he hadn't hurt the other party, and seeing that Su Zhe's expression was obviously one of forced composure, Qiongqi understood something. "So you were just bluffing the whole time. You almost fooled me. I'll see how long you can hold out." Su Zhe breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this, noticing a cut on his wrist from the fingernail he had just made with his other hand. The transformation of the nine-tailed fox spirit Qingqiu Shi into an artifact allows Su Zhe to see the emotions on his opponents. That's why he was able to determine earlier that Qiongqi was controlled by anger, and he was also able to see in time that the other party wanted to escape. Therefore, they took the initiative to show weakness, and as expected, they managed to keep Qiongqi here again. Although his method worked again, Su Zhe's current condition, while not as dire as he appeared, was not far off. Qiongqi was in a hurry to escape, so its condition is probably not much better than his. Now it's time to strike a decisive blow. Su Zhe poured all his remaining power into the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword. Because he lost the power to sustain him, the beast armor he wore, made of beasts, began to fall off one by one, returning to its original form. These beasts were also exhausted and unable to fight anymore. Su Zhe abandoned his defense and gambled all his strength on this final blow. This strike is a fight to the death. Qiongqi, on the other side, also realized through this power that Su Zhe was likely bluffing, as he clearly still had some strength left. But it was already locked on, so it had no choice but to take the blow head-on. "Humans, I'll show you that this is nothing but a death throes." A powerful destructive force constantly gathered in its mouth. Qiongqi's power lies in destruction, and it often destroys everything in front of it under the influence of this power. The fur that originally belonged to the Taotai was now of little use, as it was torn and destroyed, revealing the blood-soaked Qiongqi beneath. The sphere of light, brimming with destructive power, continuously gathered in his mouth, while the Taoye's power was to fix this originally fleeting destructive power at its most powerful moment. In contrast, Suze held a sharp, flaming longsword, with the phantoms of the white tiger and vermilion bird appearing behind him. Upon seeing this, the three dragon elders hurriedly lifted their own dragon king, then squeezed forward to carry Suze's beasts away on their backs. They arrived at the place where the tiger clan had landed, found the remaining tigers, and took them away, keeping them far away. Their combined strength far surpassed theirs. They might not even be able to withstand the aftershocks of the battle. Just as they reached a relatively safe position, their attacks finally collided. Accompanied by the cry of the vermilion bird and the roar of the white tiger, Suze unleashed a sword beam that tore through space. Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword was right. If it weren't meant to be used against Qiongqi, the power of this sword could easily send Suze home. Meanwhile, the ball of light that Qiongqi spat out reduced everything in its path, from trees and air to even the space itself, to dust. Both collided, their rears twisted and twisted from the destruction and loss of control. However, the expected collision of the two forces did not produce a loud bang. Instead, there was silence, an eerie, oppressive silence. The two forces converged and squeezed into a single point. At this moment, Suze realized something was wrong and quickly held the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword horizontally in front of him. The next moment, that point exploded. Even though the powerful impact struck the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, it still severed both of Suze's arms, sending him flying backward. On the other hand, Qiongqi was not having an easy time either. Because it lost the previous duel, Suze was affected by the aftershocks of the collision, while Qiongqi saw a broken sword beam. The sword struck its brow, then pierced through it, and emerged from behind. A moment later, Qiongqi's body split in two and fell to the ground, with two streams of black energy rising up. "What's that?" Suze, who was lying on the ground, looked at the two black auras and said. There probably weren't even a few unbroken bones in his body now, and he fell to the ground like a limp noodle. From the severe pain at the beginning, it has now become numb, and it is even a little exciting under the influence of adrenaline. That's why I noticed the two black auras that were actually inconspicuous. He knew that when a divine beast of the level of the four fierce was killed, the fragments of heavenly Tao in the body would materialize and still possess fighting power. He almost fell into the hands of Tao Ye's Tiandao fragments before, but the black energy in front of him did not show the slightest offensive power. And the biggest advantage of using the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword after integrating with the system to kill the four evils is that it can be connected with the way of heaven to cut them off at the same time, eliminating the chance of the four evils being resurrected. Did such black energy exist when Tao Tai was killed? A trace of doubt flashed through Suze's heart. At this moment, Suze, who was lying on the ground, saw a familiar figure slowly appear. Facing him, the alarm bells in Suze's heart rang loudly, and he was even more vigilant than when he faced the four murderers. Su Zichang sat up and looked at Xiao Su in the sky. Under him was the hydra that he had snatched from Suze, but except for one head, the other 8 heads looked very dull. 2 of the heads inhaled the 2 black breaths respectively, and after a while, their eyes gradually became brighter. "I didn't expect you to be here." Suze sat up and looked at Xiao Su and said, "I can't help it. I don't seem to be taken seriously, so it's normal not to be taken seriously." Xiao Su spread his hands and said. As he spoke, he came towards Suze. Fortunately, at this time, Aochin also rushed over with 2 other elders from the Dragon Clan. In the past, Suze would have felt that this was safe, but now he really felt that Xiao Su was extremely dangerous, especially without figuring out what the 2 black energies that his beast had just absorbed from Qiongqi were. Fortunately, Xiao Su stopped when he was still some distance away from him. When Ao Chun and others wanted to take action, Suze stopped them because he could see that Xiao Su just came to say something. "What do you mean?" Xiao Su did not answer. So Suze changed the question. "What was the black energy that you asked Xiang Lu to absorb just now?" Regarding this question, Xiao Su replied without any concealment. "Same as the things you are collecting, they are the origin of the way of heaven. The 4 evil beasts are not as sensible as the 4 holy beasts. It is impossible to make them surrender obediently. So we can only completely crush his soul and will, leaving only the pure source of heaven that can be used. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. But if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gone so smoothly. When Suze heard this, he also looked at Xiang Lu behind him. Among them, the two heads that had just absorbed the black energy were no longer sluggish. Together with the one at the beginning, they happened to be the three of the four evils that he had eliminated. 9 heads. The 4 evils plus the 4 beasts are only 8. What is the other one? Suze asked curiously. Xiao Su looked at Suze meaningfully without answering, and then turned and left. But Suze already understood something at this time. 他不也是如此吗? Although he wanted to collect the 4 holy beasts and the 4 angels, 8 fragments of heaven, but why didn't he own a share? If you put it this way, the look in his eyes just now was saying that he is the same as me. This is the final 9th share? But now that Xiao Su has left, Suze has no way to ask. Sister Zhuke, do you really not remember me? I am your brother Tiger. Baihu came to Feng Qingyi's side and said very attentively. At this time, they were already on their way back to the East China Sea. Suze was too seriously injured, and there was Qiongqi's power remaining in the wound. Even Hanbao couldn't help him. He could only heal it by refining the remaining power bit by bit. He was currently lying on Suzuka's back, so he could see all of Baihu's face. Who would have thought that the white tiger, the most lethal beast among the 4 sacred beasts, would actually have such a dog-licking side as a big cat? Just after the battle, the white gem that Baihu transformed into was about to break away from the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword when it was entangled by the transparent gem that the system transformed into, and then directly concluded a contract for Suze. It was also with the help of the power feedback after the contract with the white tiger that Suze's injuries improved a lot. At least most of the bones were reattached, otherwise it would have been much more painful than now. Not only the white tiger, but also the remaining members of the tiger clan, including the surviving Tiger King Wang Yin, also agreed to go to the East China Sea under Ao Chen's persuasion. Although they are the kings of land, it is definitely not feasible for these big cats to live in the sea. But in a sea area as big as the East China Sea, there are still large islands. After everything is settled, it will not be too late to return to land. It seemed that he was aware of Baihu's intention. Even though he knew that he was no match, Han Ba still stepped in to separate Baihu and Feng Qingyi. The poor white tiger originally thought it was also a female monster, so he didn't care much. And because the tiger tribe used a special method to preserve the power of the white tiger, it also left most of its memory, allowing it to remember that Hanba was the goddaughter of the Yellow Emperor, and it became even less wary. Until he saw the close relationship between Feng Qingyi and Han Ba, his eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. After a long time, the big cat lowered his head and silently walked aside, sighing. Hey, if I had endured losing to that green worm, why did I lose to a woman in the end? I can't understand. Suze sighed when he saw this, and didn't know how to comfort him. When I could only lie down and rest in embarrassment, I was shocked when I looked at the looming reflection of human urbanization in the sky. It should be because the pieces of heavenly Tao corresponding to Suzaku and White Tiger are returning to their places one after another. The convergence between the worlds has accelerated their approach. It won't be long before you can easily go back without this sword. Jinling looked at the calculated data in his hand and said. Suze, who had regained some mobility, asked, Mom and Dad, what about you? Aren't you going back with me? Su Lin on the side shook his head and said, Not yet. You also know that your Aunt Zhao Qian came here because of us, so naturally we have to send her back. But she is in a coma now, and it is very risky to pass through the unstable space channel. We can only wait until the space channel is further stabilized before making any plans. Okay then. Suze nodded helplessly and said. But Jinling didn't say what the reason was, and Suze didn't choose to ask. Suze lay on the surface of the East China Sea, looking at the blue sky reflecting the human world above. Under him was the fierce sea shark king who had previously contracted. After all, it is a corona-level mythical beast, and it is perfect to use as a sunbathing mat at times like this. Although he has no way to go back yet, after strengthening his eyesight by various means, he confirmed that the city corresponding to the sea area is somewhere in Daxia in the human world. It seems that the Great Xia Spirit Guard is operating a bit frequently. Could it be that something happened over there? After thinking about the uneasy situation that he had been in before, Suze couldn't help but feel worried. I hope I can get back in time. On the other side, the land of Gaul that was originally the human world. After the distance between the two worlds suddenly narrowed, and the reflection of the monster world appeared above, William slowly stood up and opened his pale golden eyes without any emotion. The time has come. Sir, is the power of faith enough? John on the side asked after seeing this. William shook his head. The power of faith is not enough, but there is no time to continue to waste it. And after the two worlds get closer, the power that the kingdom of God can cast will be more. It is enough to deal with the two little guys who have just broken through to the God level. Okay, then I'll tell everyone to start setting off. John was about to make a move when he heard William say, "No need." Then, the fanatical believers who were sitting cross-legged on the ground and contributing the power of their faith suddenly stood up in unison. Apart from faith, nothing else can be seen in the fanatical eyes. This scene made John feel a little shuddering. Is this the improvement in the power of the kingdom of God that William said? Although the previous fanatical believers were not afraid of pain and death under the bath of holy light, they still had their own thoughts and could be called human beings. But now these fanatical believers seem to be no longer human beings at all. They are just tools that provide the power of faith. As the influence of the kingdom of God further deepens, will I become like this? John thought in his mind. But in fact, he already had the answer in his heart. But there was no way he could go back. This neat and uniform march has naturally attracted the attention of Great Britain. After the last victory, in their opinion, Milliken's army did not seem so scary. Especially now, the Daxia Spirit Guard from Daxia and the Northern Iron Guard from Kievan Rus have not left yet. But at the top, Xiao Sheng and the others did not look so relaxed. Is it coming again so soon? Since they dare to fight back, it means they are confident of dealing with us. Xiao Sheng said with a frown. Apparently seeing the other party counterattacking so quickly, he felt very unhappy in his heart. The yellow-haired girl's sword is broken, and my scepter doesn't have much power left now. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you much. Yika said at the side. The King of Knights didn't say much and nodded. Perhaps because they had fought together before, the two seemed to have become good friends these days. Fortunately, I killed William in a sneak attack before, and now only one John is left. It should be enough for the two of us to deal with him alone. Sun Xingza patted his chest and said, but now Xiao Xing keeps thinking about William's disappeared body and always feels that there may be a problem. When I hit him with that stick, he was absolutely crushed to pieces. If he can still survive, then I have nothing to say. One of them is William, who should have been dead, but now he is not only alive again, but even seems to be in a dominant position. Now the only ones here who still have God-level combat power are Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng from Daxia. Facing William and John, who led the attack, they could only go forward to greet them. Compared with something like resurrection from the dead, the method of being a substitute is easier for people to accept. After all, if the Militian army can really come back from the dead like this, then this battle will no longer need to be fought, and there will be no chance of victory. We meet again. You seem to be surprised by my return. This is the power of the kingdom of God. The power of faith will allow you to be resurrected after death, just like me. William did not take action immediately, but followed the guidance. Because the stronger the human being, the more power of faith he will provide after becoming a believer. Not to mention being the only two humans who have broken through to the God level, the power of faith provided by one person is probably enough to rival a country. The kingdom of God needs two people like this as its cornerstone. Therefore, William hopes to brainwash Xiao Sheng and the others rather than kill them. But at this time, Xiao Sheng was keenly aware of the differences between the resurrected William and the previous ones from the other party's tone and some changes. While I was relieved in my heart, I also felt that something was very wrong again. He said to Sun Sheng beside him, "There is good news and there is bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Stop being so pretentious. Let's talk about it together." Sun Sheng said with a frown. The good news is that William is indeed dead. He has no real resurrection. Sun Sheng's spirit was lifted. I knew it. What about the bad news? The bad news is that our real opponent this time has probably been replaced by the so-called angel, whose combat power should far exceed ours. William sighed after not receiving a reply for a long time and said, "It seems that you have already made your choice. It is really a pity." Xiao Sheng smiled and said, "No need to pretend. You are not William, right?" Resurrection from the dead does not exist at all. Don't worry, I will also put your body to use, just like the one I am using now. William's beast is also a monster with angel blood. So now that the real angel uses his body to exert power, there is not much difference in his moves, giving Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng a familiar feeling. But in terms of strength, there is a huge difference. A beam of light struck, and Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng worked together to resist it. But even so, the two of them still suffered some injuries. This was without John on the side getting involved. It was precisely because of John's attitude that Xiao Sheng seemed to see a glimmer of hope. He shouted, "Old John, you should know what state William is in now, and you don't want to be like this in the future, right? Why don't you join us now and resist him?" John hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but after a moment, he still chose to stand next to William. Because he has seen the power of the kingdom of God, William is just a clone now. So what if they can win together? If the kingdom of God above our heads does not fall, humanity will not have the slightest hope. Give up, humans can't win. William also looked at him approvingly and said, "In view of your loyalty, you will retain your own consciousness when you become the foundation of the kingdom of God." The other party's unabashed words made John stunned for a moment, and then said, "No need, sir. Instead of retaining the power of faith that is constantly being squeezed out of a personal consciousness, it is better to fall into fanaticism like everyone else. At least mentally, they are satisfied." No problem. William didn't press any further. With the addition of William, Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng became even more dangerous. Even though the two of them maximized the power of the four divine beasts they possessed, they were still suppressed everywhere. In addition to this high-level battlefield in the air, the melee between the armies below is also very serious. The Millennium Army, which was not afraid of pain or death, was already very troublesome. But now they have become even more terrifying and cannot even be killed. If their limbs are broken, they will heal quickly under the power of the holy light. Even if the head is cut off, it will still grow back. Then he turned into a puppet and continued to attack. Although their stiff and sluggish movements make them easy to deal with, they still stand up again every time they are knocked down. Even the physical exertion cannot keep up. And all this is not the most troublesome. What is even more troublesome is still the brainwashing effect of the holy light. This time it was obviously brighter than before, and the burning pain was more intense. Even the firm-willed Great Xia spirit guards wavered many times. Fortunately, Xiao Sheng had made preparations in advance. Each team had a beast master with spiritual attributes, who could wake up his teammates in time at critical moments. However, spiritual monsters are not common and are more difficult for beast masters to cultivate. Daxia now has a sufficient number of beast masters because it has enough artificial monsters and a beast master with the strongest spiritual attribute, like Lin Shi, to train them. The Northern Iron Guard and the Knights of the Round Table did not have such a configuration. In addition to the core troops, the peripheral armies began to fall one after another and turn their guns to point at their own people. Moreover, Militian has also realized the importance of spiritual beast masters in the Great Xia Spirit Guard, and they seem to have a common collective consciousness. When one person realized it, everyone synchronized the information and began to uniformly target the spiritual beast masters hidden in each team. One after another, some teams began to gradually retreat to the rear because they lost their spiritual beast masters before they could no longer withstand the brainwashing of the holy light. The remaining teams also strengthened their protection of spiritual beast masters. Among them, Su Yao was almost succeeded in a sneak attack. Although he was bathed in the holy light, the Militian beast master who used dark attribute monsters overcame the rush obstacle and emerged from Su Yao's shadow to attack her. However, Su Yao is no longer what he used to be. The crisp singing voice of the shark contains a powerful spiritual attack and is played towards that person. He was stunned for a moment. Under the mental attack, the enthusiasm in his eyes seemed to slowly fade away. Then he saw his arms suddenly falling off. They were injuries he had suffered before, but they healed quickly under the influence of the holy light. At this time, it fell directly, accompanied by a tragic cry. Su Yao saw this and chopped off his head, then continued to be vigilant. After all, these weird guys will not die even if their heads are cut off. But there was really no movement from him. Even if Su Yao deliberately let the holy light fall down, it had no effect. Her eyes lit up. In the past, these spiritual beast masters were passively defensive, helping their comrades around them resist the influence of the holy light, and rarely took the initiative to attack. Even if it is an attack, there are very few beast masters who can offset the influence of the holy light and awaken people in a short time like Su Yao. Now, under Lin Shi's guidance, she can be said to be the second best spiritual beast master in Daxia, or it can be said that he is number one directly. After all, Lin Shi is not even a human being anymore, let alone a beast master. So no one else was able to discover this. The reason why spiritual beast masters are targeted and attacked is not only because they can affect the brainwashing effect of the holy light. What's more important is that it can wake up the fanatical believers and sever the faith connection with the kingdom of God. After that, the strange effects of the holy light will no longer have an effect. They are the enemies of the American army. But even so, it is still very difficult to win this war, because there are too few spiritual beast masters who meet the requirements, and it is difficult to completely turn the tide of the war. But the most important thing is still in the air. In the competition of high-level combat power, they lost. Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng were both seriously injured and fell from the sky. We can no longer defend it, so we should retreat quickly. We have an old saying in Daxia, which is that as long as the green hills are there, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. Xiao Sheng persuaded the knights of Great Britain, and because of the serious injury, he would cough violently from time to time. Although he and Sun Sheng were defeated, they did not achieve nothing. During the battle, Xiao Sheng did not forget to pay some attention to observe the battlefield on the ground. This allowed him to get inspiration from Su Yao's experience in cutting off the faith connection between believers and the kingdom of God and successfully killing the other party. Although he was not a spiritual beast master, he was once Lin Shi's student after all. The most important thing is that after breaking through to the God level, it is already equivalent to a spiritual beast. So under Xiao Sheng's guidance, the two began to work together to use their mental power to cut off the connection between the William in front of them and the kingdom of heaven. This process did not happen overnight. They went through many attempts. William also sensed the threat and attacked more and more rapidly. John on the side was not to be outdone and kept hitting the two of them with the hammer of holy light in his hand. But in order to concentrate on dealing with William, Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng could only passively take the beating. This is why they were seriously injured so quickly and fell from the sky. But the price they paid finally paid off. Just as Xiao Sheng expected, after many attempts, they successfully cut off William's faith. Then his body fell straight down. After all, William is actually controlled by a clone of an angel, and the source of the clone's power is the power of faith. After cutting off the power of faith, he was still the same mud that was smashed by Sun Sheng's hammer before. It's just that the power of Sun Sheng and Xiao Sheng cannot last long. They also don't know how long it will take William to recover. However, it is absolutely impossible for the injuries he suffered to heal in a short time. In addition, Su Yao's discovery gave Daxiao Lingwei a chance to counterattack. But this is the territory of Great Britain after all, and the number of Great Xia spirit guards who come to support them is only a handful. The Knights of the Round Table in Great Britain accounted for the vast majority. Because they lack spiritual beast masters, some people are constantly being successfully brainwashed in front of the more powerful holy light and turning against their original teammates. Under the ebb and flow of one another, the situation quickly became a collapse situation. Xiao Sheng could only decide to abandon the line of defense of Great Britain and withdraw to Daxia to defend the homeland. This was why he wanted to persuade the King of Knights to retreat together. But she was not ready to leave, but wanted to stay with her country. Since she is unwilling to leave, and there is absolutely no way she will be brainwashed by the holy light, the only thing waiting for her is death. However, the King of Knights still intends to face it calmly. In this state of mind, her power seemed to be sublimated. He actually succeeded in breaking through the last step and entering the God-level realm. I actually broke through it this time. She couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile on her face. She didn't feel much excitement in her heart. She just felt it was ridiculous. Even because of this reason, she became more determined that she could never be used by the enemy. Even his own body is not intended to be left behind. Because God-level bodies, even humans, can be made into powerful artifacts. Sun Sheng beside Xiao Sheng's side. Since she doesn't want to leave, there is nothing we can do. If we didn't still have Da Xiao to protect, I'm afraid I would have made such a choice. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. I saw that guy started to move again. Sun Sheng knew that Xiao Sheng was always much calmer than him. Logically speaking, he should be the one to persuade him most of the time in this situation. But today the situation was reversed. Xiao Sheng seemed to be less rational. He blinked and said, "Isn't it possible that you have a crush on her? Although it's not impossible. But I still want to remind you that she does look like a girl who is much younger than us. But in fact, you also know that I became the god of war decades earlier than you, and she was decades earlier than me. But this is on a human time scale. Now we have all broken through to the god level and entered a new level of life. The time span of nearly 100 years may be very long for human beings, but we are nothing. I support you to bravely pursue love." Xiao Sheng rolled his eyes at him when he heard this. I don't know since when this hot-tempered god of war of Great Xia turned into a love brain. Or maybe he actually always has been. Xiao Sheng was too lazy to dwell on these insignificant things. He explained, "What are you talking about? That's not what I meant. My opinion is that the King of Knights is the only god-level combat power besides the two of us. It would be a waste to just explain it here. We need to concentrate our strength to be able to cope with the American offensive." Sun Sheng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Because Xiao Sheng was right, at least the two of them together were no match for the resurrected William. In fact, if there is a god-level Night King, there may not be any change. But at least it's better than nothing. It's just that the King of Knights is extremely determined to die at this time, and it is difficult to convince him with words alone. So I had to use some physical means. He walked behind the opponent, raised his hand, and hit the King of Knights hard on the back of his neck. The other party did not faint as expected, but turned around in pain and looked at him doubtfully. "What are you doing?" Xiao Sheng did not reply. It remembered that it had just ignored that the other party had just broken through to the god level. We can no longer treat him as a human being. He used all his strength again and successfully knocked the King of Knights unconscious. Then they quickly evacuated Great Britain, and some of the core senior knights of the Round Table also followed. The eyes looking at Xiao Sheng, who had just knocked out their leader, were full of hostility, even though they knew that he actually meant well. And after they withdrew, it also meant the complete fall of Great Britain. The kingdom of God occupies the sky, and the holy light begins to engulf the land inch by inch, brainwashing every citizen into a fanatical believer. With Gaul as a warning, Su Zhe and the others knew that this process would last for a while. This period of time will be a time for Da Xiao and Kevin Russ to take a breather. When this opportunity passes, no one can know where the kingdom of God will drift to next time or which country it will occupy. Quick. It's too fast. The speed of that bullshit brainwashing in the kingdom of God is getting faster and faster. Perhaps it is because more and more fanatic believers are joining in, providing more and more continuous power of faith. With the blessing of these powers of faith, the holy light can more quickly transform ordinary people into believers, who then provide their own power of faith. This is a positive feedback that makes the kingdom of God grow stronger. It has gradually transformed from a phantom to an entity, floating in the air. It's like an island in the sky exuding bright light. 3 days. In just 3 days, the holy light spread by the kingdom of God not only successfully transformed all the citizens of Great Britain into fanatical believers. And among the other countries on the continent where Great Britain is located, no matter the size of the country or the size of the population, no one has been left behind. All conquered. The mighty army of fanatics was now so numerous that the limit could no longer be seen. Everyone was singing hymns at the top of their lungs, and the voices converged into a torrent that was deafening. Perhaps most importantly, there is no fear of death or pain. Even an ordinary person under such circumstances can show that his combat prowess is not inferior to that of a low-level beast master after joining Militia's team. Why do you want to rescue me? As a knight, I did not die on the frontal battlefield, but lived in espionage. This is a great shame to me. I don't know whether it was because Xiao Sheng's attack was too cruel, or because the King of Knights broke through before the battle, and his body took advantage of the opportunity of being unconscious to adapt to the strength. Anyway, she only woke up recently, and she immediately questioned Xiao Sheng and Sun Sheng. This is not a rescue for her, but a shame. But Xiao Sheng was already prepared and asked, "As a knight, what do you protect?" "Of course it is my country and people." "Who said that?" "The citizens of Great Britain have just been brainwashed, but they are not dead yet." "Does it mean that as their king of knights, you don't choose to rescue them, but you just give up on them and die on your own?" "Of course not. But we can wait. Although I have no other choice, I believe there is someone who can do it. All I have to do is wait until he comes back." Sun Sheng on the side also nodded. "Yes, I can only trust that boy now. I don't know how his situation is over there, and when he will be able to come back." Sun Sheng looked up at the sky, where there was a reflection of the world of monsters, but corresponding to it was a blue ocean. They could see nothing except the huge sea beasts that swam by now and then. At this moment, a great Xia spirit guard hurried over. Xiao Sheng immediately greeted him seriously, because this was the scout he had arranged to keep an eye on Militian's movements. "Did they move?" "Yes." "Where did you choose?" Da Xiao Lingwei said bitterly. "It seems that Kievan Rus should be the soft persimmon, but after brainwashing that continent, militia came to Da Xia. And every small country they passed through brainwashing along the way continued to grow in strength." But Xiao Sheng didn't seem too surprised. "In other words, I would have chosen Da Xiao first. We should concentrate our efforts to solve the difficult bones as soon as possible to avoid any more accidents in Yi Chongmeng Duo. Okay, everyone, get ready to face the enemy." But at this moment, a scout ran in. "What's wrong?" "Militian has arrived." This speed was somewhat beyond his expectation. "Giant turtle? What does it look like?" He thought of Su Zhe's beast, the little turtle that was left behind. It is said that when it grows up, it will become the ceiling among turtle monsters. But compared with this beast that can support an entire country, it seems to be a little bit behind. Xiaoxing opened his eyes wide when he heard this and said, "Is this Xuanwu?" Then he turned his head and looked behind him. As one of the senior officials, the president of Xuanwu Beast Control University, one of the 5 major beast control universities, was also here at this time. But although this university is called Xuanwu Beast Control University in name, it is actually just to get the name of the 4 sacred beasts. It's not like Qinglong Beast Control University, where there's a dragon hidden underneath. Even if Jinlong is not Qinglong, it is already the university most closely related to its name. But this news made Sun Xingji, who was already unhappy with the Silla people, frown. "Why are these guys growing on Xuanwu's back? Don't you think it's bad luck?" "Based on what I know about these guys, I will probably say that Xuanwu belongs to them in the future. It's even more shameless. The 4 holy beasts will say it came from them. I don't know if Xuanwu knocked them down when he moved, and whether they died or not." The scout shook his head and said, "After the brief confrontation, Xuanwu returned to his original position again, and more than half of the people of Silla successfully survived. The kingdom of God in Millikan has stayed and has not moved forward. But John led the fanatics away from the kingdom of God and went to Kievan Rus. Even without the blessing of the holy light of the kingdom of God, with John's God-level combat power and a large number of fanatic believers, it is enough to deal with a Kievan Rus who does not have God-level power. The kingdom of God is here because it doesn't want our support. Xiao Sheng also wants Yeka to come to Da Xiao and work with them to deal with the enemy. But Yeka said that Kievan Rus was her country, and she could not abandon her country and people. Even if she is not a knight, as the last descendant of the former royal family and the last ice princess, she will fight until the last moment. Then I hope Kievan Rus can last longer." In the northwest of Kievan Rus, in the extremely cold land of ice and snow, human lives continue to fall here like grass. Historically, Kievan Rus has experienced many crises, but they have been able to survive until now because of the harsh environment in the northwest. At the most critical moment, they would move to the ice and snow and rely on spirits and furs to survive. Their opponents are often driven away because they cannot adapt to such a harsh environment. But this time, the harsh environment could not stop the enemy, because they are all a group of zombie-like fanatical believers who are not afraid of pain or death. Even though they were wearing thin clothes, they were frozen in the ice and snow until their bodies became stiff, and even their hands and feet were so fragile that they would fall to the ground at the slightest touch. They still did not stop. "We are surrounded, and there is no way out." If you continue to go north, not many people can resist the low temperatures living there. I never thought that one day we would be trapped in this environment. Yeka took a sip of the strong wine in his hand and said. The wine had been kept close to her body, relying on her body temperature to ensure it would not freeze. After the alcohol warmed her body slightly, she stuffed the small wine bottle back. The cold metal irritated her skin, causing her to shiver, and she wrapped herself tightly in layers of thick fur. Although she likes to show off her healthy and youthful body, in this environment, warmth is more important. I really don't know how your body grows. Don't you feel cold? Yeka patted the big man beside him, Andre, and said. In such a cold environment, he, who was always shirtless, only wore fur on the outside. Even the chest is still open, and strong muscle lines can be seen. Your Royal Highness, you know that our family walked out from here, so I have not been afraid of the cold since I was a child. Andre scratched his head and said. Even so, Yeka still helped him close his collar. How is the situation over there in Dacia? Is there any way to evacuate there? I heard they are being held back, but as long as we can get to the border, they can pick us up. Your Highness, as long as you are alive, Kievan Rus will not fall. Yeka didn't speak. After a moment, he said, Let's talk about it then. John has already blocked the direction to Dacia, right? Whether he can get through is still a question. Although the madness of these fanatical believers conquered the harsh environment, there is one thing that is good news for Kievan Rus. That is because the kingdom of God did not come together. So without the blessing of the holy light, the fanatic believers lost the ability to quickly heal themselves and be beheaded without death. In addition to being even more crazy now, they are just like ordinary people and can be seriously injured and killed. But the problem is that there are too many fanatical believers. Here are not only all the citizens of the three great countries of Militia, Gaul, and Great Britain, but also people from other countries. All humans on 2 continents joined in. I once felt that so many humans standing together would be so overwhelming that it would be disgusting, like a plague of locusts. Yeka said from a high place, looking at the fanatic believers who were blocking them not far away. Then she discovered another interesting point. Have you seen that the people who come here to deal with us are basically all Militians, a small number are Gauls, and there are almost no Britons. The eyes of these people have almost lost their luster, and apart from singing hymns, there are no other words in their mouths. Wave after wave came up like a tidal wave, stepping on the frozen and brittle bodies of his companions. She suddenly laughed, with a mocking look in her ice-blue eyes. No wonder they sent these people to leave the kingdom of God to deal with us, because it is no longer a pity that they are already dead. What does this mean? Andre on the side was very confused. Look at their appearance. They are no longer human beings. Faith is actually just a form of spiritual power, although it will recover slowly. In order to support the operation of the huge kingdom of God, they will obviously not be given time to breathe. Especially the Militians at the beginning, because the number at that time was not enough, so they were squeezed the most. Now they are of no use value to the kingdom of God. They are like dregs that have been squeezed clean. So they were sent to us, which is equivalent to disposing of garbage. Am I right? Yeka said, and looked into the air. John with white hair had arrived here without knowing when. Andre quickly stood in front of her and looked at John warily. But the other party didn't take action immediately, and his old face seemed to be full of exhaustion. You look very tired. Is it because America has actually been subjugated? John didn't argue. Because it is indeed, as Yeka said, that kingdom of God is composed of the power of faith formed by the spiritual power of all citizens of Militia. But now, they are no longer qualified to enter the kingdom of God, but are sent here as useless scum. Do you want to go with me voluntarily? Or do you want to wait until I defeat you and take you away? John said, avoiding the topic. The purpose of his appearance is to take away Yeka and Andre. They also have the potential to break through to the God level and can become the key cornerstone of the kingdom of God. They are the main goal this time. Stop talking nonsense, old man. Have you forgotten whose home stadium this is? Yeka once again took out the artifact Tsar's scepter. The light blue gem had dimmed to the extreme, but in this icy and snowy environment, it gradually lit up, seeming to be regaining its strength. This made John a lot more wary. Although William could resist 2 artifacts at the same time with one person before, at that time, they all had the holy light supporting them. Now that he has lost the blessing of the holy light, this scepter seems to have exploded with amazing power in this environment, and he can't help but be on guard. The wind and snow quickly gathered around Yeka and soon formed an ice storm. John was even forced to retreat. But what he didn't know was that at the center of the storm, in Yeka's hand, the artifact scepter was breaking inch by inch. It has already reached its limit. It just squeezed out the last bit of strength, not recovery at all. Come on, these powers can't resist this old guy for long, Yeka said, but Andre on the side was unmoved. I know, so we can't escape with that alone. I will stay behind the throne. Your Royal Highness, you go first and go to Dacia. What nonsense are you talking about? We have been acting together since childhood. When have I ever left you behind? Yeka raised his eyebrows and shouted sternly. But I have always been your guardian, and now it is time for me to do my duty. Bullshit, guard. The royal family is gone. What else do I need to guard? You are mine. Your Majesty, please stop talking. There is no time. Andre stopped her from continuing. Yeka seemed to be relieved, but still said, Last question, why don't you confess to me? Because I am your guard, always have been. Then as a guard, you'd better risk your life to keep me safe. Don't worry, your Royal Highness. Yeka finally turned around and walked away alone. Andre looked at her back and took out an irregular crystal core from his arms. This is the leftover material left over from processing the sacred beast crystal core of the Tsar's scepter. There are 3 pieces in total. 2 of them had been used during previous royal struggles and national crises. It can increase the strength of a level 100 war god to the god level in a short period of time, at the cost of exploding to death. Only the strongest and most loyal royal guards of each generation can use it, and Andre is the last royal guard. Then he stuffed the crystal core into his mouth and swallowed it with difficulty. And John finally discovered the outer strength of the ice storm and rushed in after tearing the storm apart. He happened to bump into Andre, whose body was swollen and bleeding all over his body. Seeing that Andre was in a bad state, he chose to chase Yeka, who had not gone far. But he was hit by a heavy punch that suddenly rose from the ground. I am Princess Yeka's last guard. Give it to me and stay.